Pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity!
It's never been the life of choice. Instead, it's first I've never seen. I'm free to me. This dirty world, let's begin. Feeling deserved. Break out from mind control. Oppressed soul. Solo. They don't see the things we see. And they don't care how we feel and how we lead. They've got a dark who whispered us. Can strike back against invaders of our minds. Out of bounds is where we stand. From afar we scream, but they won't hear us. The walls defend the richest land. We'll find a way to fly and fight. Come follow us if you feel the same. We're standing firm against those nonsense, against those laws we do. Realities more crazier than darkness does brutality. Reverse but fail to wash my brain insanities. What kept me sane throughout these gloomy nights on the street, suppressing pain easily won't break me down. Will never show my tears again until we win. That's when we cry. Who whispered us can retaliate against the power of it in the greedy bunch.
Yeah, Dwayne! Yeah, Outdoor Heroes! Spider-Man Adventure Hero!
Out of bounds is where we stand. From afar we scream, but they won't hear us. The walls defend the richest land. We'll find a way to fly and fight. Come follow us if you feel the same. We're standing firm against those nonsense, against those laws we do.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and they thems. Welcome to the stream. It's been a couple of days since the Doctor Who special that happened. If you're not in the loop about Doctor Who, that's fine. Suffice it to say, well, you know me, okay? You know me, right? I'm Mr. Centrism is great. You know me. Centrism is pretty cool. And so I come down hard on, boy, there were parts of that special that were really fucking insufferable. But it also didn't really ruin the fact that it was mostly pretty good. You know, it was about an hour long, the episode that came out. It's been the first Doctor Who thing in like 4 or 5 years or something. They're just after Peter Capaldi. There's just they haven't done any for a few years. So it's actually Doctor Who's back. It's been gone for a little while, and they for plot significant and also obviously clickbait. Please watch the show reasons. The 10th Doctor, David Tennant, the one that you probably know when you think, if you know nothing about Doctor Who, you're either your first thought is probably either the one with the hat and the scarf from the 70s, or the one with the fucking Converse and the like suit and he looks like a chicken and he has like brown hair. That's the one. That's him. He's back. He's back. That one is back. And for plot related reasons, he's back along with his former companion Donna. And in the time since in the time since Donna left the show in like 2010 or something, which was right around I think the same time that David Tennant left when it turned over to Matt Smith. Apparently since then, Donna's character has now got a family. I don't really remember the lore from back then, so maybe she had a family before. I don't really fucking remember that much. I remember the broad strokes of it, but like, if Donna had a fucking husband and all of that, then I really don't remember. But she does now, spoilers. And, no spoilers for the actual episode. I thought it was a pretty enjoyable little sci-fi romp. There's some good twists. There's an escape segment that happens that it's pretty clever. Really good effects. Doctor Who finally it's really perfectly riding the line between stupid looking guy in a costume and also like, well, it's actually a pretty good costume and it's shot well and like, it's right where it needs to be, frankly. The best kind of practical effects before going into, well, I wouldn't say they're as good as like the Fishmen from One Piece show, but there's pretty good practical effects, However, Donna has a daughter in the show, and the daughter is trans, and the daughter says something about misgendering at one point, and it kind of makes sense because it's a trans teenager, and that's something that a trans teenager might say when the Doctor encounters an alien who is not necessarily male or female, and he calls him a him, and the trans teenager goes, "Why would you assume it's gender?" And it actually kind of makes sense that you really wouldn't assume it's gender. I mean, it's just an alien, so like you kind of, maybe it isn't a he or a she. But people are very mad about that, and the thing is, if it just stopped there, I would be like, okay, let's settle down here. That's not the worst thing in the world. It kind of reminds me of the Batman movie, The Batman. That's the movie that had some sort of half-breed. Sorry, Quantum TV joined the stream for a second there. It had Zoe Kravitz playing Catwoman, and as a young black woman living in the inner city, she had some opinions about like white men and power and money and things, which were a little bit like, but then it's like, well, yeah, I guess for her in this scenario, you can argue about why the writers made the character be in that scenario. Maybe that's for like force it in your face reasons, but for a character who is in that scenario, it makes sense that is something that they might say. So yeah, if that was where it ended with the Doctor Who thing, then it would be, not a big, it wouldn't be real. It would be like, why are people, of course they're going to be mad about stuff. Why are people really that mad? But of course, me, Mr. Centrism is great. So while I came off of that thinking a little bit like, oh boy, I did quickly realize like, oh, well, yeah, that does make sense. It is a little not what I came to Doctor Who for though. But then as we go through the episode, well, there are parts in the plot. Again, I overall liked it, but there are parts in the special that are just, I really can't argue with the fact that they are just embarrassing. There's a part where, like, I guess spoilers here for the Star Beast special that just happened. Big spoilers, ending spoilers. 3, 2, 1. Yeah, the solution at the end of the day is that the daughter is trans, and something binary, non-binary. I don't know. I've had people explain that it's not dumb, and it still feels pretty dumb. And then there's a whole thing where she goes, where Donna and the daughter go, Doctor, when you were a woman, which I don't remember that happening after Capaldi left. There was just a long gap on the show. I don't remember there being a female Doctor. That's interesting, though. I'm sure she was great, and people would have, if there was a female Doctor, you'd think people would remember her fondly, and there would be like, because Donna Noble and like, the Missy and like Amy Pond, there's a lot of really great female characters in Doctor Who, so you'd think that there would be some Like if they had a female doctor, you think that would have gone over well, but for whatever reason, if there was one, nobody really seems to remember that. But yeah, she mentions that when the doctor was a woman, something he would have done better as a woman or something. And yeah, it does get to a point where it's like I can't really argue that it's embarrassing. However, it's again not enough to ruin the whole thing for me. But we're gonna see some people here today who maybe have different opinions. And firstly, well, we have some other things to look at too. There's also the guy Mama Max is in the title as well, if you're here for that. You guys remember Mama Max? I don't know how many of you are like me and haven't watched a video of his in a few years, but like a year ago or something, he wanted me to get involved in he had me in like a DM group with some other people, and I don't think anything ever really came of that, but it was gonna be we were gonna be talking about something about zoo sadists, I think. I don't know. I don't think that ever wound up happening. But he has gone kind of insane. I don't know what's going on with him, but he's begging influencers and streamers to watch his new video on stream. So I guess we'll do that. We're gonna do that. Apparently he's exposing child abuse, but he's doing it in a way that's the most like unfucking fathomably pretentious shit you've ever fucking seen. It's like a Neo-Jesus video Neo Jesus decided to expose child predators or something. It's kind of taking a huge like a steaming ARG scented shit all over what seems to be an actual thing that he's trying to expose. So we're gonna get into that at some point. And also I have another video here somebody recommended, which I'm very excited to get to, about how these two randos apparently got ghosted by the people who made are making the Frasier remake or reboot or whatever, and they sent in a bunch of scripts and stuff, and they got ghosted by the Frasier people, I guess. And you can see that the comments are not the most positive, but yeah, we'll get to that. Firstly, who is this guy? Oh yeah, I still have this dude's channel open. The guy who had the really embarrassing fan talk with Doug Walker, where Doug look at the thumbnail of Doug looking like okay, I gotta walk away from you now, and that tells you all you need to know about that video. Yeah. Let me just, so we actually have a spectrum of opinions here, hopefully. I'm hoping for a couple of different opinions about the Doctor Who related stuff. Because we're starting out here with one that apparently this guy, I think he's in favor of the Doctor Who. I think he likes the new Doctor Who. However, all of his thumbnails look like this. So I don't really know what we're in for. I've heard him, somebody said he's the calmest British man. This is Movies TV Mad, which sounds, it's like almost too dumb of a name to be one of those ones that Plinkett suggested. This movie sucks my sphincter. This movie is an anal abortion. And other such famous YouTube movie channels. Movies TV Mad. Yeah, no, I don't think that. Maybe I can see this one being on the list. Actually, never mind. But yeah, no, all of his thumbnails are like this, except for the ones that aren't, I guess. Namely, Happy Birthday Doctor Who, and well, I'm sure there were other things before. Wow, he likes this thumbnail a lot. Like I don't know why he thinks the algorithm is gonna favor this, but yeah, apparently he is apparently a pro Doctor Who, pro anti woke people. So I guess he's pro woke if you really want to look at it through that lens. He's pro woke. He's anti people like heel versus babyface, apparently, and we know that because he has some videos here. Doctor Who, Russell T Davies isn't woke, but he would like Disney to think he is. And then this is the one that got linked. Doctor Who, How Russell T Davies Beat the Fandom Menace, which is apparently a term that's it's like it refers to that group of people, the society of people that complain about Star Wars feminism on YouTube. That's apparently the who that is referring to. The pronouns people, essentially. The people who will largely, by and large, be the subject of today's stream, probably. But I think this guy is, like, against that, so let's see what he has to say. He has a shirt on! I feel cheated!
Welcome back to Movies TV.
Alright, well, he is very loud, so it's fine. Loud is equaling funny right now. I have to turn him down a little.
You can follow me on X, at Movies TV Mad. On Instagram, Movies TV Mad X. On YouTube, Movies TV Mad.
I want to speak up just a little bit because you're getting drowned out by your own voice a little bit.
3 separate words. And on TikTok, Mick isn't perfect because as...
So I don't know if this is, like, racist, but, like, I don't know. There's something about this guy's appearance that when the video started, I was assuming it was going to be like, hello, welcome, I sell you car, hello. But it's just a British guy. It's just a screaming British man.
Isn't perfect because as you can see...
This is Hitman Agent 46 over here.
Not perfect, but you're not perfect either because we're a world of people who are not perfect.
Jeffrey Bezos!
Each other. I'm sorry.
You did it!
Dude, you're just a damn hypocrite. Welcome to today's extended 30-minute
I think everybody's a hypocrite a little bit, but...
video, where today we're talking about Doctor Who.
Doctor Who!
We're talking about the ratings. We're talking about the realization from the fandom menace that they've lost to one of the most cleverest, intelligent creatives in the history of the art form.
Really? The guy who wrote binary, non-binary? Really? I mean, again, I mostly like the special, but... that's a real big... You're really bigging him up there with that one. I think he's also the guy who wrote the fucking Blowjob Stone episode, which, while a classic, is also the one where a lady gets turned into a fucking tile, and it is heavily implied through their dialogue that she and her boyfriend still maintain some form of sex life. The tile lady, who is Tile Patterns lady. That was a Doctor Who episode. It also had a monster designed by, like, a fucking 10-year-old. Legitimately. It's like a kid who won a contest or something. I think he wrote that one, so, I mean, I'm just saying.
And that's Russell T Davies. Yes, it must be very, very painful for the fandom menace this morning. They're bruised. Their egos are hurt because they weren't able to take down Doctor Who. They were hashtagging RIP Doctor Who.
Like, is that... I mean, I guess. I wouldn't be surprised if that is the reason why, like, they would be upset. Like, I mean... I don't know, it's hard for me to imagine, it's hard for me to conceive of somebody being dumb enough to think that them, like, hashtagging, Doctor Who is woke now, cancel the show, it's dumb, is going to, like, have any kind, what kind of effect were they hoping? That it would, like, change people from wanting to watch it to not wanting to see it, maybe? And, like, it would affect the ratings, or they would, like, cancel the episode that they put millions of dollars into? I'm not sure what it's implied that they wanted to have happen with that hashtag, but I'm not going to suggest that he's wrong for saying that their egos are bruised, that it did nothing. I don't think that's necessarily incorrect.
It was trending around their own community, which means jack shit. And as I say, it must be very difficult to their pride and egos, because normally they've been very successful in taking Hollywood down. Disney, you know,
that's fucking giving them too much credit now. Are we really attributing, like, because this is what they want. This is what I'm saying. Like, the idea that that Nerdrotic is the reason why the Marvels didn't sell. Like, no, that's not it. What do you mean? Like, usually they're very, yeah, they're very, successful at taking down Hollywood movies. That's why they all come out, and then they get more, and then these people make videos about them. I don't think they want these movies to stop being made. What the fuck? What would the rage YouTubers do if Hollywood stopped being woke? You know, like, where are they gonna go once it stops being woke? It's like, no, they got a vested interest in this shit being woke. If Hollywood doesn't have a trans person in the next Star Wars movie, then Nerdrotic can't buy a second car. You know, so it's very serious.
Disney, they hate Disney. right? And they've been very successful. I mean, look at the Rings of Power. Look what Nerdrotic did single-handedly
But that show was absolutely fucking AIDS, though.
with the Rings of Power.
You're really gonna put that on Nerdrotic? No, that show was awful. That show was really bad, and anybody who fucking cares about Lord of the Rings could see that from a mile away. That's not like, oh, these internet trolls took down the Rings of Power show. I think you can still go watch it, and they're probably gonna make another season of it. So I don't even know to what degree you think, like, in the public eye, I don't know, maybe it's just that show fucking sucks.
It's clear the fandom...
Like, it's like this weird, this is why I'm a radical centrist. Because you get people like this who are like, no, I'm sorry, some things come out and they're just bad, and people who are also, what's the meme? It's like, heartbreaking, the worst clickbait content farm YouTube channel just made a great point about how The Marvels is a bad movie. I think the parable goes something like that. Like, just because they're right about some things that come out about, like, the fucking Rings of Power show, first of all, doesn't mean they're right about everything about those things, but also doesn't mean that I don't know. It doesn't mean those shows are like. It doesn't mean they're actually wrong about everything they say and those shows are good. No, it's like saying these YouTube hate people took down Velma. Velma was gonna be such a successful and popular show, and then these YouTube haters made people hate Velma. No, I think the show did that.
Have a lot of intelligent people and know how to stir the shit and manipulate people to get
Wait,
angry.
what is wrong with the TV, Bane? What is wrong with it? Is it too long? It looks a little bit too wide. Is that what it is? It's like an extra wide TV or something. I don't know. Is there something wrong with it?
And they've done it successfully on many occasions. But then you decided to go against Russell T Davies. And here's the truth, everyone.
Oh, maybe there's like burn-in. I think it's just off. There might be something reflecting on the side there.
You failed.
Or it could be the biggest fucking bezels you've ever seen. Like, this is, I don't know.
Russell T Davies won. The Fandom Menace nil. But who are the Fandom Menace? The Fandom Menace rose up after the release of The Last Jedi, directed by Rian Johnson.
Rian Johnson. My favorite film, obviously! I will say, it is funny. I've never seen The Last Jedi. I've seen so many people talk about The Last Jedi that I felt at a certain point that it wasn't even worth... Like, it was apparently bad, and I was like, I've heard enough about it that I don't feel the need to watch it. But now I've gotten to the point where, I don't know, I watched, I think it was the Star Trek videos that Red Letter Media did about Discovery and Picard. And the Star Trek Discovery videos, like, that show is kind of old now. That was like 2018 or something that started coming around, which was around when Last Jedi came out. They made some comment about Last Jedi and that, about how it disrespects the fans and yada yada, and I found myself soy sumer pogging at the screen when they said that, thinking, Mike and Jay, that sounds very cool of you. That sounds very nerd crew of you. They disrespected the fans. They were supposed to show Luke Skywalker proper respect! Which, I mean, to a degree, there's some truth to that, but I don't know. I guess all I'm saying is just bringing up The Last Jedi and how this all did kind of start around when that came out. Yeah, it's just funny how many people were upset simultaneously that Star Wars was being a giant rehash and redoing a bunch of shit that it's already done before and not doing anything interesting with, everybody already said that The Force Awakens was like basically just A New Hope again, and then they made a sequel to it, and then they changed a bunch of things and people got like baby mad about it. Like, again, I haven't seen it, so maybe it's just really bad and they got everything wrong. Like, they changed things in a really bad way. I don't know. But just having not seen it and reflecting on all of that, like, yeah, it's funny how Star Wars was simultaneously changing too much for people and also not changing enough for the same people. The same people were at the same time saying the fucking Last Jedi was too different and changes the Star Wars formula too much. And then they were also saying that the one before it was a rehash that had no reason to exist, and Disney is creatively bankrupt and does nothing original. I don't know. I mean, I guess I should probably fucking watch it at some point and form my own opinion, but this did all start after The Last Jedi, that's true. The hundreds of thousands of videos talking about how bad The Last Jedi was, and how it could have been better. And a number of them were perfectly normal videos, and then a whole other big number of them were people saying that the movies are bad because Disney supports child sacrifice or something, which thankfully is also relevant to this stream.
There was a lot of angry Star Wars fans. They started making videos, and people started watching them and saying, "You're right," because they're very clever. They know how to talk. They know how to suck you in. They've even sucked me in at times. But here's the thing.
They've sucked me off several times.
I think sometimes the Fandom Menace say some very true, factual things about Hollywood and entertainment.
You mean like about how the Rings of Power show is bad, or about how Velma is bad, or about how, like, yeah, they do. That's true. You're right. But you're also saying that the Rings of Power show was taken down by Nerdrotic, and I can't get over that, because that one is bad. That's just a bad show. And
but here's the problem with the Fandom Menace. They're right-wing and they're political. And the reason they hate the
is that a problem necessarily?
Entertainment industry, because they're predominantly progressives and left-wing. It's a political tug-of-war. And they're tugging.
Yeah, it's a big cultural war. Oh, that looked like he was jerking off for a second.
It's a political tug-of-war. And they're tugging you.
Yeah, that was a little brief jerk-off motion right there.
The fans in that direction. But here's the thing. Here's the breaking news that you already know.
I'm holding the other end of that rope, and I'm tugging it the other way, back to the left-wing side.
Russell T Davies doesn't work in Hollywood. He works in the United Kingdom. He's a Welsh creative who's done Queer as Folk. He's worked on children's television back in the 80s. He's done it all. He's not just a storyteller, he's a producer. Okay,
here's the thing, though. I will say this. I was going to assume that the new Doctor Who wasn't going to have too much of that, you know, shove it in your face kind of thing. Which, whether you like what they did in the special or not, is exactly what it was. It was very shove it in, like, to the point where that's the culmination of the plot of the episode, is that someone in the episode is trans and that saves the day. Spoilers, but I already said spoilers earlier. Sorry, go fuck yourself. Yeah, so I said that, well, yeah, Russell T Davies, he's gay. He ran the fucking show in 2005. There wasn't a bunch of, like crazy in your face, like, social political propaganda or whatever you want to fucking call it, in the original return of the show. So I was willing to give it the benefit of the doubt that far. But I don't know. He might be a very talented guy, but that doesn't excuse. Again, the episode was like 95% really good, but the 5% that wasn't was notably quite bad and stupid. So,
and they were never taking down Russell T Davies. It's quite simple. Your group failed to do it. You know what's interesting to me? Being on the other side of the hatred for once and being...
Wait, there's a Tamatoa Gaming Da apology? Oh, dear. Because I did see... I don't think I mentioned this on YouTube. I saw it on... I posted it on the Discord. I saw, there was, like, a community post that Dogs Eating Dog 6 made. And it was some, like... I think it was, like, a happy birthday thing for Tamatoa Gaming Da. And it was like, happy birthday, and everybody was like, yay! And then one guy in the comments went, yeah, but isn't he a groomer, though? Didn't he groom kids? And then Dogs Eating Dog 6 went, yes, but he's very sorry about that. And it continued from there. And I think Tamatoa showed up and he was like, yes, I will never do it again. I have been caught. So... I don't know, it was just funny, just like, yes, but he's sorry. Oh, well, alright then. You know, I guess that's It's done and dusted then.
a fan of Russell T Davies.
Yeah, we'll probably look at
He
that
did
in a bit.
Doctor Who from 2005. From today, it made me see how dumb and stupid I must look when I'm, tweeting or Xing or whatever we're calling it today. Hey, about entertainment and about certain things. I must look as stupid and as dumb as they do right now.
Well, you do look, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. Who's to compare such things, really? The point is that you do look stupid and dumb, and so do they. So, there you go.
Because basically, look at what they're upset about. They're angry that there's disabled representation. They're angry that disabled...
I mean, I joked when I saw the lady in the wheelchair that, like, oh, is this the first of the wokes? No, I think the first... I forget which came first. Whether it was the lady in the wheelchair, who was cool. I liked her. She was a fun character. Or the scene where the mom, because there's actually another scene with like a misgendering or whatever, but it's also one that's frankly perfectly acceptable to me. I had no problem with it. It was just Donna and her mom. And the mom mistakenly refers to the daughter by, he or whatever, which is like, yeah, I mean, you're an old lady and you're not used to this. That's gonna happen. It was fine. I thought that was fine. That was fine. And again, if it had ended with that and the scene where, what's her name? Different Rose, that's the trans daughter, says something when the doctor is like talking to the little creature thing. He's like, he calls him a him, I think, or something like that, and she does a whole reassuming the gender, that kind of thing. It's ma'am, and all of that. And if it's like, okay, yeah, that's something, a trans teen would probably say that, and it's also fair. Yes, it's a weird alien creature. Why would you, like, necessarily assume it would have Earth genders at all, even really necessarily? If it had ended there, then it would have been fine. If it had not, then later turned into like a whole fucking giant thing, like plot significant at the end. If it had just stayed a couple of little scenes, it would have been. I would have thought that all these people are crazy, but this video is half an hour, by the way. How? Here's the thing. The fucking people that he's talking about in this video, the people like Pronouns Guy, we're gonna get to them, some of their videos in a second. People like the Pronouns Guy are at least entertaining to watch. This guy's kind of entertaining, but he's just sitting on his fucking bed. You can't, you don't have a better background for this? I mean, you don't even need to be on camera necessarily if you don't have a background, but do something other than this. This is just so lazy.
I need to mention.
It's giving Mike and Jay discussing Jurassic World before starting the actual review. Dino action.
Mick, we don't agree with you. We think you're wrong. All right, okay. Let's look back to the ending of The Power of the Doctor. I said it at the time. It looked nothing like a regeneration. Think about it, right?
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. The just having that just leaving it where I said would still be a problem for these people, and if it was that, I would say that's silly. It's perfectly understandable that this scene or that scene is there. That's fine, but I mean, I do think they have at least a modicum of a point. The thing is, though, it doesn't ruin the whole show. Like, I don't know, it makes the ending a little fall flat a little bit. That's that video. I don't know, this guy might be interesting to look at in the future. I just wish he was actually shirtless and screaming in every video, but that's just apparently the clickbait thumbnail that he uses on every video, so that's unfortunate. But, let me just look up Doctor Who woke. Oh, yeah, so we got... Oh, my boy! My boy! Doctor Who gets destroyed by fans over David Tennant's special! This is cringe woke garbage! From your boy Ryan Cannell, RK Outpost. Who, I forget what was the really dumb thing he said, but he's on all of these fucking... He's on this guy's podcast and everything, so yeah. He's one of the best. He's one of the best ones, so... Very exciting. We looked at him like a month or two ago for I think it was for the fucking Snow White movie or some shit, I don't know.
It seems like nearly every franchise that fans hold dear to their hearts has been destroyed in one way or another over the past several years, and Doctor Who is no exception. There have been fans of Doctor Who complaining about the state of this franchise for years now.
I mean, I gotta tell you, pal, there have been fans complaining about the state of this franchise for years now. Yes, you're right. Since, like, I don't know, the late 70s, maybe the 80s, at least. There were probably people complaining about, like, you know, fucking David, like, Tom Baker episodes back in the day. There were probably people like, well, this one's dumb. This one's not as good as last season. They really lost it. This one had a black in it. You know, there were probably, like, people upset back then. I know that in the 80s was when it started to really fall off. Like, I have to say, for Doctor Who people in the audience, I don't know if I've said this on stream recently, but this is a Doctor Who related stream. I recently watched a few Peter Davison serials, and while I picked some that were pretty good serials, man, he is a boring doctor. He is just, everything he says is like I could imagine it being said by one of the other doctors before him, but like better and with more personality and more confidence. He is fucking lame. And then the sixth doctor after him was like, everybody hated him, and people liked the seventh, but then the seventh was the end until fucking, they did like a TV movie in the 90s, which was also terrible. Well, not terrible completely, but everybody hated it, basically. So yeah, people have been shitting on the series for a long time. Like, it's, I don't know, if you really want to make it like a recent thing, it's not that recent of a thing, you know, it's not. Like, you can say, oh, well, Jodie Whittaker's era was really bad. We're gonna end the joke about how there wasn't a doctor between Peter Capaldi and now. You can talk about how Jodie Whittaker's era was bad, which maybe it was. I haven't really fucking seen any of it, but I've seen enough people say that it's bad. So hey, you know, nice opinion. Did a YouTuber give it to you? But you know, you can say that it's bad. But is it really worse than, like, the fucking Paul McGann movie? I don't know. I mean, is it worse than no Doctor Who for, like, 20 years between the 80s and 2005? I think not. I think it's doing fine. I think the series is just fine. Anyways.
Now, and even as someone who's not a big fan of the Doctor Who franchise, it's easy to see.
Oh, I love this. He's gonna tell me about the series that I've enjoyed for over a decade. This is gonna be great.
Why fans are so upset. And today might be the low point in this franchise's entire history, and that's saying something, considering what they went through with the female Doctor. Doctor Who is trending right now for all
the female Doctor. Yeah, my favorite, you know, who are your favorite Doctor Who's, everybody? I really like the third Doctor. I'm a big fan of the fourth, and it really turns out I really like the second Doctor, too. 12th is obviously great. Not so hot on the female Doctor. I don't know why they decided to break the number convention with the female Doctor. I get it with the War Doctor and all of that, but yeah, they just called her the female Doctor for some reason. I mean, it was very strange. I don't know about that.
Wrong reasons. In fact, R.I.P. Doctor Who was trending because, honestly, even knowing nothing about this, nothing about the show, I'm not a fan of it, never been interested in it.
Great. Super cool. Oh, tell me more about it then. Please do. This show's stupid. I've never given a shit. It sucks. But they don't care about it, and I'm going to tell you why. Oh, please. You probably know very, very much about this, I'm sure. You speak with such fucking authority. You must. I don't know where... I don't know where in God's name you get the fucking gall to talk with such authority. In this scenario where you legitimately admit that you know nothing about the thing you're talking about, but go off, King, go off.
I can understand
cool.
Why. Because they took a person who's a beloved character, David Tennant's Doctor. Even I know that. I know that people love David
Listen,
Tennant.
I haven't seen The Last Jedi, but I'm not out here making a video about how it sucks. I'm just saying, yeah, didn't people say it sucked? I don't know, maybe I should watch it, you know? I also haven't watched things and give my opinions about them sometimes, but I also don't make entire... whole fucking things about, no, I'm not a fan of this, I don't give a shit, I've never cared, but you would not believe what they are doing to Polly Pocket. You would not believe!
It's Doctor. They brought him back for a big special, and they just shit on him.
Okay, hang on.
A person who's a beloved character, David Tennant's Doctor. Even I know that. I know that people love David Tennant's Doctor. They brought him back for a big special, and they just shit on him and turned the entire thing apparently into some kind of trans allegory.
I mean, and yeah, there's the scene where they say something about you would have been better as a woman or something. But that's also, like, Donna saying that. So, like, again, I am imagining there's a lot of people who have never encountered Donna Noble as a character before and just are like, yeah, why is she saying this thing that's stupid and mean to the Doctor? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Donna Noble would ever say something that's rude to the Doctor in some way. You're right. That's a good point, actually. I hadn't considered that.
Let's do
a good
this
point.
one right.
Yeah, Brandon Morse, Bane. That's right.
And it hurts all the more they got my Doctor to do this. Hashtag RIP.
Okay, it's your Doctor, but you know that David Tennant is like a huge trans rights activist person, right? Because his child is trans or whatever, his kid is trans. So, like, it might be your Doctor, but I don't know. I think the role's more his than it is yours, Brandon Morse.
Doctor Who.
I think if he wanted to do that with his fucking show, if he was okay with it, then I don't know, maybe shut up a little.
It was trending.
It's fair that you're upset, but
listen, let's watch this.
Yes, the meep. I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
fucking pronouns!
Yes, sorry, good point. Are you he?
I mean, but again, it's an alien. I don't think it's handled that well. I think it's clumsy, but if this is the scene that they're mad about, this isn't even the bad part. This is the one where, yeah, he's talking to a weird alien, and it's like, well, that's actually a good point. Why would you assume that it's a he or a she or anything? Maybe it's a Quintar. You know? Maybe it's got its own weird fucking gender names or something. Maybe, like, I don't know, yeah, I mean, again, the people that do this when it comes to science fiction especially are really, like, this makes perfect sense in this context. This is fine. I think it, you know, the science fiction excuse doesn't work necessarily all the time, like at the end of the episode, but, yeah, in this scenario, I don't know, this is what we're mad at? If this was all that it was that we were left at, but this guy's about to complain.
Pronouns. You don't want to assume anyone's pronouns, right?
Was she?
Why would you? Look at this creature. Why would you? Yeah, you wouldn't want to assume... You really wouldn't, actually. Like, what the fuck? Why would you, necessarily? I mean, like, removed from the context of, like, fucking annoying people on Twitter complaining about my gender pronoun, blah, blah, blah. I am j'aime gers, please respect that, and all of that. Removing all of that from the equation. This is a guy who travels space and time and encounters a lot of weird shit in the cosmos. Why? Yeah, I mean, it's frankly strange that he would have just assumed it in that way himself. If you wanted to make this scene better, you would have just not made it a scene at all and just had him not assume the thing's fucking gender to begin with because he's a fucking Time Lord and he's been around and he knows better or whatever. But, no, I guess... You know, I guess that's one thing. Yeah, they had to have the scene where the woke lady lectures the man. The woke trans lady lectures the evil white man about how he's not checked his privilege today or whatever. If you want to look at the scene as that, I guess. But inherently what the scene is trying to do is fine.
My chosen pronoun is the definite article. I am always the me.
Oh.
Jesus. All right, there you go. If that was it, maybe.
Yeah, if that was it, it would be fine. Even he's saying that at least.
You know, with like a trans person telling him to, hey, make sure you get their pronouns. But then when it gets
then you get to this.
to here, it's a little bit different story. This person is trans, right? This is a trans actor. I don't know if the character in universe is trans or not. Probably.
So, wow, you didn't even watch this episode. Like, Why are you making... I guess because I clicked on it. I guess that's why. It's literal clickbait. This is such actual clickbait. You didn't even watch the episode. There are scenes that directly acknowledge that in the episode. You didn't even watch the actual episode. The only thing you actually watched was just some clips of it. The only thing this guy has seen from this hour-long special are a couple of like half-a-minute clips of some cringy parts. And the entire rest of it, that's pretty good, is just who cares about that? This is the best example I've ever seen of this kind of content. This is great. Just like, and it's just right out here in the and just open in the video. Just openly out here in the video. I didn't watch it. I don't even know if this character who frequently in the episode it's brought up that this character is trans. Well, not frequently, but at least there's like at least one scene that brings that up. You don't even know that, but at least he knows that the actor is trans. He's tuned in on all of the trans actors so that he can, you know, I'm sure they're all cataloged in a folder that's right coincidentally next to his porn folder, but you know, that's unrelated, I'm sure.
Probably are, but this really is where I think people feel he's just disrespected and shit on. Look at this.
Yes, we know. We know everything. Thanks. And you know nothing. It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. She'd have understood.
Yeah, like, if you're this guy and you've never watched this I guess I get why you're so upset now. Because if you've never seen this character before, this is just... I mean, it's not like feminist bullshit, but she's just like a bitch, kind of. She's just kind of a bitch to the Doctor a lot of the time. And it's charming. This part didn't... This is the scene that I thought was annoying. But this isn't the part. This part's fine. This is just her being Donna. This is just her being snarky to the Doctor. This is their relationship. If you've never seen it before, then I guess you wouldn't necessarily know that. She's also just, like, been saved... Like, her life has been saved by him, so they're just having, like, a little... She's just, you know... She's being funny with him. I don't know, it's not a huge thing. This isn't the part that's... I mean, we're not even talking about the fucking binary part. We've kind of skipped over that entirely, but...
Nothing. It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. She'd have understood.
We know everything and you know nothing.
Average English woman. And somebody says those Epsteinian smirks on their faces. Yeah, they're all part of the secret. Well, they're all part of the cult that Mama Max is going to be looking at. Stick around later on the stream. It's going to be great.
It's a shame you're not a woman anymore. She would have understood. Because again, right, the Doctor, the failure of Doctor Who as soon as they brought in the female Doctor, yeah. Shame you're not.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of reasons. It's really... The female Doctor has more in common with Hillary Clinton than you might think. Let me explain. The first female Doctor should have been a thing that was a cool moment. That's like, oh yeah, this is the first female Doctor. I mean, this lady Donna here is beloved amongst the fans. She's considered one of the best companions on this entire like 60-year program because, you know, she's got a lot of charm and she's got flaws. She's got a lot going for her. And then they finally made an actual female Doctor, and they also coincidentally at the same time changed the lead writer to be Chris Chibnall, who's not very good at his job. He's just not very good at his job, and yeah, there wasn't much say. And then also Jodie Whittaker happened to also be an actor who's not like a fan of Doctor Who, really. So essentially what should have been a cool moment for like people everywhere, it should have been, yay, there's a female Doctor, whatever. Instead it was kind of unanimously, yeah, it just sucks. It kind of just sucks. I mean, some people like her. There's, you know, some people fucking like the 6th Doctor, so like whatever. Some people like her. But it was sure just a shame. Like, that should have been fine. It should have, at any other moment in the show's history, it would have probably been fine. But they had to also bring on fucking Chris Chibnall. So, yeah, I mean, it's not really just... This guy would make you believe that it's like, it's because of women and feminism that the show is bad. Which is, like, honestly, so far from the truth. If the 13th Doctor, if the female Doctor, which is what they call her in the show, if the female Doctor was actually, like, a feminist icon, and was, like, I don't know, or like trans stuff, like, hey, I used to be a guy, now I'm a lady, like, you could have something with that. If there was anything at all to her character other than just, oh, I'm quirky sometimes, whoa, then that would have been pretty cool. I mean, again, I haven't seen too much from her. I'm currently pulling an RK Outpost and talking out of my ass. But everything that I have seen, and I've seen more than this guy's seen of this fucking episode, so I think I can speak to at least some degree when I say that, yeah, I've never seen anything compelling from her or anything really good from her era, and it's really not feminism's fault. It's not women's fault. It's that they gave her and her companions and her storylines fucking nothing. But I guess it's women's fault. That's fine.
Doctor, but the failure of Doctor Who as soon as they brought in the female Doctor, yeah. Shame you're not a girl anymore.
Like most of the most famous characters on Doctor Who are women, because the Doctor is always there and he's cool, but then anybody other than the Doctor is usually he's gonna have at least one woman with him at any given time. Usually it'll just be him and one woman, and sometimes it'll be him and a woman and like another guy or three people or whatever. But like, yeah, I mean, a big discussion on the show is about who your favorite companion is, and most of them are women. So it'll be, oh, I love Donna, oh, Martha's great, oh, I'm a big fan of fucking whatever, Leela, what's her name? The fucking, the cave woman from the fucking, the 70s era. I think the actress was named Leela. There was a cave woman, I forget. Either that or her name was Taranga. It was something like this. It was something Futurama related. I don't remember. But yeah, no, like there's a lot of discussion about that, but this guy would have you believe that feminism killed Doctor Who, which no, if Doctor Who had some kind of fucking plot in the last 5 years, that would have been great, but it just had a lot of fucking basically nothing most of the time.
Got all that power, but there is a way to get rid of it. Something a male-presenting Time Lord will never understand.
And he's okay. He's about to chime in. Thank God he is, because I had to also pause it for copyright, you know, BBC and all of that.
A
male presenting
Time Lord, something
which is, again, this guy doesn't understand. He's never watched this show and doesn't recognize that Time Lords can regenerate from female to male. That's just a thing that their fucking species does. Sometimes you die, and instead of dying, you regenerate, and instead of regenerating from male to male, you regenerate from male into a lady. How about that? And that happens sometimes. That happened in Hellbent with Peter Capaldi. There was a Time Lord guy, some Chancellor or some shit on Gallifrey, who, like, gets exterminated, I think, by a Dalek, or something happens, I don't remember, but he regenerates and he becomes a woke black lady instead. A woke shaved-headed black lady, so you know that she's down with it. So I mean, I don't know. I guess it's kind of a new thing, you know, but it's also, I don't know, it's another thing where it's like, what, you're really gonna complain about, why can't a fucking alien do this? What, really? Is that a problem? I don't know. Yeah, there's, as a concept for a species in space, I think it's fine for them to be able to shift their fucking, how they present themselves or whatever. So again, that's not a line that's particularly, in the context of this show, a problem.
a male presenting Time Lord would never
They're not even, he's not even gonna get into the real cringe part of, wow, he's completely, so the actual part of this that's kind of embarrassing is like left out of this video completely. The actual whole part of this where the day is saved by, like, the Doctor and Donna transferring their powers as binary people over into the non-binary daughter or something. Some insane, ridiculous shit that makes no fucking sense. Even from, like, oh, it's science fiction. It really doesn't make a lot of sense, frankly. He's not even getting into that. He's complete, because he didn't even watch the episode. He doesn't even know the part of the episode that is embarrassing. Fuck this guy. Okay, that's Ryan Kinnell. He is predictably a giant moron. He doesn't even know the things about the episode that are actually worth being upset about. Good for him. Classic. Doctor Who is definitely dead. Doctor Who disaster! This is peak wokeness! And I mean, like, yeah, this has completely dominated the conversation. Nobody is talking about the cool alien guys. Nobody's talking about the fun twist with the meep. Nobody's talking about the good effects. Nobody's talking about how good the characterization is of the Doctor and Donna and her whole family that we see, and they all get a good amount of time, and you get a good feeling for them. Something that was complained about to no end with Jodie Whittaker's era was how she had like 3 companions and none of them had anything to fucking do, and they were all just kind of dead weight. And people were always like, oh, well, that's because there's too many people with her. None of them can get any time. No, fucking Donna has like 5 people around her, and all of them get enough time in the episode, and it's fine. It's fine. It's just fine. And yeah, no, there's a lot to really like about the episode, but again, the like cumulative minute of the episode that is kind of questionable is the only thing that some of these people are ever even going to see of it, apparently. Some of them won't even see the part that's really bad, so...
I know enough to realize...
Yay, there he is! He's still here! We left him, but he's still with us! Yay!
When
But yeah, we can leave him, but he'll never leave us.
bad is out there. And when you see this kind of trending hashtag, it's probably not a good sign. We know it's like the 60th anniversary for Doctor Who. They're doing these 3 special releases, and one of them...
No, he does have eyebrows. He's not like he's not like the Tamir Kitan of eyebrows. He does have eyebrows. They're just very, very small.
David Tennant, who's... I don't know anything about Doctor Who, but I do know that people love...
Okay, does geeks and gamers know anything about Doctor Who? Is he gonna say... So we have the options of he likes it, or says he likes it anyway. Which, let's be real, if you're gonna have a whole complaint about this whole fucking thing, then you probably don't really like it that much. But he'll say he likes it, or he'll not say anything, or he'll say... Oh, I've also never watched it. Any option, choose your own adventure. Any option is fun.
David Tennant's Doctor, and he gets a lot of love and a lot of respect. And they were bringing him back, and apparently it was all to just shit all over him.
It was not all to do that. It was not. Wow. I guess, yeah, if all you know from this is just some tweets making fun of the bad parts, you're not going to know the context for any of it, are you? You're not going to understand the character dynamics that lead to certain characters saying certain things. You're not going to understand the vast majority of the episode that's just demonstrating the Doctor being fully capable and awesome and cool and amazing as usual. And if you want to do the whole thing about like, oh, the modern Hollywood is cheapening... Men are lame now, and no male hero. They're all useless and ineffective. They're all drow men. They're all fucking, they're all risen. Really enjoying Exile, by the way. Second Drizzt book. It's getting even better than the first. All the stuff with Blingenstone. It's really fun. But anyway, yeah, you can't even make that argument with this fucking episode. He's fine. He's doing great. It's a wonderful, stunning return to form for Doctor Who. Except for, like, a cumulative minute of it that's kind of embarrassing a little bit. It's fucking great outside of... But you wouldn't know that because nobody's talking about that. You wouldn't know about all the parts of the episode that are showing the 10th Doctor respect. You wouldn't know about the fact that the entire fucking special and the whole concept exists because there was, like, unfinished business with him and Donna, and so they're doing that, and also because we're sorry for Jodie Whittaker, please watch the show again. Which, I mean, yeah, like that's that's also part of it, but but it's handled in the best way that a situation like that possibly could. But no, it's got a little joke at the end from a character whose main trait is poking fun at the Doctor. So how dare they disrespect woke Hollywood shitting all over men again.
And continue to make sure you
woke
understand
British Hollywood.
Female Doctor is the best ever. Jed, explain this clip. I'm going to play it. Explain what this means and why they disrespect David Tennant like this.
Wait.
Hello. Just passing by, because I've got a bit...
Okay, so this was like the special that came... This was like a little comedy thing that came out before the actual special. Also, we have another neckbeard in here. Look at this fucking fedora, Max. Holy shit. Look at this guy. I mean, not a bully stream and all of that, but... Wow. Holy fucking shit. He's got the fedora. He's got the genuine neckbeard. He's got the flowing, greasy locks. And he's clearly an actual Doctor Who fan with a full TARDIS behind him. So, I'm sure we're gonna get retardus up in here.
Lost. It's funny. 60 minutes ago, I was this really brilliant woman. And now I've got this old face back again. I mean...
And, yeah, I mean, that is kind of dumb, to be fair, because Jodie Whittaker's Doctor isn't even... She's not even brilliant. I mean, she's kind of dumb compared to the other Doctors. She's kind of like a moron who, like, shows less experience. And if you really want to... If any of these people actually fucking... Like, everything I've seen of Jodie Whittaker's Doctor, she's been, like, infinitely less capable than most of the fucking male Doctors out there. If you really want to... I mean, if you really want to talk about, like, what was the tweet here from Memology 101, apparently? So, by the way, if you like Memology 101, apparently this is where he's at. The hate towards white males was overboard in this special, and this is because... Well, this isn't even from the fucking special. I'm not sure where race even factors into it. Jodie Whittaker was white, also. She isn't anymore, but she was. The hate towards white males was overboard in the special. I don't know why you're factoring race into it. But man, the neckbeard guy really looks like you just slapped a fucking... Like, you took, like a fucking Flash game, like, beard and hat and headphones and stuff. Like a dress-up game and slapped it on top of Heels versus Babyface. Does that not look like... It's like a baby man grew a beard. It's crazy. It's wild. But yeah, no, I don't know where white males is coming from. The line about I was a really brilliant woman is dumb, because even when I saw that, it's like, well, they have to say something about her. I mean, they're not gonna, like, openly shit on her on the fucking episode or something. They're not gonna do what I remember back in the day after Metroid Other M came out, there were people who were theorizing that the next game was going to start with, like, a fucking space pirate writing disrespectful fan fiction about Samus Aran, and that's what Other M was. It wasn't a real entry in the story. It was just disrespectful fanfic being written by a disgruntled space pirate who, like, Samus fought at some point, or something like that. Maybe that's what they wanted from this Doctor Who. They just want, like... They want, like, the comedy movie, like, somebody grabs the screen like it's paper. They grab the frame, and it's the new Doctor, and he's like, yeah, so that never happened. And that was just stupid Dalek fan fiction. Anyways, I guess maybe that's what they wanted. But no, they have to say something. So they call her brilliant, which is dumb, because she is depicted as being stupider than your average Doctor, kind of. From what I've seen of her, she's like a ditz. She's like a kind of an idiot. I don't know. Maybe I missed the episodes where she was really stunningly brilliant, but I think that's again more owing to Chris Chibnall being a bit of an idiot too.
60 minutes ago, I was this really brilliant woman. And now I've got this old face back again. I mean, why?
Well, there's a lot going on in this clip here. So this isn't actually from the 60th anniversary. It's from a few-minute-long Children in Need charity special.
Actually, but he's right, though. It is.
Special that came out about a week or two ago that showed him going
You know, and the funny thing is, there was already complaints about. Well, maybe he's about to
back to
say
the
it.
origin of the creation of his biggest villains. It's basically the equivalent of a time traveler going back to meet baby Hitler. That's basically what this scene is. And then all it does is campy music and say, "Oh, it's this brilliant woman. She'd probably be."
Okay, it was a comedy. It was a joke. I mean, it's literally just a joke, though. Do these people have a problem with humor? Like, everything that's ever a joke is, like, disrespectful to our legacy and our pride and our heritage or something. As whites, I guess. And it's like, this is just, the actual name of it was the Children in Need special. It's not a new thing for Doctor Who. I'd also never seen one before I watched this one. And I was like, is this the way they usually are? Is like a campy joke? And I was told that yes, they are usually like this. And I was like, well, it was kind of funny, but I hope that the main show isn't like this. And it wasn't. But this guy's like complaining that like, he goes back to the origin of the Daleks, and it's just a big stupid joke. Like, yeah, that's like actually what the point of it was. Yes, congrats on noticing that. I guess you noticed the silly music in the background, and that did it for you?
Able to handle the situation better, and it was all done so that the creator of the Daleks, the Hitler in this situation, could be taken out of his wheelchair.
Yay, I knew we were gonna get to the other woke, the real first of the wokes! It's woke! It's woke! Don't watch that show, it's fucking woke! Yeah, so the Children in Need thing also did something, which again, I have trouble with also. Where Davros, the creator of the Daleks, the Hitler in this scenario, who isn't a baby, by the way, he's like a fully grown man, but he has always been in a wheelchair thing, which isn't really a wheelchair, but it's like the bottom half of the Dalek, basically. And now, because that's offensive to disabled people, apparently he can't be in the wheelchair. It's yeah, I'm not gonna argue that so far it's not looking great. Like, it's difficult for me to fully argue, like, yeah, the writing when they aren't torpedoing shit with this insane woke garbage, yeah, I mean, it's great. I love the special. When these people weren't being kind of accurate, and yeah, it's yeah, why did they have to take hi, I'm a disabled. Why did they have to take Davros out of his chair? That's like rebooting Lion King and saying, well, some people have scars on their face and they aren't evil, so we remove the scar from Scar. Cause that's offensive to people who have scars on their face. Like, that's like his thing. That's his defining thing, is he's a spooky guy in a wheelchair. It's not like there's 500 guys in Doctor Who that are spooky guy in wheelchair. There's one. And now he's just a guy on two legs, I guess. There's a lot of those, so I don't know. This kind of actually fucks the diversity a little bit, but yeah, no. When the writing isn't doing things like that, it's been great. Yeah, all of the moments in between the horribly embarrassing facepalm moments have been great. But I can't deny that there's been some of those.
That he was in for most of his life, because being in a wheelchair is offensive. It associates disability with evil, and they're changing the canon, so he was never
changing the canon
in his wheelchair. He's not just in his wheelchair. It's a life support system. It's used to artificially extend.
I mean, God. I mean, yeah, that's true, I guess, but also just when you have this guy with this beard and this hair and this like skin color and everything, like, it's not just his wheelchair, it's a life support system, like, this is like the fucking heels versus babyface thing, where like, yeah, you might make like one good point here and there. I've said this before, like, yeah, it's really dumb that they took him out of his fucking wheelchair, but when the people who are complaining about it look like this guy, or this guy, or this guy, yeah, no fucking wonder people are making fun of these people. Like, yeah, no wonder the culture war is swinging in the left direction, because 10 years ago, the people that were being stupid on the internet had purple hair and pronouns. And now the people that look like clowns on the internet look like this, and people who are somewhat level-headed are going to see these people. Actually, that this was woke and it ruined the kid. Like, yeah, he's right, but what do you fucking want? Like, I'm sorry, he looks like a chungus. He looks like a fucking chungus. Who's gonna listen to this fucking guy?
His life from
He's right.
Human lifespan to thousands of years. So he's all decrepit. His skin's decayed. His eyes don't work.
Teaboo? Well, no, Teaboo would be... Teaboo... Well, that would be somebody like me and Bane, who is, like, American or Canadian and likes Doctor Who and British stuff. We're Teaboos, yeah. That's good. That's him, yeah. No, I guess you're right, that is him. No, you're right, how did I not notice this? Yeah, he's American, and he's got all these, like, British flags all over his fucking room. And a Doctor Who police box. And everything, like, he's American, and he has all these... That's so funny, actually, because that's really funny, because... I'm gonna stop watching this one. That's really funny, because where is my boy? Here he is. Heel versus Babyface over here. I remember seeing something with him. He has, like... Or maybe it wasn't him, but there was some British guy who was, like, one of these people, who has, like, this whole, like, American flag color scheme thing. And it's very, like, weirdly American centric and red, white, and blue focused. And no, actually, what am I saying? We can't be done with that. We can't move on to heel versus babyface just yet, because we gotta watch more of... We gotta see more of the funny man with funny beard. Funny man with funny beard say funny things, so that's important. We're gonna continue with funny man with funny beard. Just a little bit. I just want to see more of funny man with funny beard.
He's not just in his wheelchair. It's a life support system. It's used to artificially extend his life from a normal human lifespan to thousands of years.
No, the God cult is coming up in a little while. Don't you worry. We got at least another probably hour of making fun of them, but also begrudgingly having to agree with some of the things that they're saying.
It's all decrepit. His skin's decayed. His eyes don't work. But now he just looks like an SS soldier.
Yeah, I mean, but the other thing is, I didn't have a big problem with this thing they're talking about with Davros and not being in the wheelchair initially, because I don't know, like, I don't remember the fucking timeline. I think he was in the wheelchair thing before they made the Daleks, and so here he's got legs again. I don't know. You know, you could fucking say that, like, he this was before that happened. This was a failed Dalek prototype or something, and then something happens later and he gets his wheelchair or whatever. The thing is, Davros is fucking dead at this point, so, like, he's not really coming back in the main series. I mean, probably not anyway. Probably not. At least not for another, like, 10 years until they, like... I don't know, it's probably he's not coming back for a while, so, like, the actual far-reaching implications of this tiny little children's special for comedy purposes are really not that much, but it is kind of dumb, but they're really making a fucking big deal out of it, though.
A uniform, and that's what he's always been now, according to Russell T Davies. So, there's
pronouns milk/steak, 5 gift memberships from milk/steak, thank you very much. AIDS! No, that milk steaks! That's what I was supposed to say. Sorry.
Going on in just that few minute charity special that this clip's from.
And then, what we really need in Doctor Who is a lesson on pronouns.
I don't think I've ever cringed.
Oh my god, here we go. It's the same scene again. These people... Which one of you...
what we really need in Doctor...
Okay, yeah, this is this guy again, who has never seen Doctor Who before. I don't think this guy's ever seen it before, because he hasn't said anything. In his own video, we're now over 2 minutes into the video, and the guy whose video this is, Geeks and Gamers, has just said the first thing in the video. That's super beta behavior, bro. Very beta cuck. You let the fucking Fedora Max talk over you for like half of the fucking video, but okay. I wonder if the fucking Fedora guy is gonna have any... Like, he seems like he's a Doctor Who fan. Is he gonna be any bit more level-headed than these people? Like,
Who is a lesson on pronouns.
I don't think I've ever cringed harder at a scene in anything that I cringed at this right here.
I mean, I cringed pretty hard here, but I actually cringed harder at the next one we're gonna show. So
This is not even the. Oh, they're still not doing it. This is the same video. This is the same video. This is the same fucking video. God damn it, George is getting upset. This is the goddamn same video. This is the same video we just watched from this fucking cup with the red and blue. This is the same fucking video from Forehead Man. This is the same. We're looking at the same fucking things. Holy shit. Fuck this video. The actual part of the fucking episode that's embarrassing is not even going to be touched upon. It's not even going to be mentioned. The part where binary, non-binary, where the fucking end of the Donna's life is saved because her fucking daughter is trans or some fucking stupid shit. It's fucking dumb. It's fucking dumb. They haven't even talked about that. They haven't even talked about that. They're just pointing out everything else in the episode that's less offensive and stupid than that. And by offensive, I mean just dumb. I don't mean like, I'm offended by that. I just mean like it's dumb. It's just dumb. But, yeah, that was like the one thing where I was like, really? The whole plot of this episode hinges on this, and they're not even fucking bringing that up because apparently none of them saw it. I'm going to assume that maybe Clown Beard Man, Goonie Beard Man might have seen it. Like, maybe. And maybe he'll say something about it, but fuck it. Let's move on to Heels versus Babyface.
Doctor Who is back. David Tennant once again takes the role of the Time Lord, the Doctor, and nobody cared.
What do you mean? Oh, that's funny. That was funny. We were supposed to laugh. Okay.
It's Az here from Heel versus Babyface. Yes, the Doctor is back, and
I call myself Az, even though I'm also called Heel versus Babyface. It's kind of confusing, but at least the one name has baby in it, which is what I look like, and the other one kind of sounds like ass, which is also what I look like.
David Tennant. Jodie Whittaker stepped away from the role, and arguably the most popular Doctor of all time has come in to do 3 60th anniversary specials until Ncuti Gatwa takes over in the new series coming next year. However,
where they have a black man and a white blonde lady. Heavens to Betsy! I can't wait for this is just never gonna end. I mean, the videos, the parasitic beast of lefty clickbait, like culture war shit, where they will keep being like, they'll keep putting it in stuff, and people like this will keep making videos screaming about it. And everybody benefits except for the people like me who just want to watch a good Doctor Who episode that maybe has a trans allegory in it, but isn't like horribly ham-fisted and terrible. I'm stuck here in the middle, with jokers to the left of me and sickos to the right. The political meanings of left and right notwithstanding in that analogy, but they're both jokers and sickos on either side. Please let that be understood. But yeah, no, this guy is going to continue getting to make videos for years about how Doctor Who is woke because there's a black doctor. If he starts having a relationship with the lady on the show, then it's going to be interracial Doctor, and that'll be woke. And this guy's gonna be able to buy his new head baldness moisturizer cream for his scalp. He's gonna be able to buy. He's gonna be swimming in that stuff with the money he'll make off of the rage videos about how Doctor Who is woke. And then the people who make Doctor Who will hypothetically continue to do stuff like take Davros out of his wheelchair because it's offensive to the disableds. And as one of them, fuck you. But they'll hypothetically continue to do stuff like that, and meanwhile, I'll just be stuck in the middle like, well, I don't want to watch this guy's fucking autistic rant videos any more than I want to watch, Doctor Who lecture me about pronouns for the 17th time. If it continues. I'm saying, so far it's been minor enough, but man, if this becomes a thing in, like, every episode, that will be kind of it for me. If the next 2 specials also have moments in them that are equally like questionable, then I'm gonna be like, wow, so every new Doctor Who episode is gonna have something in it that like makes me like really shake my head for one reason or another. That'll be really unfortunate. But anyways,
the first of the 3 specials
first one is
has
out.
not gone down very well with.
Yes, it has.
It's the most important thing, audiences.
Well, that's just not true. People like it. It's people have liked it. Is this what they mean when they say like hate mob? Because like I think most people have enjoyed it. I mean, I saw it and I've given my perspective. I thought it was like 95% exactly what I want Doctor Who to be, and then there was a few moments that were really kind of stupid and took me out of it. Broke my immersions! But I mostly liked it, and I can't imagine, like, outside of people like who follow this guy, going to Metacritic or whatever and down-thumbing it and giving it a 0 and saying it's woke garbage. Like, people who actually watched it, I think, probably enjoyed it, mostly. Like, even the people like me who didn't care for the stuff that was admittedly dumb and kind of woke, yeah, it was mostly pretty good. So, like, this is like, I mean, on some level, it's like gaslighting. It's trying to, like, lie to us that the special was, like, not liked by people, but it was, I think, mostly. But then I also wonder if, like, the perception of it is actually being fucked with, because, yeah, there's probably people, like, who follow these channels who are just going to Metacritic or whatever and down mass zeroing it, mass down thumbing it, whatever, did not like whatever the 0 stars, equivalent is, 1 out of 10. I can only imagine it's some combination of gaslighting people into thinking that it was less good than it was, and also maybe actually inciting people to go and like lower the rating of it, like on Metacritic or something. Just this like just patently false claim that it's not gone over with. I mean, maybe it hasn't gone over well with people like that Ryan guy who haven't watched it and don't know anything about Doctor Who, but like I think a lot of the people who do are fine, are pretty happy with it, I don't know.
I can't for the life of me understand why.
Yes, the meat. I promise I can help him get home and then you'll never see me again.
You're assuming he as a pronoun.
I know this is science fiction, but we're actually going to pretend that that's a good...
Are you he?
Why do we keep cutting back to him doing that? Is that funny? I guess. I mean, he acknowledges that it's science fiction. This is, again, the same. This is the pronouns guy, of course, who screamed about how Starfield allowed people to, represent themselves in certain ways that, might be potentially considered science fiction and futuristic in some ways. You might, transhumanism and all of that, cloning yourself and changing, I don't know why that's become such a political thing. I feel like over a decade ago, like I remember on 4chan when the biggest thing in the world was I want to be the little girl. That was the quote. You'd start the thread with an anime girl picture, and it would be like from K-On! Or Lucky Star, one of the like slice of life ones where it's like a little girl, and it would be all it would say is I want to be the little girl. I want to transition. I want to be like, I don't know, before this became a question of woke versus not woke, I feel like a lot of people would have just taken this and been like, oh man, that's a cool... Oh, yeah, like specifically in Starfield anyway. I'm talking about Starfield here. Like, oh, wow, in the future I can change my gender? Wow, that's cool. But now it's, like, politicized in some way, I guess. Yeah, and then in this scene, it's like, he acknowledges that it's science fiction, but he's still freaking out about the, like, yeah, why would you assume that it's male or female or anything when it's a weird Furby from space?
She or they?
Look at this fucking creature. Why would you assume anything about its fucking gender? I said earlier, frankly, that it's the only thing I would complain about in this scene is that the Doctor should already kind of know that and not assume that and not have to be told that by the woke teen. That's the one thing that's like, he doesn't need to be lectured by the fucking woke pronoun police. He is like a traveler of time and space and should probably just like like recognize as a Time Lord who can himself transition from male to female, can maybe recognize that he shouldn't have to, you know, like shouldn't assume that. So it was handled sort of clumsily, but it's also, I mean, again, context-wise, it's fine. I don't know, it's not the worst thing. It's not the worst thing in the episode.
My chosen pronoun is the definite article. I am always the me.
It's a long Furby.
As a wise man once said, fucking pronouns! The return of Russell
You the wise man.
T. Davis as the
You're the wise man, huh?
showrunner of the series gave some...
I love, it's kind of funny. I watched the Spoonie Ultima retrospective. There was one that was uploaded like 6 years ago or something on YouTube that has, it's like all of the games, all of the Ultima games, but without all of the skits. And it was funny. You could tell it was, so I had only seen him cover up to like Ultima, I don't know, 5 or whatever. After a certain point, I realized it was new ones that I hadn't seen him cover before, or rather new videos from him that I had never seen after the point when I stopped watching Spoonie, because he had started making liberal use, especially in Ultima 9. He had a counter of betrayals. I don't know if that was a meme before the incident, but there's the infamous incident during an XCOM thing. They were showing off some not very good XCOM game, and Spoonie, as an XCOM fan who was invited to the event, started shouting about betrayal! Betrayed me! And he started to like try and reclaim that as a meme. Like, people were using that to like meme on him, to like laugh at Spoonie. And he was trying to like, haha, I'm in on the joke, betrayal! Which maybe a little bit, but it was also like, I don't know, I know the way Time has looked on that joke since then, and how it's mostly been Spoonie that's been the butt of the joke a little bit. Until recently, when it's been kind of re-examined and like, oh yeah, that game he was looking at was terrible, and it kind of was a betrayal of XCOM fans, and yeah. But, yeah, that just reminded me of this. Like, everybody on the internet made fun of this guy for his insane baby rant about pronouns in Starfield. But you do your best at trying to reclaim that as you're in on the joke or whatever, guy. You go for it.
Fans, a
fucking gender ambiguity.
Things could change. However, Russell T. Davis decided to quash that pretty damn quickly with his own politics, and also his stance on the Timeless Children, saying that it remains canon. But
again, what was... Were they literally just hoping for what I said about, like fan fiction? Like, it turns out it was just the master writing fan fiction to degrade and denigrate the Doctor and be like, yeah, well, you're a stupid lady, and I don't like you, and you have 3 companions who are all boring, and then Trump shows up and shoots a gun at spiders. Like, did he... Yeah, for people who aren't aware of Doctor Who stuff, there was a whole thing with the female Doctor. That is her official name as a character. The female Doctor, one of the, like, season finales or whatever, series finales, had this fucking reveal that it turns out the original Doctor, not the first Doctor, William Hartnell, the old man from the Black and White show, but before him, the actual first Doctor was a woke black lady, or something. Some stupid thing. And yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard to just decouple that from the fucking canon or whatever. Like, you can't... I mean, what are they gonna just, like, oops, sorry, we lied. Like, yeah, it was a joke. That was just a little fun. That was just a meme. Like, that's just kind of in there now. I'm sorry. I mean, you know, in 20 years, maybe it'll be decanonized like the half-human on my mother's side thing from the fucking TV movie. They said that in the TV movie, that the Doctor was half-human on his mother's side. And for years, people pointed that out, and then I think we've since like, officially put that to rest as just a joke that he made or something. But, yeah. maybe somehow in like 20 years they'll be like, yeah, that whole story was just a fever dream, don't worry about it. The actual first Doctor was William Hartnell, don't worry, it's fine. But I don't know. I think it's probably I will give them this. I will say this. I like the title of this video, Doctor Who / whom. I'll give them that. That's a fun joke. That's a good pronoun joke.
Then came Davros.
And there's a problem with the Davros of old in that
half woke on my mother's side.
Who is evil.
Right. So also it's not a wheelchair, it's a life support system, but don't worry about it.
I had problems with that, and a lot of us on the production team had the problems with that.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's unfortunate, isn't it? That is just like I wanna hope for the best, because again, I genuinely did like a lot of the special. Most of the special, the vast majority of the special. It was very good. But man, when you directly see the showrunner being like,
so there was elements that were problematic and we had to remove them because we had a problem with them because they're problematic.
Like, oh god. Oh goodness god me. Hey, Russell able-bodied T. Davies, I'm disabled. Please stop. Please. It's fine. I'm sure you have some wheelchair rant motherfucker on the team who thinks that this is a huge problem, but we can go back to the era where we don't listen to everything that everybody says. Like, you don't have to just because somebody at the fucking team has a thing that they say, like, you know, not everybody, you don't have to listen to every single suggestion, right? Because that would be stupid. That would just be stupid and dumb and just stupid, and don't do that. Just don't do that. Just don't ever do that. Please don't do that anymore, Russell T. Davies, please. Oh man. Oh god. Oh man. Fucking wheelchairs!
Sounds like a you problem, not a we problem.
Associating disability with evil. And trust me, there's a very long tradition of this.
There's also a very...
Trust me. I mean, yeah, what? There's like Doctor Who has one... Fucking, I don't know, was Pike evil in that one episode in fucking Star Trek? Like, I don't know, I guess Blofeld or whatever, was he the wheelchair guy? Was Dr. Evil in a wheelchair? I don't know, there's a long history of lots of things! There's lots of histories, sir! There's histories of fucking people, there's a long history of stories having beginning, middle, and ends, but you don't see people fucking with that.
Very long history of depicting disabled people as heroic and powerful and strong and not allowing their disability to define...
Yes, as a non-human who was born incorrectly, I can confirm that the change to Davros was unnecessary.
Them and to overcome it.
And I wasn't even like those fucking paraplegics who you know, they started with their legs. Oh no, I was born with one hand, okay? I've got more right to this goddamn claim than anyone. No, but that is horrible. I'm sorry for the people. It's actually probably worse for them that had the ability to walk and now they can't. So, you know, all jokes aside, that is unfortunate. But that being said, I don't... Listen, I will use my disabled card every chance I get. This was a stupid change. Fuck you. I will... If you have a Doctor Who villain with a claw hand, keep him! Keep him! We need... Listen, I just got to the part in... Okay. I just got to the part in the second Drizzt Do'Urden book. Forgotten Realms, D&D shit. Where Drizzt gets to the fucking deep... Spoilers a little bit. He gets to the deep gnome city. He goes real deep in those gnomes. He gets to the deep gnome city of Blingenstone, and he meets a fellow that he met from the first book, who he showed mercy to, but because his people are not merciful, he got caught by like his kin, and his only thing was, oh well, save his life, but cut off his hands, you know, so that he can serve as a warning or something. He can be the one who lives and goes back and tells the tale as a warning. When really it's just him showing mercy. Second book, we meet that person, Balwer, and he's got he's got a hammer on one hand, and he's got like a fucking pickaxe on the other. Best character, okay? Now, he's not a villain, but I'm just saying, like, the wheelchair people, you got Bentley from Sly Cooper. Don't you have enough? Don't you have enough? God damn it. You got Bentley from Sly Cooper, and you've got the new lady from the new episode, who, by the way, you want to talk about the new Doctor Who being woke? Well, it kind of was a little bit in some stupid ways, but it was also kind of woke in like the good ways a little bit too, because it had the disabled lady, and she was fine. She was a fun character. She was an enjoyable character. She had a fucking weapon thing in her wheelchair and knocked out a guy, and it was fun. It was great. She was cool. I liked her. If we focused on positive stuff like that, rather than like weird changes that benefit no one, that would be cool. Because nobody's really complaining that much about fucking Davros being in a wheelchair, but I'm sure a lot of people would have been happy if the only big thing in this episode was that there was a cool lady in a wheelchair who had a wheelchair that shoots things at guys and knocks them out or whatever. You know? But no, we had to also have fucking pronouns and gender ambiguity. We had to also have a fairly questionably handled trans thing toward the end of the episode that kind of broke my immersions and all that.
Be the hero that they know they can be.
See you,
but
Bane.
I guess that didn't matter. It seemed Russell T Davies had a very specific idea about how he wanted to portray disabled people.
Evening, boys.
My bad.
So wait, hang on. I was reading the chat. What does he say about this lady?
But I guess that didn't matter. It seemed Russell T Davies had a very specific idea about how he wanted to portray disabled people.
Evening, boys.
Yeah, this is the scene. They're like in Peril's clutches, being taken to the bad guy's like lair or whatever, and she knocks them out. And saves them, and it was a fun scene. Apparently this is bad too. Like, this is the problem. This is what you come to my channel for. I love the people too. There's always one, at least, who are like, but Claw, you're agreeing with the things he's saying. Why aren't you agreeing with everything he's saying? Why are you a cuck? Why are you a shill and a grifter? Because you don't agree with everything that he says. And it's like, because, well, he's also an idiot, but you know, because yeah, it's stupid to change Davros, but it's also not stupid to have a cool, positive example of somebody in a wheelchair or something. Like, that's fine. How are you gonna, in the same you have Professor X here, but you're going to complain about this lady who has a wheelchair that shoots like tranq darts at people? That's a problem for you. But Professor X is fine. Okay.
My bad. Why didn't I think of that? Now kids can happily walk down the street thinking that somebody in a wheelchair is going to blow them up. That's sure to get rid of that stigma.
What? Is that what people are going to think? That's a weird reach. I mean, I don't think she's not... Okay, I guess. I'm sure. I mean, he's trying to make the point. He really likes to do this. He goes out of his way to try and make the point of his thing be that somebody else is a hypocrite, even when it sometimes just makes him look like a hypocrite. Like, I remember with the pronoun thing, he tried for like a full video, he tried to call people like hypocrites and call Act-Man a hypocrite because, or subtly imply it or whatever, or you know, jab at him as like a hypocrite because, oh, Pete, you know, you got canceled for having an opinion, but then I did, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, okay, he didn't get canceled. He didn't have an opinion in the same way that you did, and you also weren't canceled. You're fine. You're still preaching to the same fucking crowd of people you always were. What, like, he really seems to like to try to catch people and like, oh, well, yeah, but you said this, so therefore you're a hypocrite. Like, I think that's what he was doing here. I've noted that with him.
Don't worry, Doctor Who's a massive success. As we can see from this wonderful headline, Doctor Who's first 60th anniversary special is a TERF's worst nightmare. Because that doesn't scream of ideology above...
God, I hate it so much that, like, yeah, I mean, there's so much to this special that was a lot of fun and enjoyable. And we really have just, like, anybody who doesn't know anything about it would assume that, like, the whole fucking thing is, like, non-stop. Like, the Doctor's got a new companion and she's trans and she keeps shouting "it's ma'am" at him every scene and telling him to check his privilege, and, like, you would assume that that's what the entire special was, apparently. And not, like, 90% really good Doctor Who action and then a little bit of, or 95, whatever, a little bit of stuff that was like, ugh. And, yeah, I mean, even this fucking headline, this is probably from somebody who's, like, on the positive side of it had trans stuff, yada yada. Yeah, you could just not, also. You could just... Yeah, the culture war, it's on both sides. I mean, it truly is. This fucking moron, Rachel O'Connor, who wrote this fucking article, who is, in exactly the same way, reduced this entire special down to, look, guys, it's woke, but it's a good thing, because I wrote it. I wrote it on a website where that's a good thing. Like, no, it really, that's not the majority of it. Why do you have to be like this, you fucking people? You fucking people.
Entertainment at all, does it? It must be a glitch in the system. I'm pretty sure that 60 years of history will be treated with the utmost of respect.
Tret?
Years of history will be treated with the...
Is that a word? Is that like a writ large where he saw that in a fucking, like, old-timey encyclopedia and he's like, oh, that's gonna make me look smart and win arguments? Is that like one of those? Tret? Like treated? Okay.
Utmost of respect.
Tret.
Yeah, of course I'm talking absolute shite. They shat all over the Doctor.
Yes, we know. We know everything. Thanks. And you know nothing.
Okay. Again, if you're just new to the stream, this is a stream where people misinterpret characters from Doctor Who and the way that they typically act, and don't regard any of the previous history of this character and her interactions with this Doctor and how she treats this Doctor and the kind of snarky things that she says to him, and also her daughter, who also has, like, weird Time Lord fucking energy in her or whatever. So yeah, they know things. I don't know why this is a problem. I don't know why. I mean, God, you hear a lot about, like, white male fragility. Is that what this is? Like, it's the most minor of jokes, and we have to... It's like, this is... It's the end of the world for these people. It's the most minor of jokes.
We know everything. You know nothing.
Have you ever watched Donna Noble in anything before, you fucking clown?
That's a really good start with, you know, the star of your show for 60 fucking years.
It's a shame you're not a woman anymore.
It's a shame you're not a woman anymore.
Doctor Who can't be a woman. It's a shame but that's bad. But that's woke. Women are woke. But no, it's not a shame that he's not a woman. But that would be woke. No, he can't be a woman. That would be woke. No. Fucking pronouns.
Because of course, having a vagina, no offense, love, having a vagina just makes you incredibly correct all the time, it seems. No offense, mate.
We've got all that power, but...
Remember, he's not transphobic or anything. He's definitely not.
There's a way to get rid of it. Something...
This is the guy who I remember. He had the whole thing about pronouns in Starfield. And then at the end of his, like, when people were making fun of him for it, he was like, now does all of this mean that I'm an evil transformophobia? Well, no! And it's like, well, my whole thing was like, okay, the people who like you are probably or don't care that you are. And the people who don't like you already fucking know you are, or at least think that you are, whether you are or not. So frankly, you should just come clean with yourself and admit that you are a transphobe. Just, you're not gonna be fucking clicked off the fucking website or anything. The people that watch you will still watch you, and nothing significant will happen other than you will be true to yourself a little bit about your beliefs and where you stand, and not lie about, oh, I'm totally not a transphobe, even though I literally can't even bring myself to say the word without turning it into transformer phobia. And, you know, there's a trans person in this scene, and he has to be, like, all mate with her, I guess. That's, yeah, I mean, it's like, again, I'm personally not even judging you necessarily. If you want to feel that way, if you want to be that kind of person, that's on you, man. But I'm just saying that it's stupid to me personally that you refuse to acknowledge that that's what is going on with you, because everybody knows, we can all tell that you're a transphobe. That's fine. Nobody's going to force you into a re-education camp to make you stop being a transphobe. People will say what they feel about that, which is probably not going to be positive, and maybe you don't want to deal with that, and so that's why you're, you know, lying to yourself or whatever and everybody else. But yeah, you are. So it's like, just say it. I mean, it's fine. I don't know.
A male presenting Time Lord will never understand.
No! Some
pronouns! But okay, but again, this is a... So we want to assume this guy's British, so he probably has watched Doctor Who, but like... I mean, you know, I've said before, I remember in like 2013 or whatever, I don't remember exactly when, but when they announced that the next Doctor was going to be Peter Capaldi, there was some backlash that it wasn't a woman or a black guy or something, that it was just an old white, and I remember at the time, I mean, obviously leaving aside that that's racist and, you know, sexist, and, you know, oh, how dare Peter Capaldi, one of the biggest fans of Doctor Who who's ever been on the show or involved with the show in any way, how dare he be the Doctor for a few years? Gods forbid. Oh, my various gods. But I do remember at the time being like,
well, a woman can't be the Doctor, he's a man.
Ugh. And I mean, yeah, you know, to an extent it's like, well, okay, he always has been a male Time Lord. He's also just like an alien who can shapeshift, so weirdly drawing the line in the sand of like he can't turn into a woman or black or whatever. Like he can be old and Scottish or whatever. He can be a young Matt Smith guy with a weird face who's like who acts like a grandpa. He can be anything he wants to be, but he can't be a woman. He can transform into anything, but he can't be a woman or black. He has the full spectrum of white man available to him. That seems a lot sillier to me than just saying that he can be a fucking woman or whatever. That seems a lot stranger to me. That like there's like a weird rule for him that he's only allowed to look... It's more or less, you know, you can randomize the sliders on your character creator, but you can't, you lock it into your race and everything. You know, you're within reason here. Let's not go overboard here. Yeah, no, I don't know. The whole complaint here is about the male presenting line. And again, if you think about this, if you're terminally online like these people, and your whole life is like people on Twitter whining, and you whining at people on Twitter. If you're terminally online and your whole fucking thing is like other idiots on fucking Twitter, like, yeah, I guess hearing terms like male presenting would probably be a lot more cringe than they are even to me, which they already is a little. I'm not gonna pretend that that's not still a bit... Again, I think the concept generally here is fine, but like... Man, they didn't really handle it that well. But yeah, no, the whole, conceptually, yeah, male presenting makes sense in this scenario. It makes sense. I mean, he can He's gonna complain though, I guess. I just don't know if he's like really a Doctor Who guy in this case because, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, he is male presenting. He hasn't been before. He previously wasn't. I mean, I know people didn't like that era, but it's just so weird to me how politicized too, like the Jodie Whittaker, because it's part of this whole culture war. The Jodie Whittaker era of Doctor Who, it's like, okay, I haven't seen much of it myself. I'm actually planning on watching some. I want to watch the Flux thing, the like 6-episode special, which I heard is like not great, but it's like the best of her era. I want to watch that. And yeah, I'm gonna watch some, but like, I don't know, you know, the weird element where it's all political and it's like they're ruining Doctor Who and making it political. Yeah, I mean, like, if you wanted to, like, I'm just imagining the version of this on like a news group in the fucking 90s or whatever that's like, Colin Baker's Doctor wasn't canon. It didn't happen. That was a bad era and it didn't happen. It was stupid and we want to forget about it. Like, yeah, you're probably not wrong that it's bad and stupid, but like, I don't think it needs to be like buried. It's not, I mean, I don't think it ever would have been so politicized before. Like, Doctor Who's been bad. It's the same as Star Trek, where it became this whole thing about politics, and it's because they shove politics in now, but that's just because they're fucking hack frauds. I mean, I did a whole video talking about that last year, but yeah, Star Trek, did I say Star Wars or Star Trek? Star Trek has had parts in the past, like fucking Voyager or whatever, or Enterprise, that were not that good. But the only time it became a political, like, a shot across the bow on the fucking SS Gamergate or whatever, the first strike of the culture war was Star Trek Discovery. Yeah, it never was like that political when there was like a bad Voyager episode before. I guess because they didn't bring politics into it as much. You know, I mean, it's not like it's not the writer's fault, but man.
A male presenting Time Lord will never understand. Yeah.
No, I know Voyager there's parts that are good. I can't complain. I haven't seen Voyager. I'm currently getting back into Deep Space Nine. I've seen, I think, my favorite episode of Star Trek recently, which is from TNG. I don't like TNG that much. I find it kind of boring compared to Deep Space Nine. That's my jam. But it's the one with Lal, Data's daughter. That's like peak Star Trek right there. The only thing is there's no action. There's like no action. So if there was like some kind of space battle or something, that would make it the perfect Star Trek episode. But yeah, that's. I mean, I like Deep Space Nine better overall, but I think the LOL episode is my favorite so far.
By the way, I haven't edited this or doctored it in any way. This is actually what happened in the special. R.I.P. Doctor Who. By the way, is there any chance?
But you're not even getting into the part of this that's stupid. None of them are. Wow, this is amazing. All right, I'm going to call it here on the Doctor Who stuff. We're going to move along to the next thing. But that was just incredibly enlightening. That was, I don't know if other people cared. I'm sure some people are like, thank God it's over. But man, that was incredibly enlightening for me because I actually found myself agreeing with some of their points, which I frequently do with these people. They that's how they get you. They make some points that make sense. That's how I wound up being a Nerdrotic, not a like subscriber, but I watched his videos for a while until I remember he started talking about like the plandemic in a video, and I was like, all right then, and I that ended pretty quick, but yeah, they get you in with stuff that makes sense, and that's how the pipeline works. But yeah, no, it was fascinating because there were things that they didn't even approach in any of the videos we watched. None of these videos got to the main thing that I found weird about the episode, which was that it actually all culminates in being an important part of the plot. That Donna's daughter is trans, and Donna and the Doctor are binary. Like they're having this like mind meld thing. And Donna's about to die, or some stuff is happening, the world is about to end, a whole bunch of shit, And the Doctor and Donna are like doing this regeneration Time Lord fucking magic woo-ha fucking mind meld thing. And they start like saying words, and it's like, you know, she's saying them faster than he says them, and like he, you know, she's connected to him or whatever, Vulcan mind meld. And then she starts going binary, 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 and then it turns out that like her life is saved because like her and the Doctor's energy gets like transferred over to her daughter, who is non-binary, and it's this like scene where it's the clip from earlier, like a couple minutes earlier, where she's like binary, binary, and then it cuts to the daughter going non-binary, and it was just the worst thing. It was just the worst thing. It was so dumb. It was so peak dumb, and it's so amazing to me that none of these people even mentioned any of that. It was all just the other scenes, the very surface level elements of like assumed gender, yada yada yada. It wasn't that horribly ham-fisted, clumsy bullshit. It was the less offensive stuff that was perfectly explainable that people are upset about. That's really fascinating to me. That is really fascinating to me. Like, one guy didn't even fucking see the thing. And the other one, wow, that's so fucking funny. The other videos we saw, none of them, they all had the same points. They were all the same videos. They were all the same exact, like, tweets that they were all fucking riffing on. That was so enlightening and insightful. That was so insightful. Just watching that, and like, that's the way they're all like this. This really reminds me, again, it's like the pendulum has shifted in such a way. Like, look at this. 5 hours ago, Critical Drinker. 1 day ago, Nerdrotic. 1 day ago, Geeks and Gamers. 1 day ago, Ryan Cadell. 1 day ago, Clownfish. 1 day ago, Heels vs. Babyface. You know what this fucking reminds me of? These 15 fucking videos coming out on the same day about the same thing, all featuring the same fucking people in some of them. You know what it actually reminds me of? It reminds me of that time that a bunch of leftist game journalists told people that gamers were dead because they were all hateful, misogynistic white men, and 15 articles came out on different websites that were all competing with each other on the same day, featuring the same talking points, and then it later turned out that they were all in a conspiracy fucking group sharing fucking like it was all like a fucking like agenda. It was legitimately an agenda. I don't know, similar. It's just funny how the turntables, isn't it? It's funny how 10 years later this is what's happening now. Instead, I guess at least this is more out in the open than the weird, like, backroom fucking phony journalism of like, Gamergate era Kotaku or whatever, but man, that's so funny that they're all the same video from slightly different white guys talking about the same, like, misinformed points without context and not even acknowledging the main thing that's embarrassing about the episode. The one thing I can kind of give them is that the Davros thing is stupid. That's like the one thing without any question that I can be like, yeah, that was dumb. That was pretty dumb. I don't have no notes. The Davros thing, pretty dumb. Not a huge thing, because it was just like it's like a minor thing. It kind of like he's not gonna come back and fucking do a Fortnite dance, you know, out of his wheelchair. I don't think that's gonna happen. So I don't think it's a huge deal, but like, yeah, it's dumb. I'll give you that one. But for the actual special, they're like gaslighting people into thinking that it's worse than it was, and like hate mobbing fucking, hate mobbing Rotten Tomatoes or whatever to lower the fucking rating of it, when in fact 90% of it was a lovely special that was a great return to form and felt like, classic 10th Doctor shenanigans. The one thing, actually, here's a complaint about the special. Here's a complaint unrelated to any of this. They call him the 14th Doctor, but he isn't really. I mean, I was hoping he would be different. Like, he would look like David Tennant, but have a different personality. Maybe he would talk with David Tennant's actual Scottish accent. No, it's just the 10th Doctor again. It's kind of disappointing. I was hoping it would be like a thing where he's the same face, but a different No, it's just the 10th Doctor again. Which is cool if you like him, which I mean I do, but I don't know. I also like David Tennant. I would have liked to see him do something different with the role. Maybe get a different outfit or something. I know he's only back for a few episodes, but yeah. That's one little thing. Oh good God. Hello? Hello? Oh, are we still live? Did the stream end? Are we still live? Hello? Hello? Hello, ma'am? Hello? No, I just had I had a brief gun. It's fine. I spilled coffee on the keyboard. Hello, hello, ma'am? Yeah, you got the cards, ma'am? Yeah? You got the cards? We're back. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. Yeah, we're done with the Doctor Who. I don't know how much got cut off. But we're done. We're done with the Doctor Who stuff. We're done with we are done with the culture war nonsense. We're moving on, not to the God Cult Manifesto. Wait, not God Cult. I had a video from years ago called the Doctor. Well, good. Now I'm mixing it all up. Not Doctor Who. We're off of Doctor Who. Called the Smurf. The Anti-Smurf God Cult Manifesto, I think was the name of the upload. And this is not related to that. It's God Cult related, but not related to that at all. But we're not getting to that just yet. We're going to get to that in a minute. We first have to find out how these random people on YouTube who have 72 subscribers got ghosted by Frasier. Somebody recommended this to me the last stream. I did. I think it was the last stream, and it was at the end of it. And yeah, it's these people who apparently tried to reach out to the Frasier people with their scripts for the reboot of Frasier, and I guess they're upset that they didn't get their scripts made into I mean, is there even a reboot of Frasier happening? Is that happening? If that's happening, I mean, I haven't even heard about that, but apparently that's been happening for 2 years at least. The official reboot. So they had ideas for how to contribute, for ideas that they could contribute to the official reboot. Now, I don't know if that implies that there was a reboot already of Frasier in the works and they are talking about getting involved with it, or that they were suggesting that they do a reboot, to NBC or whoever. I don't know, but let's watch.
Hi, Internet. My name's Kim.
I'm Adam.
And we are Kim.
And Adam.
Howdy. So we wanted to take a moment to actually introduce ourselves.
Wait, Frasier is back? It is? Wait, what? I've seen the first 2 episodes. It's meh. They're back? What the fuck? It's on Hulu now. What the fuck? Okay, how did nobody inform me that Frasier... You'd think that would be a big deal. That's a big deal show. I mean, I heard immediately when King of the Hill was coming back, and I at that point I wasn't a King of the Hill fan. I was a much bigger Frasier fan. I had no fucking idea. And it's already out, and it's not good.
Are
what a shame.
DIY punk rock artists from Orlando, Florida. We have actually known each other and been in love with each other since we were 13 years old. Aww.
I mean, these people feel like they would be characters in an episode of Frasier, but...
And our whole lives, we have just been kind of DIY, food stamp, poor kids who kind of had to work for everything we've ever had.
Uh-huh. Right, the typical demographic of Frasier. It makes sense that you would have You know, the guy who lives in the penthouse in Seattle and drinks wine and goes to the opera and stuff. That seems like, you know, it seems like a good fit. Not that, I mean, I watched Frasier when I was poor too, you know, when I was a kid. I haven't watched Frasier in like, shit, I don't think I've watched a full episode of Frasier in like a decade or something. I really should, because I saw that video from B-Mask about, oh god, it's been longer than a decade. How long has it been since I watched Frasier? I saw the video about Frasier on Cheers from B-Mask. It's like 2 hours. It's about Frasier before the show Frasier and his stuff, what he was up to on Cheers. It's a really good video. Made me want to see Frasier. Still haven't watched any of it, but yeah, no, I don't know. I guess these food stamp people, I don't know why that's relevant to this though.
So that's okay. We know how to make ends meet. We're super productive. We're super appreciative, and we're super hardworking. And we just
I
kinda
don't
make
know
the
why
best
we're getting your
out of
backstory.
Every situation.
Good
that
for
we
you.
had, because
Well, you're gonna make the best out of not getting your fucking your fucking Frasier scripts made up, I guess.
we lost the birth lottery.
Exactly. That's right. We did.
Well, you lost the birth lottery, maybe, but look at the guy. I mean, look at both of you. You both chose to look this way.
Because we lost the birth lottery.
That's such a fucking. That's just such a like a cop out thing to say. I don't know. Like, whatever. We're, you know, well, we lost the birth lottery, I guess. Well, whatever. I guess they're saying they try to make the best of it, but that just seems. I guess that's a good way to take it, but. It seems like it's more of a... It sounds more like a... well, what can you do? We were born failures, I guess. Nowhere to go but down. Might as well not even try. Like, alright. But to that end, though, he did choose to get these mutton chops. So, you know, that was a choice. That wasn't a lottery. That was a choice.
Exactly. That's right. We did.
Yeah.
We did lose the birth lottery.
But that's okay, because not having those resources made us better, sharper people, and it really did bring us closer together, the struggles that we went through. So yeah, basically
What?
our whole lives we've been into...
Chat members, why are we learning this about these randos? I never asked. I would have never asked. I want you to know that. I want these people to know that there are very, very few circumstances that I can imagine in which I would have asked for any of this information from them.
art, music, and just DIY.
Because
and
Frasier? Oh,
the
I see.
entertainment industry is something we have always dreamed of, literally since we were children. We have worked on tons and tons and tons of projects over the...
Have you now? Have you now? Oh. Oh. Well, not that many, but we have some episodes here. Oh, this is exciting. Oh boy, they're hour-long episodes. What the fuck? Okay. That's very exciting.
We were children. We have worked on...
We've wanted to be in entertainment industry since we were children. In all that time, we haven't found success, so it's not going that well, you know.
Tons and tons and tons of projects over the past decades that we just really weren't able to ever get off the ground just due to lack of funding, lack of resources, and just having to bust our asses to pay the fucking rent. So, like our whole lives, we have been huge fans of Kelsey Grammer. I know.
So we're gonna start this video where we should have started it. Yeah, okay. We're 1 minute and 47. Why? I guess. I mean, no. I'm trying to figure out a reason why anybody would have wanted that info. Like, other than just sympathy and like, oh, you guys deserve a big break. You should have had that episode. You should have been on the reboot, you guys. I'm sorry you weren't. I guess that's what they're going for.
For me, personally, it all started with Sideshow Bob. That was really my introduction to, like, intellectual comedy. And
well, yeah, no, I wouldn't say that she looks like a drag queen here, but I would definitely say that this picture they show, yeah, they hard cut from her looking like just kind of a normal lady with, like, you know, dyed hair, to this. This looks like something that Hank Hill would go "Whoa!" at in an episode that didn't age well. Yeah.
We have been huge fans of Kelsey Grammer. I know for me personally, it all started with Sideshow Bob.
What do you mean it's like are they like dressing up as Rocky Horror? Okay, I guess that makes sense then. All right. Somebody said, is it getting quieter? So I'll turn it back up. I had the volume down at like halfway because of the pronouns people. They were all pretty loud.
Was really my introduction to like intellectual comedy, and it was all due to Kelsey Grammer. He not only was really, really funny, but he made
intellectual
me want to be smarter,
comedy,
so I could understand the jokes better and make better jokes myself. So, yeah, we both kind of grew up in households where, you know, cheer.
So does what's his name over here? Is he like your houseboy, or like what is he? Does he? Is he like a resurrected corpse? Like, is he like Klungo from Banjo-Kazooie? If we throw him a line, does he just go, "Yes, mistress," and then just back to you, mistress? He doesn't seem like he has much personality of his own, is what I'm saying here. You know, mutton chops and blue hair are not an excuse for not having much to say, fella.
And Frasier were definitely on the background, even though I was more tuned in to like Simpsons, down Periscope, kind of Kelsey Grammer. He was still very much a part of our lives growing up. Despite everything he's done, I think my favorite performance for Kelsey Grammer is definitely Abraham Lincoln. I mean, he's Frasier.
I should throw some tossed salad and scrambled eggs at you.
But we have always been fans of art, music.
Oh my god, why is this all about you? Oh my god, nobody cares. Shut up about you. Like, it kind of got into Frasier a bit, and then now we're back to you.
Punk rock and Kelsey Grammer, we just never had the resources or the time to actually do anything with those goals and those dreams because we were too busy working for a living and trying to pay our bills.
During the pandemic...
Oh my god, he has words! He has lines!
I saw the Frasier reboot was announced.
Oh, by the way, stick around for the Tamatoa Gaming Daw apology video after this.
And then I immediately told Kim. And
well, not after this. We gotta watch some more of the videos on this channel first, but we're gonna get to it. We're gonna get to it.
I reached out to both of the head writers of the Frasier reboot, Joe Cristalli and Chris Harris.
But wait, who are Joe Cristalli and Chris Harris?
Oh god. Oh, I didn't see you there, type beat.
They're actually...
But wait! Who are they?
Writers and producers, and have been attached to various projects and networks throughout the
So in other words, they're like you, but successful and actual.
Industry.
And not with stupid hair.
The most noticeable one would probably be How I Met Your Mother.
Yeah, how are we not talking about the best Kelsey Grammer role? You want to see two dudes fucking an alligator? Money Plane. Yeah, the best. I am Charles Darius Grouch III, the motherfucking Rumble. the best Kelsey Grammer role ever.
Where you can see right here, they were credited for
AKA the Rumble, yes.
I did not receive a response from Joe Cristalli. However, I did receive a response from Chris Harris. He messaged me back.
Hi Chris, I'm Adam, and I'm very interested in being a writer on your Frasier revival. I've already sent some communication. As well as my wife Kim, who also shares them. Great. Who also share. This is, God. They must have been like. This must have been such a funny laugh for these two guys, like the people making this show. Just, yeah, the fucking weird punk rock yokels that tried to the white husband and wife yokels that tried to send in their their script written in crayon or whatever. We are very cheap to pay, as not to dig into the budget, and our top priority is the production value of Dr. Frasier Crane's third and final act. We have years of experience working for a variety of enterprises, including Blank. And we bring intelligent, witty, and oftentimes juvenile humor with a splash of shock and awe. Oh yeah, shocking juvenile humor is definitely what I go to Frasier for. That sounds great. That sounds like a Can't imagine why the punk rockers who bring shocking juvenile humor to the Frasier reboot where he's an old man. Where he's like probably more of like a boomer than he already was in the old shows, where he was like a snob who fucking went to the opera and shit. And he links his fucking Tumblr at the start of oh god. This is like a professional guy. Don't link your Tumblr. Examples of my writing, mainly essays and blogging, can be found here. Well, that's not much of a fucking that's a Tumblr, bro. Smiley face. Our goal is to honor the likes of John Mahoney, Moose, Eddie the dog. In case the people making the reboot don't know who the fucking dog was on Frasier, they had to remind them. Like, in case we're bigger fans than you, it's Eddie the dog. You fucking idiot. It's Eddie. Nicholas Colasanto before them, not to forget David and Lynn Angel. Rip. We are huge fans of Cheers and Frasier. And again, we work cheap, with a little winky emoji. Very sincerely, Adam Wakarski and Kim. And for some reason, her name is blurred out, but his isn't. I don't know why. She's like embarrassed to be involved in all of this. Maybe she has better sense than he does, but we already have a 10 story treatments for episode 1 to 10, and we'll continue to write more. Oh boy.
I explained to him that my wife and I were not in the industry. We were up and
Yeah.
independent.
Step 2, don't pitch via DMs.
And I
Slides into your DMs. Hello, baby. Was thinking about maybe producing a few episodes of Firefly reboot. Just, you up, girl? You up? The girl in this case being Joss Whedon, of course.
my writing, as you can see here in our exchange of back and forth of the various messages that we sent back and forth to one another.
Okay. The truth is, yeah, so the guy is like letting him down easy, saying, yeah, you don't have a significant experience. I'm trying to make sure we cast a wide net, though. We'll consider as many folks. We're not allowed to read any material even tangentially related to Frasier. But if you and Kim have a half-hour spec script that you feel is top-notch and will rise above the hundreds of other submissions we're getting from all over, then of course I'd be happy to make sure it gets considered. Well, that's a very good professional response. Good job, Chris.
Chris said that he was willing to take a shot on a couple of new faces who were not in the industry. We did not have any.
Well, let's be fair here. That's like that's like third or fourth on the list of things that he was trying to get at in that post there, Adam. He was that's on there somewhere. Yes, he would be potentially willing, but it's extraordinarily unlikely, and you probably shouldn't. Probably don't get your hopes up.
Representation. Kim and I both.
A very nice way to say piss off. Yes.
Rising to the occasion. Chris said, even though we are.
I'm sending you 3 half-hour spec scripts instead. Oh, you know what they always say? More is more. All of the scripts are complete. We've been writing while also working day jobs, hence the slight delay. So thank you for your patience. We've created what we believe should be the rightful return of Dr. Frasier Crane. Wait, but he just said that they can't read anything related to Frasier. You can't send him your Frasier scripts. God, you're an idiot. It's so clearly, it's right there. We cannot read any for obvious legal. It even says obvious, Adam. It even says obvious. God damn it.
Even though we weren't with an agency, Chris decided he was going to give us a shot. Kim and I then took time.
I don't care for. Salads are fine generally. I like them if they have chicken or whatever. I don't know about tossed salad specifically. Scrambled eggs, I prefer. I prefer like a boiled egg or like an over easy or something. I did some scrambled the other day actually. I tried to do them with cheese and with some bacon, And yeah, and it just reminded me that I do prefer them definitely in like a boiled way, yeah. Tossed salads and boiled eggs. They're calling again. Thank you! I'm the motherfucking Rumble!
Of our lives.
Ah.
We wrote 3 spec scripts. We sent Chris.
Bro. We meet Niles and Daphne's family, David 18, Lynn 17, Jody. This is just fan fiction. Holy shit. They just sent in their fan fiction. Good for you guys, I guess, that you made this fan fiction. I'm sure it's very impressive. I'm sure it's the best fan fiction of Frasier ever. They directly told you it couldn't be Frasier related, though. So, like, what are you doing?
And we wrote 3 spec scripts. We sent Chris Harris these 3 spec scripts for Frasier, explaining to him that we had actually had an idea of 10 episodes for the Frasier.
Yeah, I really not loving the format of 2 people sitting, like, being on the camera, and one of them talking at any given time, while the other one just stands there, like, nodding and, like, swallowing their saliva, and just, like, just standing there. You could just cut to you and your wife, like, in different shots or something. You know, like, if you wanna both be in the video, just both have your own thing, standing alone in the frame, because this is just very awkward.
Reboot. So we did send Chris Harris 3 spec scripts for the Frasier reboot on what we believe.
Or am I beginning to feel the pull of the hallucination? So this is unrelated. I know what you're referencing, but this is unrelated. However, I will say, speaking of hallucinations, it was like fucking 3 in the morning the other day, and I was in bed, and I put on a King of the Hill episode, and I was like about to go to sleep, and it was this one where Bill is having trouble over the holidays with Lenore not being there for the past 6 years. So he gets like an iguana, and then the iguana runs away, and then he starts dressing up as Lenore, and he goes to this party dressed up as Lenore with Hank and his boss, and he's like, "I'm Lenore!" and everybody in the party is shouting pronouns and gender ambiguity at him, and one guy says, "This ain't the Democratic National Convention!" And there's a part where Hank dresses up in one of Peggy's dresses, goes out in the fucking street with Bill, and pretends to be Lenore himself, and they have this shouting match where Bill says all the things he meant to say to Hank. And at 3 a.m., or meant to say to Lenore, rather, but to Hank, because he's, like, delirious, whatever. At 3 a.m., I'm watching this, and I just start hearing the fucking Disco Elysium music. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. I just start hearing that as I'm reminded so strongly of the scene where, the spoilers, where toward the end of the game, Harry has a dream, and he gets to talk to a version of the girlfriend that left him years ago. And I'm just like, it's 3 a.m. and I'm watching Hank Hill and a Bill Dauterive dressed up, and I'm like having this Disco Elysium flashback as I'm thinking about how weirdly profound and also dated this episode is. I don't know. I don't know why that reminded me of this, probably because Frasier is another show that I kind of watched here and there, but it was never my favorite. And, I mean, I liked Frasier, but I liked it more than King of the Hill, but it was never like, it was always another one that was like, I mean, I was 12, I couldn't have understood that many of the jokes in Frasier, obviously. But, yeah, no, I definitely need to also watch that again. That one's on the list, for sure. And definitely these people's version of it is chief among them.
Was going to be the direction of where Frasier was going to go.
So the timing was actually kind of perfect. We had not only conceptualized an idea for our own show, we literally had material that we had been working on for years for multiple seasons. I think we're up to 3.
So why didn't you send in your spec scripts for your own show with 3 seasons of fucking material and when they asked you for stuff not related to fucking Frasier, when they said for obvious legal reasons they couldn't look at anything related to Frasier, you sent in 3 scripts related to Frasier. Not 1, like he asked, but 3 scripts related to Frasier. You have 3 seasons, apparently, of shit for your own other show. Why did you not send in any of those episodes, you fucks? Send in some random ones and be like, yeah, here, this is a weird one from episode 2 where it's in the middle of this story arc. And you won't have any understanding of it, but maybe it'll be intriguing for you and you'll need to know more. But instead you sent in three episodes that he can't look at because of legal reasons. And wouldn't anyway, because you're fucking stupid.
Seasons for that content.
God.
Again, just never put it out to the public.
They just sent in fanfic.
Timing and lack of proper funding. But we thought this was our opportunity.
Well, why they think they are writers is going to come up in the next video where we look at their actual first episode of Frasier that they had pitched.
Not only to potentially be on Frasier, but to potentially have our content in the hands of a Hollywood writer. So we thought this is a great opportunity to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, and we really did take a chance by sending him this material.
And we have a child on the way, and we didn't really want to have the baby, so it was just kind of an accident. So like, we hope that a Hollywood Connections could kind of, get him sent over to the Moloch Island with the sex cult, just with the Epstein thing. It's we didn't know if that was. We don't know if you guys, do you all know each other like that? Is it like black people, or do you? We just assumed.
So Kim and I sent Chris Harris an original script entitled Kim and Adam. Our original show.
So they actually did. Why did you send in 3 scripts for Frasier then? He said you can't read them.
And
you fuckers.
We did not hear anything back.
Of course you didn't. Stay safe and stay rad.
We reached out to other people. I actually reached out to a few more people that I believe were going to be a part of the Frasier reboot. And we did not hear anything back for actually a couple of years.
It kind of went cold after that, despite all of our efforts. Despite
me looking like this and clearly being a good fit for the Frasier writing team. God, if the Frasier reboot, somebody said that they saw it and it was meh. It's like airing now, apparently. I don't know. I have heard nothing about this. I have heard not a thing about this. Apparently people have seen ads for it for months. I have not seen I have heard nothing about this. But apparently it's already out. If it came out that the Frasier writing team was like, God, I just realized this guy looks like he just farted and this lady just smelled it. If it came out that the new version of Frasier was bad, and it was like, well, yeah, here's the writing team, and it was these 2, and I'm like, oh, well, that explains it. Why are they writing for this like elderly Frasier who, even as a man their age, wouldn't have been somebody I would associate these people with? But they wanted to write elderly Frasier as an old man. They don't have any experience as being old people. Old people should write it.
Despite all of our communication, we just didn't hear anything back. So pretty recently, we saw the trailer for reboot, and we thought, hey, this would
really
be a great
does
time
exist. Wow.
To show the world what
is with the.
Pretty recently, we saw the trailer for reboot, and we.
What is with the fuck that's happening right there? I don't understand what's going on with that.
But hey, this would be a great time to show the world what we've created.
Oh, motherfucker!
Share our story and our experience about being
dicks in butter.
To working on a show that we actually care
being this close. Well, that close. I think anybody could get that close.
About growing up. Our own version of the content that we created and share it to the world, which is what we're doing right now. So the following presentation is just a very crude, mocked up version of what we actually sent to Chris Harris.
Okay, great. That sounds really... What the fuck? Oh yeah, this was the other thing I was supposed to look up, right? I think I have that one saved too. Kim over here. She's got Frasier Reboot Episode 1. Exciting.
Hey everybody, this is part 1 of our Frasier reboot content.
You guys filmed this all on the same day, huh?
For those of you who don't know, please
Great MVC shirt, dude.
check out this video here, which goes into detail explaining how we got in this kooky situation of applying to be writers on the Paramount Plus reboot for Frasier. Spoiler alert, we were ghosted, but it's okay. We decided we were going to make lemonade out of the situation and share our experience and our story with the world.
And your experience is stupid, and your story is stupid, and your video is stupid. Thanks for sharing.
They hired us or not. So what you're about to see is a mock-up version of the first script we officially sent to Paramount Plus and the return.
Yeah. Yeah, I fucked those corpses. Yeah. What are you gonna do about it? Loser.
Of Frasier. We really hope you enjoy it. Thanks.
It's such a kooky situation, yeah. Oh, guys, they got the Frasier font. I mean, who says that they can't write for Frasier? They got the font. Do you think the whole... Guys, do you think the whole script was written in the Frasier font? I like to imagine the entire script was black with white text, and it was exactly like this. And they were like, this is how all the Frasier scripts are written. That's funnier than it being in crayon. Hello, you.
Okay, so...
I'm Guru Frasier.
This episode was essentially designed...
Oh, come on. I thought you guys were gonna, like, act it out or something. God, you're just gonna tell me?
The return of Frasier, right? That's the perspective that we came
Oh, they do! They have a whole, like, thing!
After the
Oh, this is exciting!
On Frasier, he moved to Chicago, and
We're gonna
that
speed it up a
was
little.
kind of where it dropped off. We did actually write almost an entire season worth of material where we were going to kind of dig a little deeper into the explanations regarding that storyline, but not so much this episode. This episode, we really wanted to commiserate the loss of Frasier's father. We wanted to pay our condolences to John Mahoney, and we wanted to just give a really honest and heartfelt return.
It is, in fact, a little quiet. That's true. That is true.
To Frasier, the character. So where we begin in this storyline is Frasier is returning to Seattle, reacting to the news that he has just lost his father. So
that sounds
here
fun.
we have...
I mean, I guess you can take that in a funny direction, but there's jokes that can come from that, but that is a little depressing for the first episode. I don't know.
Frasier. He is approaching Ronnie's door. For those of you who don't remember Ronnie, she was Marty's wife at the end of the series of Frasier. So we now have Frasier here at her doorstep. He's carrying his luggage. He's in the hallway. He's soaking wet. And, you know, you can't really see his face, but you know it's him. We wanted to have that kind of shot where he's walking up to the door. He's...
Why, like suspense? The show's called Frasier. We know it's him. Why do we need to not see his face? I mean, I guess it's like artistic. It's like they're trying to be artistic with it, but I don't see why they would do that. That would be for like a character, like if the show was about like Frasier's son, and like Frasier himself shows up halfway through, and like maybe that could be how you do it. If the show had like Ted Danson from Cheers show up, you know, halfway through, you could do something like that with him. But for the main title character of the show, that doesn't seem necessary.
He's looking very dapper. He knocks on the door, and Ronnie answers with this really sweet, endearing smile, like, "Oh, Frasier." And then that's when we cut to Frasier in the door.
Do you think... Oh god, I hope that they like made this presentation as part of the script. I just am so certain that the script is not like... I'm sure it's available to read. I'm sure... Hang on. Is it available to read? Scripts are available to read on my blog. I hope these are the actual scripts, like in the proper format that they sent to them. Archive. October? More posts? Okay, the only... More posts? Okay. God, this is so horribly fucking designed. It shows you one post at a time. This is great. Blogspot over here. This one has the, Yeah, read more, please. Thank you. Yep. As expected. So, this is not the way a script is written. This is, in fact, the way that, like, This is the way that, like, what they call a transcript is written back in the day. I remember I would see, like, these transcripts of... Because I was interested in screenwriting, I wanted to find, like, the scripts for episodes of Friends or whatever. And all you would be able to find would be the transcripts that looked exactly like this. Which is, you would think, it's interchangeable to some extent, but with, like, whatever the regular screenplay format is. I mean, it's like, you know, it tells you the scene and everything. This is how I want you to know, everybody, that I actually had oh, look at this, it's written by Kim. I'm assuming that it doesn't say her last name, because he had it blurred out in the video. I assume it doesn't say her last name here, but like in the actual thing that they sent, maybe it did, but this is, I wrote like a sitcom thing, like a few episodes of it when I was like 12. It was like 2006 or something. And it was actually very much like this situation, where it was me as a 12-year-old trying to write a show about a couple in their 20s. Because I was like, well, that's the kind of sitcom I would probably watch. I don't know. You know, I like sitcoms. I'll watch a sitcom. This is my idea. I'm going to make a sitcom. And it's like, why would anybody... And it was formatted exactly like this. Even by the time I was 13, I knew to download Final Draft Pro and fucking make it look like a real screenplay. So I really hope that this is how they sent this into the fucking actual Hollywood screenwriter. That's really funny. But yeah, it was actually a very similar situation, because yeah, why should these like 20 to 30-year-olds with colored hair write a fucking screenplay about an old Frasier Crane, who, again, even as a younger man, is not similar to these people. Like, they say write what you know, right? And when I was 12 trying to write a sitcom about 20-year-olds, it was about it made about as much sense as these people being in their 30s or whatever trying to write Frasier Crane's final act. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. It's just like, I could see that, you know, like, sure, you'll have some people probably on the writing staff of the show that are like younger than Frasier or whatever, but they're not going to be probably the main people who are writing the thing and not have any kind of, I don't know, they just seem pretty young for it, you know, and of course have no Hollywood experience or anything. And yeah, you can clearly see that with this. This is just really funny. This is just really funny that it's actually written this way. I kind of knew it the moment that they mentioned, like, the moment I started to think about how this... I tend to think, when I'm watching something, I'll frequently think in my head about how it's written in the script, or how it would be conveyed. How, like, a character's... Like, in King of the Hill or something, I'm like, how would they write that for Dale to say, like... with disgruntlement in brackets, it would say something, you know, or paranoidly, it would say something like that, like tone indicator kind of thing. Yeah, the moment I started to think about, like, oh yeah, what does the script for this look like? I kind of immediately knew that it was going to look like a fucking somebody, like, transcribing an episode of SpongeBob, and it sure does. It sure does.
Looking money, and he knows it, and he has this great moment where it's his return, and he just says
hello,
and then we, you know, give him the applause, right? So Frasier and
oh my god, it actually is in screenplay format. Why is it fucked in your thing? Wait, why is it all fucked in your thing? I mean, it's still okay, it's still not right. yeah, you just start on the name of the episode, and then on the very same page you have scene, colon, and then that's not, no, it would be like interior scene day or whatever, and that would be all in caps, and then this would have like, one of the things about a screenplay is it has like, frankly, as far as I can tell, it will just kind of randomly capitalize things. So it would be like, hallway of Ronnie and Martin's apartment. Frasier is standing outside the door. Like, this feels wrong because it doesn't have words that are randomly capitalized for no reason.
Right. So
but this is at least the way that it's supposed to look. It's not in the right font, though, either. It specifically needs to be in, like Courier New or some shit. Like, it's like this typewriter-y looking font. This is, like, too... This is wrong. This is all wrong. It also has the direction of like the brackets that should be on its like own line, not alongside this. So this is like closer to what it should look like, but they're still getting this wrong. So even at best, I have to assume it looked like this, and that's still wrong for them to send that into this guy. And oh man, just beautiful.
Have this, nice pleasant chit
Beautiful
chat
stuff.
as she takes his coat, he dries off, and he enters in Martin and Ronnie's apartment. She steps away for a moment, and Frasier looks out the window. He sees the Seattle.
Yeah, I wonder what the Darman screenplays look like. Somebody, I don't know why, but people in chat have been mentioning Darman a lot tonight, and I don't know what made that happen, but what's up, Darman fam? I'm not gonna complain. I love Darman and Darman accessories. So
skyline, and then he kind of takes.
But yeah, I do imagine the Darman scripts. Do they look more or less regarded than these scripts? I mean, I would say less. I would say less. I would say they probably have, because they like do their thing in California. They probably have some level of like. They probably know people that actually work in film and shit, and there's probably some degree more, because there's a whole production with Darman, so there's more professionalism with Darman than whatever these fucking people can do.
Went
so,
for himself, sang a line.
Are there scripts? Oh, maybe. My old friend. Probably.
Yeah, so he has this nice tender moment to himself, just kind of reminiscing about Seattle.
Hello again, my old friend, looking at the city. All right, that's kind of cringe.
We really want.
It's not the worst. It's not like binary, non-binary or anything, but it's kind of cringe.
To emphasize the return to Seattle, because
We really feel that Seattle was actually a character on the show. It was as much a main character of the show as Frasier.
If they actually say that, I'm gonna kill myself.
I certainly believe, just as a fan, that Seattle was definitely a central focus.
All right, okay, I have to. Okay, so you know what I did yesterday? I bought all these. There was a pack at Walmart for $4.97 of eight lip balms. And they had multiple different varieties of flavors. But the one that I got was all flavored based on sodas. So I've got like Mountain Dew Livewire lip balm and Cherry Pepsi lip balm, which I assure you is much less interesting than it sounds. They are basically just, once you realize they're basically just, orange, right? Like, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to eat all of these, and hopefully that'll kill me. I don't think that'll kill me, but maybe it'll make me froth at the mouth or something. I don't know. I'll get it underway. Don't you worry. You're not going to see me do it, so you'll just have to take my word for it. But it's going to happen. It's going to happen. It might be slow. It'll be a slow process.
On the show, Frasier was originally set in Seattle, so I felt it was only appropriate to incorporate that.
They didn't say character. That's true. Central focus. I guess they're not wrong. They aren't wrong necessarily. I will say, when they mentioned that he left at the end of the show, he left for Chicago. I don't remember how the show ended, so I will say that, like, yeah, I can't imagine Frasier not being set in Seattle, but then he wasn't in Seattle in fucking Cheers, so I guess whatever. So, I mean, I'll give them that. It is a central focus in some ways. Like, he is, the voice of Seattle and mental health in Seattle or whatever the fuck, but he, it still does border very close to that.
We felt that it was a character in the show. You know, Gotham has always been the central focus of Batman more than Batman, actually. I feel that Gotham really was the main character of Batman Begins.
Seattle. You know, if you put Frasier somewhere else, it's not Frasier, right? Like when Frasier was in Boston, that wasn't Frasier, that was Cheers. When Frasier was in Nantucket, that wasn't Frasier, that was Wings. So, you know, I personally think that as...
You mean the one episode that they did like a crossover with Wings or whatever? I mean, I think they were like at an airport or something in that one. I don't know.
City is really what helps define a show. And I personally believe that a lot of the best episodes were when they were on
when we were in Seattle, when we were in Nirvana,
location in
we were in a band, you know. We were just in a band. We just like to jerk each other off in a band, you know.
So when we were writing this, you know, we really didn't want to take Frasier out of Seattle because, again, I felt like it wouldn't be Frasier anymore. It would be something else.
Exactly.
So it's kind of like Sex and the City. It's like, you know, Sex and the City didn't work when Carrie went to Paris. She had to come back to New York.
Okay.
Concerned, like, Niles, like, is everything okay? And then Niles has this funny bit where he's like, it's fine. And then his eye starts, like, noticeably twitching, like, from stress.
This is creepy. Okay.
Busy these past years with my life in San Francisco. My private practice has been absolutely booming. Between that, writing 5 books in 3 years, and recently being added to the New York Times bestsellers list, I've barely had time for anything else.
Yes. I rather enjoyed your refreshing insights on the subconscious dynamics between humanistic and behavior.
I knew that it would get into this. I knew that it would eventually turn into them trying to do the line. That's what I was hoping it would be, but now that it's actually happened, it's like, careful what you wish for. Man.
Behavioral perspectives and its cross-cultural implications.
Voice acting.
Yes. Thought-provoking.
Yes, accents! Oh, they're doing accents! Pronouns!
Frasier then shifts the focus to David and mentions about how he read about his recent accomplishments. Daphne mentions how she's so proud and how her and Niles share the news that David has just been accepted into a really prestigious program at Hackett Industries.
Hackett Industries?
None of this looks funny. Well, the joke is here on the bottom. Well, I'm just glad you're on our side. That's the funny punchline to this, like, minute-long lead-up to about this kid. I don't know. I don't really remember how dry Frasier was, necessarily, but, like, look at the kid in the glasses. You like him? Who's this kid? Is this, like, a real kid that they... Like, a real kid actor that they put in here or something?
Prestigious program at Hackett Industries.
That's like Rachel Maddow.
So here we wanted to do kind of like a crossover into the Frasier Wings universe.
Oh God. You know, here we decided, you know, Frasier and Seinfeld and Friends were all on NBC, so why don't they all team up and fight Thanos, you know? So we actually have Friends, the 5 remaining Friends come here to stop Chandler's ghost, actually. And Wings is also there. Frasier wears the wings from Wings. Because I know about Wings. I know about what that show. It's about people that wear wings to fight crime while on motorcycles. And he wears the wings, and he goes and he fights Chandler's ghost, and then Joey eats a meatball sub, and Kramer is just shouting obscenities about the blacks. It's crazy. It's crazy. So this is fan fiction. This is so fan fiction. Like,
because for those of you who don't know, Frasier and Wings were created.
Kingdom Hearts, but it's 90s sitcoms. Well, that would be a really good fanfic, yeah. Like an ironic fanfic that's like sort of a parody of Kingdom Hearts, but it like mixes together fucking Full House and like who would be the Mickey Mouse of that scenario? I guess it would have to be like one of the Olsen twins or something. I don't know. Like the King Mickey of that scenario. That would be like, I mean, shit. It could be George. It could always be George. I don't know. Like, it wouldn't be. It would be Jerry, and that's if that was the case.
Also, for those of you who don't know, we're both huge Wings fans.
Super Seinfeld Kingdom.
So Steven Weber is a badass. Okay, so no, I'm serious. For those of you who haven't seen The Shining,
Oh man, yeah, no, I want it. I want it because Ted Danson would be both Becker and Sam Malone. I guess that's 80s. But fucking whatever, who cares? He would be Becker and Sam Malone. Or he could just be Becker, and then you could have Frasier be like, don't I know you from somewhere? And he could be like, no, you're stupid, and I hate you because I'm Becker. I want this now.
They're both badass.
Yeah,
They're actually really cool dudes.
yeah, Steven Weber, man. That
I mean, I don't know them personally, but from what I've read about them, and
yeah, well,
I like what I've read. So
Steven Weber goes horde. Okay, anyway.
Oh yeah, George would be the Donald Duck. Urkel could be Mickey! Yeah! Urkel is Mickey, dude! Okay, well, but that means that part of the plot needs to be, what's his name? The evil Urkel or whatever? The cool Urkel? Urkel but cooler? Was it Steve or whatever? It needs the nobody of King Mickey. I don't think there is a King Mickey nobody, is there? There's not like an evil King Mickey. Well, fuck Kingdom Hearts, it sucks. The evil King Urkel is gonna be Steve.
They both do.
Stefan Urkel, yeah.
It's actually an episode on Wings where Fraser Crane came to Nantucket and he flew on Sandpiper Air. So we thought this would be a great little Easter egg for the fans of that show, and we also thought it would be a great
Well, wouldn't it just be Donald and Goofy are Kramer and George? Wouldn't that be it? Like, yeah, that would have to be it. Here's the thing, though. What do you mix with 90s sitcoms? Because it's Final Fantasy X Disney, right? Never forget that when Kingdom Hearts was still good, it was a Final Fantasy crossover, and then when it got bad, it was when it became exclusively Disney stuff. And basically the only Final Fantasy stuff was, like, weapon names and the occasional, like, Cactor or whatever. Back when Kingdom Hearts was actually legit, it was, like, half a Final Fantasy game. So what would it mix with? I guess just anime. It would just be anime. Yeah, well, Saved by the Bell would be a whole world, or just like teen sitcoms, you know? Oh man, somebody's got to make this happen.
to the Frasier Cheers.
Because the Golden Girls Persona fan game got shut down, or not shut down, but like the people who made it stopped making it for some reason. It's very sad. It was about to come out like next month, but it's very sad. So what we need is an even bigger, loftier project that could never happen.
Universe, and
exactly.
And we actually wrote in a lot of material that,
Right.
you know, if we had.
All right, so they're gonna write in a Wings crossover. I'm sure that's totally, yeah, super cool. So that's the Frasier reboot. And now, I mean, I don't know if we're even gonna get to the God Cult thing tonight. Depends how long this is. Because Tamatoa Gaming Da finally has an apology for grooming children or something. I don't really actually know the full specifics of what he did. I just know that it was apparently something to do with, like, he got fan art. Either he made fan art or he had someone make fan art of a 10-year-old or something, some underage person that's part of the Origami Kingdom. And it was, like, sexual in nature, the fan art was. And that was a little while ago. Grooming stuff happened, and he is one of Dogs Eating Dog 6's main friends. So, I mean, let that stand to reason that he means no harm. He's a cool dude, but he's sorry.
Yes, I didn't want to have to make this video. That's right, little Mr. Woof-Oofs. I didn't want to have to make this video, did I, big guy? No, I didn't. That's just my dog here. I just got my dog here. No, I didn't, big guy. No, I didn't. I'm sorry, guys.
Hey guys, it's me, Tamatoa Gaming Da. Now, where do I even begin? This is going to be in regards to my past actions that being mentioned in Reddit, and this is also in regards to why I'm no longer in Super Origami Kingdom, because...
Wait, he got booted? What do you mean? Well, no, I guess he was booted a while ago, but he's still friends with fucking he's still friends with Dogs Eating Dog 6, I guess. Dogs Eating Dog 6 still vouches for him as of like a week ago, at least. This video is from 20 hours ago. Maybe something new happened, I don't know.
This incident is something that I feel extremely guilty for, and I incredibly regret doing it in the first place. Before I get into my confession, I just want to say that I'm not expecting forgiveness, nor am I expecting sympathy. I am here just to take responsibility and full accountability for my past actions and owe an apology to the victim.
God. Like, at this point... I wouldn't be surprised if this video... I'm not even, like, saying this to be, like, shitty to Tamatoa here. I just think it's, like, it's, at this point, super likely that a video like this could have been fully scripted by AI. I mean, obviously it could have, but just, like, I think we've kind of all come to agree that the Sniper Wolf apology was AI. You know, the apology to Jack film. I think we all agree that that one was AI. You know, I don't think there's any proof of that, but we all agree on it. It's fine. It's like how we all agree the moon landing was fake. That one was fake, allegedly. And I just think that, like, yeah, you know, throw the word in accountability a few times. The sigh at the beginning, like, I wonder if he did make it in like ChatGPT, if maybe he like put in like make a YouTube apology video for being a groomer, and it actually might have started with the YouTuber size, because I've done things on ChatGPT before that are like make a video about I remember it was like make a video ranting about a user called Dogs Eating, it was like that kind of thing. And it made a rant that was essentially like a Dogs Eating Dog 6 rant. Because I said before that some of their rants feel like AI generated. But, like, yeah, there's actually parts, like, with stage direction in there where it's like the YouTuber takes a deep breath. The YouTuber pauses. So I wouldn't be surprised if he actually did type in, like, make a YouTube apology video in ChatGPT. And it just said, like, the YouTuber's sighs. It begins with a sigh. Like, it might have actually generated that for him. Is my thinking. Not necessarily, though.
Back in 2021, 2 years ago, when I was 16 or 17, before I was even exposed this year, I made some inappropriate choices in Roblox without thinking twice.
So he was underage at the time, but I'm taken to understand that the child involved might have been, like, younger enough that it's still not okay. Like, I don't know, you're kind of like, oh, well, he was 16 at the time, so I guess, well, I don't know, that really depends, because if she was 10, then,
You see, I've made 3 fetish comics and showed them to 2 minors in a Roblox game, Free Draw.
Oh, is that what it was? Okay, well, this is his take on what happened here, his word for it. I don't really know what he's being like necessarily accused of. I'm Chinese telephoning it pretty hard.
Although that's actually offensive to the Chinese people who, there are many of them who I know, who I'm friends with, who have working telephones actually, and they're actually quite good telephones. You know, those Orientals, am I right? They're very good with the technology. So we decided to remove the Chinese telephone comment from the Deadwing stream as it was offensive. It might have been offensive to some of those slanty eyes.
Jeez, Russell T. Davies, why would you say something like that? Oh my god! That's vile, Russell T. Davies. Holy shit. Who let this man into the stream? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that, people. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry for Russell T. Davies' outburst
What's
there.
worse is that he used their characters in these type of comics. Now, suddenly, from the beginning of 2021...
So, yeah. he apparently used the their characters, these underage people. He used their characters. Send Bob Locks. Show Bob Locks. Please show Bob Locks. He apparently made like fetish comics featuring the OCs of these minors, I guess. Again, if they're also like around his age, it's not so bad if he was also underage at the time.
Realized how bad it was doing this after watching some of the videos of the dangers of being dirty towards minors. And
the what now?
After watching some of the videos of the dangers of being dirty towards minors.
The dangers of being dirty towards minors. I'll always love the way these people say things. I'll always just love the way that they choose to phrase things. I don't know what accent. I think he's French. Oh no, I don't think the actual video was made in AI. I just think the script might have been made in AI. But no, I don't know what accent it is. I think it's French. It might be AI. That might be the accent. But yeah, just the way that they... Because you want to assume that it's like, oh, well, Deadwing, he has an accent. He's French or something. English isn't his native language, maybe. So why are you making fun of what he said? Because, like, they all talk like this. Like, Astro Boy and Jason Gomez will still say things in just the funniest way possible. Just like, I decided to look at videos about how it's bad to be sexual towards minors. Like, it's just, that's the best way he could have picked to say that. That's great.
And as an adult, when I was 18 and turned 19 this year, I recognized my mistakes more and better. And to this day forward, and for the rest of my life, I'm very ashamed of myself for what I did 2 years ago. Not only was I ashamed, but I was very disappointed in myself for doing stuff like this. A couple months ago, before I was exposed, I was told to delete the fetish art, and thankfully I've done so. I didn't even want to keep those comics any longer. Now, back on August 13th this year, before I was exposed, I was told by a friend of mine to apologize to the victims when she showed me the call-out document one of my victims made. I must admit that she...
Man, this just feels, I mean, this is what we've all been saying, basically, right? Which is like, it's all fun and games, but there's a very clear and obvious pattern of behavior demonstrated with these folks. People like Dogs Eating Dogs 6, like the Sonic Sega Gamer, like the what's his name, One Up Films, the guy who pretty much like talks about Jeffy fans and those stupid 8-year-old Jeffy fans. That guy with the beanie, he looks like Nanba from Yakuza 7. We've seen a few of these people. And, you know, each time it's like, you don't seem to recognize that you are an adult. You're grown up. And it's because, I mean, shit, I'm reading fucking Dungeons and Dragons books for 10-year-olds. Well, there's a lot of killing in them, so probably for, like, 12-year-olds. But still, I'm reading Dungeons and Dragons books and a Star Wars book. So, at this moment in time, you know, I also... and I'm watching King of the Hill. I also like to engage with media that's got, you know, a youthful element to it. But these people are they are like trapped in this like endless echo chamber of baby bullshit and occasionally Ramsay Bolton. An endless echo chamber of baby bullshit and other and like children. And why would they ever think that they are like too old at this point? Cause like, yeah, all of the kids they interact with on Roblox are also into the same fucking shit that they're into, Mario and memes and JoJo and memes and fucking My Little Pony and memes and Thomas the Tank Engine and racism. And they're all into the same things. And so, like, why wouldn't Tamatoa here or Sonic Sega Gamer, why wouldn't they, like, why would they ever stop and be like, oh, maybe I shouldn't tell this other person who's mentally, seemingly very similar to me as an adult, that they should kill themselves in this game. Because they're 10 or whatever. Why shouldn't I draw fetish art of this person who mentally very similar to me? Oh, it's because I'm like 16 and they're like, I don't know how old they were. I don't know. Again, I don't know the ages of these people involved. So again, it could be like a 15-year-old calling him out when he was 16, which is, if that's the case, I don't know. That's fucking dumb. But if it's like, I've heard it was like a 14-year-old or maybe like as low. I've heard maybe 10, but I think that might be me saying that, just being an asshole. I don't think it was probably not a 10-year-old. I don't know how old the person was. I don't know if anybody in chat knows. Somebody in chat probably knows. She was 10? So he showed her the porn that he made of her character, and she was 10. Uh-oh. Stinky. Uh-oh. Why? God damn it, Tamatoa! You always see it coming! Oh god, another sex weirdo on stream!
He did the right thing by showing me the document so that I can finally see the chaos of them. And did I apologize? Of course.
He apologized because he saw a document saying that he should. I mean, lest we forget the fucking dogs eating dogs sex apology. The first one where he had the post, which was like text, which was like,
guys, I'm very sorry that I was mean to little children and Family Guy.
And it was like missing the point and also clearly trying to sweep it under the rug toward the end. There was a whole thing that was like, all right, so we're done now. I said I'm sorry, so let's just never speak of this again now, and then we'll just move on, okay? And then he made a video later that had like sappy, it had like fucking...
Guys, I'm very sorry.
It was the text post, but with sad music from Mario Galaxy over it. But it was slightly different from the text post because it didn't mention the Family Guy thing. It mostly focused on just the kids, but it was just, it was,
I'm very sorry I bullied those kids.
And it was clear that he wasn't that sorry. And, I don't know, this isn't the exact same situation, but I don't know. I don't know if these people are capable of apologies.
Remorse I had for doing this in the first place. I had the right to apologize to the victims. But recently this week, most members of Super Origami Kingdom knew about this and had...
We're sorry. Sorry. Hey, we're sorry.
No choice but to remove me completely from the Super Origami Kingdom group. All I got to say about this...
Whenever he mentions that because this is the second time he's mentioned it, both times he's mentioned that he's been removed from the Origami Kingdom, he says it with the tone of like a vengeful Spider-Man villain or something, like, and then they removed me from the Sinister Six! Yes, but I'll have my revenge! Yeah, both times, I didn't mention it the first time, but both times it's been like a little bit like, I don't know, it's clear that that's the main thing that's bothering him at this point.
Is that this is pretty much deserved, and it's pretty much justified. It was for the better of Super Origami Kingdom anyway. To make sure that I'm truly sorry for this, I had to face the consequences and accept them. This was a true act of atonement. Actions have consequences, and you have to accept them and make sure that this mistake doesn't happen again.
Well, okay, here's the thing, right? Never attribute to what's the term? Never attribute to malice what could easily be chalked up to stupidity. So you can say that he is like a creepy sex weirdo groomer. You can also say that he is a creepy person who is questionable, but probably just, again, actually doesn't recognize that until now, maybe, what he did was wrong. While he doesn't really sound that apologetic, I can see that maybe he just didn't know that that was a thing that he couldn't do. Or, like, nobody taught me the laws for the country I'm in! What's the meme? I was not taught the laws for the country I was born in! But, you know, maybe he, like, he probably knew about, like, pedophiles or whatever as a concept, but, like, I don't know, he was like, oh, I'm 16, she's also on Roblox with me, what's the harm? Like, maybe he just actually didn't recognize that it was something he shouldn't be doing, or that there was anything weird about it until people pointed it out. Maybe, like, that's the charitable way you could take this, because we do see that these people are all kind of, you know, they're all a little bit, yeah. And so, like, yeah, it could just be a complete, I mean, still keep them away from your kids, but, like, I'm just saying he might not be secretly like, yes, little children. He might just be like, a bit of a fucking moron who, you know, maybe he did learn his lesson. I don't know. I want to believe in the good in humans, you know?
Future. And for the record,
highly
my friends have never defended me for my actions, and that's a good thing, because they shouldn't. But they were expecting me to own up to my mistakes. So, with that being said, since it's my fault...
I don't know if he was treating the 10-year-old as the adult. I think he just doesn't treat himself as an adult. I don't think he... Because at the time he was 16. But even now, it's like he's basically... Like, they're all basically like little kids as adults. They're all just like fully immersed in just a life that is essentially that of a child. And that's why they make 2-hour videos about children or whatever. Yeah, no, I mean, that's the other thing too, right? Like, 'cause somebody was like very charitable, but I don't see it that way. Yeah, I mean, neither do I, really, because the other half of that is, of course, what we do know about these people, which is that Tamatoa Gaming Da was involved in a very long video raging about children, and, well, was he? I don't know if he was in that video, but he is definitely friends with people who were in that video, and, you know, like, all of these people... Yeah, there's multiple videos on their channel, and it's just a common thing for people like this to make videos screaming at children. Like, because they are themselves, and I'm not saying this to be a jerk, they are mentally children. They are basically just children in the brain. And that's not, like, me saying that... Marty, that's not me saying that to be rude. That's me saying that because, yeah, I mean, they're developmentally disabled to some extent. And they don't recognize that but, like, they do, though, because that's not even true. I want to give them that, but they do, because they will point out, like, now, I know what you're thinking. We shouldn't make fun of this 10-year-old. However, like, they will make points like that in their videos. The same with that blue puffball guy who made the video about, like, the 11-year-old or whatever, and he was like, now, I know this kid's 11, but... And it still made this whole fucking rant about the user. So, like, they do know, and they know that they shouldn't, but they just don't, I think they just don't care. So, yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of evidence either way that, you know, whatever way you look at it, it's not good. It's not, you know, these people need to, I mean, touch some grass, preferably not near a playground, but, you know.
I want to make amends and apologize to everyone. The Super Origami Kingdom members, my friends, and the victims.
In order, obviously. I'm sorry to the people who kicked me from the Origami Kingdom. I'm sorry to my friends who told me that I had to do this eventually because the pressure was on. And, yeah, I guess I'm sorry to the victims. Which, I mean, I don't know. In this scenario, it seems like you should probably be sorry to them first and foremost. We'll assume that he didn't mean that in order, but it is just funny that he, you know, puts them in that order, you know.
I've done this, but I mostly want to apologize to the victims for hurting them like this 2 years ago.
Well, didn't he already get kicked out of the Origami Kingdom? I heard about that a little while ago, but he's still friends with Dogs Eating Dogs 6, so he's still in videos with him, but like not with the I think he's not with the Origami Kingdom, but he's still with Dogs Eating Dogs 6, something like that. Because he was just recently on videos with Dogs Eating Dogs 6, and I said earlier, there was a post that he made, Dogs Eating Dogs 6 made a post about, like, happy birthday, Tamatoa Gaming Da, or something, and it was, there was, like, a comment on it immediately that was like, yeah, didn't he groom kids? And Dead Six went like, yes, but he's very sorry, and
we're sorry.
And yeah, I guess this video followed like a few days after, actually. So I'm that's what I mean, like the pressure is on. There must be like mounting people like, listen, Tamatoa, I'm not going to continue fielding these questions for you. You're going to have to address this yourself. Well, he did.
Victims, I have already apologized to you, but I want to do so again. I am very sorry I've made fetish comics of your characters in the first place. You were very much minors at that time, and
very much.
Me interacting with you like that was very unacceptable considering that fact. I've grown shocked from doing those unnecessary moments, and...
Okay, so, but like... Yeah, I just don't know, though, because, like, I want to be like, okay, well, he maybe doesn't know better, blah, 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 but you're 16, 17 at that time. At least one of the victims is 10. Now, I mean, you know, they're growing up fast these days, but I don't think there's a lot of 10-year-olds who look, I don't know, anywhere close to something that a 16-year-old should probably be making, like... But, I mean, it wasn't her, it was her character. So there is, like, a layer of abstraction there. I don't know. We don't know... He's not really getting at, like, how much they talked, if they talked in, like, voice. If he was talking to this 10-year-old over fucking, like, voice calls, then that's creepy. Even if it was just, like, text. He says that they're, like, Roblox friends. If it was... I'm assuming they would have done voice talk shit on Roblox.
I've realized that involving a very young character in those type of comics was a very...
Oh, it's her fucking Roblox character? That's what he made porn of? Oh god, it only gets worse. It wasn't even like my fursona or some shit. It was my fucking square-ass Roblox character. God, people do jerk off to that. Holy shit.
Very disgusting thing to do. I should have thought twice before doing this, but...
Yeah, it seems like he's withholding stuff. I mean, I don't know. To some extent, it's like, I guess it's his business, so, but also, what are you withholding? Like, this is kind of fucking, I mean, there's stuff that I guess, I don't know, it's like he's apologizing, he doesn't want to really admit things here, but he's admitting things, but there's gaps where it's like, well, how much did you talk? How much were you aware of each other? How much, like, did you know what this child looked like? Did you know this was a 10-year-old at the time? You had to have. Like, you know, I just don't know. I just don't think there's many ways that you can... I'm trying to be real fucking charitable for your boy here, because funny crab JoJo man, but funny crab JoJo YouTuber make joke about this was the guy with adult humor penis hell. He was the one who made the video about Sausage Party. So like, I want to give him the benefit of the doubt, man, but I don't know, it's just not, I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
I didn't.
You didn't what?
I should have thought twice before doing this, but I didn't.
Right.
I have deleted the comics in question, And from the bottom of my heart, I will not create the kind of content ever again because of the shame and remorse coursing to my body. I know. I should have apologized sooner.
So comics? Like with panels and stuff? Like, were there pages to it? Was this like a full fucking hentai comic with this character? Does this... I mean, I know we probably aren't... not... Well, it's not like it's actually the 10-year-old. So it's just a Roblox character or whatever. But, like, we probably shouldn't look at that. But I do wonder if that still exists somewhere. Because I'm just curious, like, what do you mean comics? Was this just like a single illustration? Or how many panels are we talking? Were there word bubbles? Was this like Chris Chan making the comic of him fucking Megan? Or whatever? What are we talking about here, buddy?
But the reason why I had to bring this up right now...
With their art quality!
Since I'm the one responsible for this, miss, I had to think about what I should say. It was not easy. I seriously had to think about what I should say in this apology without making any excuses. So...
Somebody says it's illustrated like Berserk. Oh, I wish. That would be wonderful. Berserk tier Roblox porn. Somebody needs to get on that.
Here I am, bringing this up right now. But there was another reason why I hadn't apologized sooner.
Uh-huh.
It was because I wasn't exposed 2 years ago. If I was exposed 2 years ago, then I would have made this sooner.
Shit, dog. I can't argue with that. I mean, yeah, I guess you wouldn't have, like, yeah, there's no reason to, sure, but, like, did you not apologize to them sooner than that? Maybe I'm not following it just feels like you basically just admitted the only reason you apologized is because you got exposed, because that's what that sounds like, which, I mean... I don't know. Yeah. That's not necessarily what he's saying, but it's what it sounds like.
But since I was exposed this year, I finally realized more.
Yeah, at least he's honest.
And recognized my mistake fully. And frankly, I should have never done this act 2 years ago.
Frankly, as a sex offender, I'm surprised.
Now that this is out of the way, I also want to talk about this other situation about having a fictional character from one of my favorite anime shows, Puella Magi Madoka Magica, whose name is Mami Tomoe, as my fictional girlfriend. I have been having some uncomfortable feelings inside of me about the age of my so-called waifu, Mami Tomoe. I already know the fact that in the Madoka Magica show she's 15.
This is so... like... the fact that they unironically, like, he just used the word waifu in an apology video. I'm sorry. The sheer absurdity of that statement just hit me as I was saying it. But he just used the word waifu. And, like, yeah, these are the waifu people. I wanted to get more waifu people. True, real waifu people. And this is them. We found them, you know? And I'm so happy that yeah.
There's also a manga collection where Mami is in her 30s. It's called Mami Tomoe's Everyday Life.
Oh, so he's... he's trying to justify other elements of him being a creepo. Yeah, I mean, people... I had forgotten about the mommy thing. But you're bringing up the mommy thing and how you want a 15-year-old to sit on your face. Because I remember that was a joke he made on a video. So, you know, yeah, I mean, I kind of forgot about that. You could have just not even mentioned it, really, but hey, you know, you're clear in the air. Good for you.
Recently, I've been getting some feedback about shipping myself with the fictional anime girl. So...
$5 from Reverend Cudgel. Sorry, I didn't apologize before I was caught. Puts on sunglasses. Money played. You want to bet on two dudes fucking a Roblox character? Money played.
To make amends for that, I've decided to come clean and
My name is Tamatoa Gaming Doll the Third, aka the Rumble,
Make a change for that.
the baddest motherfucker on the goddamn planet.
This is gonna be shocking to most of you out there who watch my videos, but this is my rightful decision to make. I no longer have Mami Tomoe as my fictional crush. Why is that? Let me tell you all why I'm not having Mami as my fictional crush.
Is it because she's 15?
I'm gonna be honest here. I'm beginning to have second thoughts against shipping myself with the minor anime girl.
Oh, I'm gonna be honest here. I don't want to step on any toes here, but I think having sex with minors might be cringe. I don't want to listen. I don't want to break anyone's heart here, but I think that might be a bad thing to do.
Even if I age up my version of Mami to 18 years old, I have to
like
admit,
all the people in chat who are like, stop speaking, stop talking.
it just doesn't feel healthy for me. She's 15 or 16, and I'm 19. Well, when I was 18, I realized I shouldn't be doing this. The first moment of myself shipping myself with Mami was back in the fall season of 2021, when I was 17 that year. But looking back at this now, I began to realize that it feels uncanny and actually kind of gross to do any of those. Don't get me wrong, you guys. I still like Mami Tomoe.
Don't get
as
me
a character.
wrong, the ass was
I
fat.
just can't have her as my wife any longer because it's truly controversial due to the fact that we don't see her age up in the show. So there's that. That is all I have to say here. And again, I'm not expecting to be forgiven or earn sympathy. I understand that some of you guys might be angry with me or still be angry with me. I just want to come on YouTube and apologize for my past actions I made.
Yeah, he still likes her. He just can't have her as a waifu anymore. Well, maybe he just means he likes her as a character, guys. He just likes her for her personality, guys. Come on. Come on, let's be fair here.
Forgive me, then great. If you don't forgive me, then that's complete
If
hate.
you don't forgive me, then I have strapped 7 babies to my chest and I will walk into a hail of gunfire if I need to. Don't try to stop me.
Understandable. But like I said before, I'm not expecting to be forgiven. I was just here to apologize. I honestly don't want to be the type of person I was 2 years ago anymore. Nor do
I don't want to be that type of animal anymore.
to be this individual again. I've learned my lessons completely, and I will always use my brain to think twice about things to make sure this does not happen again.
Yeah, I mean, he even said he would take her out and show her a good time and treat her right. You know, I don't know what the big problem is here.
And I'm just glad that I've realized what I've done and got my life together, being in control of what I'm doing, and stop.
Suddenly it goes from black screen to footage of like a medicine commercial with like old people walking through the park in slow motion. It's like, I'm finally taking control of my life. With Groomathol, I don't have to groom kids anymore. Side effects may include death. Man, I'm so happy for him, you know? I'm glad that Medicare finally got on the money on that one.
Doing this to minors. Because if I had continued my past behavior any longer, then more problems would be issued to me. And I completely understand that my 16-year-old self should have realized this from the beginning. Now, this is a promise.
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is that he's got a whole number of reasons why... He's got a whole number of reasons why, you know, you should forgive him at this point. There are many reasons why you shouldn't, but there's a number of reasons why you should. Like, number 1 is, nothing wrong with me! And number 2 is, nothing wrong with me! And, you know, the list continues going from there. Like, I think somewhere like number 5 or 6 is, something's got to give! And you know, something really does have to give, frankly. You know, something's got to give for Tamatoa, so I'm with him on that one.
That I would never break. And that promise is for me to be a better person than I was long ago. And I will be better.
I will.
As of now, I'm going to be leaving YouTube for a while to think more about what I've done. I don't know when I'll be back, but
Hang on. Let me just let's just get some good let's just get some you know what's a good song? Let's see here.
was long ago, and I will be better. As of now, I'm going to be leaving YouTube for a while to think more about what I've done. I don't know when I'll be back, but there will be a day I will return, but not anytime soon. I just need a break from all of this drama and get off YouTube for a while until I'm fully recovered and ready to make videos again. So,
bye, buddy.
While I'm on a hiatus from making videos, I'm probably gonna go outside and exercise, like
don't
go
groom
outside for a walk, get some fresh air, spend time with my
Did
friends
you
and family,
really draw
listen to music,
fetish porn of a
games.
Roblox cartoon character
someday when I
who
return,
was 10
I
years
won't be this
old?
individual I used to be anymore. Because on the day I return, by then I'm a better person, making sure that I avoid making the same mistakes I've done. To
I
support
don't know,
my
this is
kingdom,
pretty funny, Bo.
it has been an honor being a member. I wish you all
See ya,
the best of
buddy.
luck with your work.
This is how it ends.
Thank you all for tuning in,
Bye, buddy.
and I will see you next time.
To never groom a child again. well, thanks for so long, and thanks for all the adult humor penis hell. All right, well, I'll see you. See you, pal. I am sorry, but I still don't believe I did anything wrong. He'll be back in like a couple of days, yeah, probably. It's like yeah, it's like the cinematic Venom stream. It's like the cinematic Venom stream when he just had a bunch of Bo Burnham music to announce his return. Exactly. That's probably, I didn't think of that until you mentioned it. That's probably why that came into my head. That was the first goodbye song I thought of. Because that was the same situation where he left because he got canceled. Well, that was different. He canceled himself over nothing. But he left because he canceled himself. And then like 4 weeks later, he came back with this big melodramatic shit. Yeah, so hopefully, that was from 20 hours ago. The description, by the way, reads, due to my past actions being mentioned in Reddit of me being a groomer, I have realized more about what I did long ago, and I honestly fucked up. So I wanted to make amends and make this official apology video apologizing toward the minors, and not hesitate any longer. I'm going to be off of YouTube for a while. There's no apostrophe in the word I'm. So just to think some more about what I have done and enjoy some time in real life doing some productive things. And someday when I return, I'll be a better person. So essentially his description for this video is just the video. It's just the contents of the video written in a short paragraph, as opposed to this video, which to be fair is 12 minutes and 34 seconds, which is pretty based. But, yeah, this person's got a point. To those of you wondering if I'm apologizing either because I'm got caught or if I'm truly sorry and regretful, it's the latter. Oh, well, okay. Because a couple of months ago, before I was called out, another friend of mine told me that my victim's avatar was supposed to be her self-insert. I had to think it through and realize what I did. So no, I'm not apologizing because I got caught. I was apologizing because I was genuine. Well, alright, I guess so. Sure, buddy. Well, goodbye, Tamatoa. Rest in grass. Touch grass, and not kids. Touch grass, not kids. That's the slogan of the stream. Next up, and I don't know how long we'll go on this, but, fucking, Mama Max is insane, or something. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this guy now, at this point, so, yeah, at some point, years ago, this dude was making videos about, like, exposing, sex weirdos or whatever, and then, I think he really let it get to his head. The description now reads, filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. But which is weird and kind of creepy. But it was actually just recently even more weird and creepy. Allow me to go find the screen cap here. Because there's been a whole ongoing fucking situation with this guy. Yeah, he made some recent video. And I think he's been, like, demanding that people watch it on stream. So, hey, what's going on? Hey. I think that's what happened, and he got, like, mad. People in chat will fill me in. But for a little bit at least, the description and title of his channel read as follows: God Cult. Unlike most other influencers, God Cult is transparent about programming you. The purpose is to spread the word of humanity's biological God to ensure the survival, well-being, and happiness of our children. Guard our descendants. That's what God means. So this is insane. This is just insane. I'm sorry, man. I mean, I don't know what your deal is and, like, what's going on with you. And, like, maybe something happened to you. But this is insane. I don't know. I remember this guy made videos that were pretty okay at some point. Oh, yeah, no, he changed it back. He had it as Mama Max for a while. And now it's Mama Max again. And for some brief, indeterminate, short amount of time, he had it, and it looked like this. God Cult, and this was the description. As opposed to this, which is already kind of a weird description. A filmmaker dedicated to empowering children. And you look at his avatar here. And yeah, this is what happened to Mama Max. He made this video. This is like another Cinematic Venom canceling himself thing. This is the cancellation of all time. So this is, I guess, another, like, call-out video. He's done a few. I think he deleted some other call-out video that he made. He's been, like, threatening fucking Critical to, like, look at it. Let me take a look at chat here. Let me take a look at chat. Fucking Tyler, are you here? Because I know you were talking about this earlier today. I don't know if Tyler's still here. Fuzo's back, though. Hello, Fuzo. Wait, what happened to Mama Max? I really don't know. But there is a re-upload. There's probably a re-upload. No, I guess these are old videos. Believe all abusers. What? Okay. Mama Max. So these are like re-uploads of his older videos. Yeah, sometime like 3 years ago, he was like a somewhat reasonable fucking guy who was making videos that were not completely insane, and Muda was like teamed up with him or whatever. My dad, Mama Max, made a video, blah blah blah. And there was some point like a couple of years ago, I mentioned earlier, where he got in contact with me and a few other people, Archive the Wolf, who made a bunch of zoo sadist stuff, as well as, you know, was in my server. Got in contact with me and a number of other people. I think that Coyote Lovely person or whatever was there, and it was supposed to be to talk about I think it was to talk about zoo sadists, or it was about some other furry related, like, sex criminal guy. And that never wound up materializing, or I don't know, I don't remember. Like, maybe I got quietly removed from that chat or something. I don't know what happened, but then fucking, you know, like a year or two later, and now this is happening. So I guess the re-upload of whatever he did with Charlie, he like threatened Charlie or something. It's some weird shit. I guess that got taken down or something. But basically, yeah, what he did, I mean, he made videos exposing predators and stuff. And yeah, he kind of just started to get really self-indulgent. If you've ever seen a Nexpo video, his videos are like Nexpo videos. Like, they'll bring up things that seem to be real issues, and then he'll just, like, turn it into, like, this overproduced, like, really hyper melodramatic, scary, like, horror video for fucking clickbait and, like, views. And he is, like, an incredibly... So, there's a... So this was already weird and kind of crazy. I want to read you something that's, this was apparently on his Patreon, and it's nothing too crazy, it's nothing too wild, but this is something that was on his Patreon, and it's just this. As such, you will notice a distinct lack of artificial drama injected into the video. While commentary channels have helped boost my videos in the past, I've come to realize that the importance of this content far outweighs all of the benefits and consequences derived from petty material. So, I mean, this is, like, weird and hypocritical, because he's now, like, apparently begging fucking Charlie to watch his video on stream or something. Which, I mean, before there have been times when I've been like, hey, can other people please talk about, like, Elisa Medhus and what the fuck she's doing with channeling Eric? Can somebody other than me please take note of her? No? Okay, cool. And there's times like that where I'm like, I'll find something that's, you know, and I kind of get where he's coming from a little with that. Like, I want to have, like, people see the thing that I'm showing off, but it does seem more for your own benefit. But anyways, the main reason I wanted to show this was not even related to any of that. It was just the fact that the way he writes is incredibly pretentious. Like, just unfucking believably pretentious. So I don't know how much of this we'll end up actually watching. This is something about him, I guess. This is what happened to Mama Max. This is the cancellation of all time. And then there's this, like, cult from stream thing from yesterday, which apparently was also crazy. This was the... What the fuck? Why are his thumbnails like this? Oh god. This is... What the fuck? Were his thumbnails always like this? I don't think I would have clicked on the video if it looked like this. I feel like I watched his stuff at some point, but... Okay. This was one that I saw that seemed to be kind of people were talking about this one. It mentions influencers. This seems to be connected to the God cult thing. What? Send this video to... Oh god, you want Mr. Beast to see... What the fuck is this? Anthony Fantano, Sniper Wolf, Dream, Joe Rogan. Oh, I knew it wasn't going to be too long before we got to someone I didn't recognize. One of these literally who's. Danny Gonzalez, Drew Gooden, Jarvis Johnson, Hassan, Jordan Matter. Right, okay. It's mostly people I recognize. So it's just a billion fucking, like, yeah, influencers, I guess. Wait, no. What is this? Oh god, I don't give a shit. Just play the video, fuck off.
Welcome to your programming. Kindly send this video to your favorite influencer. We will test them on the content of their character.
What in the... Oh, good god, man. This is so dumb.
Do not listen to their words. Look at their actions. Let us begin. If God appeared before you and told you to sacrifice...
Why is it always about children? Why is this... Okay, I'm gonna ask what we're all thinking. Why is this guy so weirdly focused on helping children, quote unquote? The guy seems to have some kind of insane fixation on, like, the children! He's like one of these Pizzagate people. It all comes back to guard our children! You are like a fucking childless 20-something. Why are you like this? It's kind of weird, man. If you were a dad, then maybe, but you're not, I don't think. So, like, why are you like this exactly? I don't know.
As a child, would you do it?
I mean, it might be that he was, yeah, something happened to him as a kid. I don't know about that, but, I mean, I guess I could see that, but it really feels like, look at this. What the fuck is this? This is like an Opeth album cover. Why am I on 480p? This video goes up to 4K? You mean to tell me the Madam Web trailer has less production value than this cunt?
On an exoplanet far away, 2 extra...
Why is there like... Okay, I want to tell you right now, so none of you have seen the Uniporn VHS porn tape, but I have. And this is reminding me of that, because I'm just left to wonder why any of this is... It's like weird, insane, psychedelic planet imagery. This would go great with my new music, actually. Oh, good God. I'll play the video.
Would you do it?
A, no, I'm clearly drugged, psychotic scene. No, children above God. Yes, God above all else. This is fucking strange, man.
On an exoplanet far away, 2 extraterrestrial factions.
What was the question? What would I do if God told you to sacrifice a child? Well, I mean, I guess if it was fucking God, like if it was actually God, well, no, probably not, because I would just assume that I'm crazy. I would just assume that I went crazy. I feel like I would be very rational if I went crazy. Like, I would be like, no, I'm crazy. I know that purple elephant isn't there. I feel like I would be very rational about it, so if God came to me, I think I would just assume that I was crazy, whether it was real or not. So I think I would probably not do it. I think I wouldn't. Children above God. But see, that answer makes me sound like a fucking weirdo like Mama Max, so I don't know about that.
On an exoplanet far away.
Oh, it's more children. Wow.
Extraterrestrial factions of the same primitive species are at war with each other. They are both guilty for spilling the blood of children.
Children!
Based on the pattern among this species, who will win the war?
The internationally recognized faction, the non-member observer faction. Extinction. Well, obviously the fucking third one, because children. You're gonna kill all the children, so there can't be more people. So it's the third one. There you go.
If you were being brainwashed, do you think you could tell?
If you were watching trash, do you think you could tell? Okay, this is just a fucking H.R. Giger image. Is this, or is this... Can anybody confirm that this is from the video game Darkseid 2? Is this... Did Mama Max kill Rita? God damn it! Everybody in town fucked Rita except Mike! God damn it! I feel like this is just the head from that one area in Darkseid 2. I don't know, this looks very Giger.
For your submission, here are the
Oh no, it's System Shock! You're right! I'm wrong, it's System Shock!
Will not be determined by your answers. It will be based on your behavior.
Okay.
Please proceed to the next section to complete your programming.
It's Shodan, yeah. I played a little bit of that System Shock remake. And I really didn't like that it respawned enemies, like, in the same room that I was in, like, behind me. I'd be, like, slowly, carefully sneaking around, and then, like, a minute later, there would be a guy that just shows up, like, up my ass. And I'm like, well, then I guess there's just, I don't know. It just kind of put me off of the whole game. That's my System Shock review. I'd like to go back to it, because other than that, I was really enjoying it. Oh, what the fuck is this AIDS? It's global warming, children in poverty. It's all about the children. This is so... So, like, the options here, right? What are the options with this? It's self-indulgent nonsense for his own ego. He's crazy and has some weird fucking fixation fetish on saving children. Or, it's, like, for money and it's meant to, like... extort, not extort, but like exploit the suffering of the actual suffering and endangering of children. Like, this is just kind of making a weird fucking farce of the whole thing. So whatever answer it is isn't very good. It's not. None of it's good.
I would say one of the things that really
Maybe all three.
bothers
Yeah.
me, and that
I love kids, Charlie. I love kids. That was Mama Max's actual response to Critical when he wouldn't watch his video.
I think about, and I've been confronted with this situation many times, are minor children recruited by destructive cults online.
Children deserve to know that there is
Oh
Children-
shit! That was Rick Ross asking this question, so that's
Hmm.
Recruited
Take that
by
under
destructive
advisement.
cults online.
Children deserve to know that there is danger out there. You shouldn't be walking through the world blindly thinking that everything is just.
A child comes up to you and steals your sweet roll. Your mom just baked you that sweet roll. Do you A, punch that child? B, steal his sweet roll back? Do you C, try to talk to the child and get to know him better? And maybe he'll give you a sweet roll of his own. Yeah. B, keep in mind, this will determine what class you play later.
Sunshine and rainbows. Because the sad reality is the world is a terrifying place at the end of the day.
On March 18th, 2016, Spencer, a 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared.
Yeah, make sure you punch Kuno in the face next time you play Disco Elysium. I choose A.
Lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet.
How old was she? 16? That's like right on the cusp of being old enough to say that she is kind of stupid.
She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child.
That's a real shame. People probably shouldn't try to go off into the vampire cult, you know.
Predator.
Probably, I don't know. I feel like you were old enough at that point to know that that's a dumb idea. I'm sorry.
Posing as a werewolf.
No, I know, victim blaming. I'm sorry, but it's just, come on. The vampire cult?
God.
Man,
The man had recruited hundreds of young children,
very, very unfortunate.
subjecting them to sending CP, kidnapping, assault.
Why do you need to have the spooky filter on your voice? I haven't even mentioned that yet. You know, it's bad enough when fucking Nexpo does it. I've talked before about how much I cannot stand Nexpo's videos anymore. His fucking... It's the same as this. It's this overproduced nonsense that's like up his own ass, ego-driven shit, but at least with that, it's like... I don't know. No, actually, it's not a lot better, because a lot of the time that's also discussing people actually dying. The videos of his that I click on, he either talks about stupid-ass ARGs, or he talks about, like, actual videos of, like, people dying on television or whatever. You know, the most disturbing shit on television kind of stuff. Which, like, you watch the Nick Crowley version of that video, and it's actually fairly good. You watch the Nexpo one, and it's the same, like...
On July 19th, I pitched down my voice, and a bunch of people died.
Like, just fucking tell me fucking tell me the info, dude. This is the spooky story fucking fireplace aesthetic.
And attempted trafficking.
Nonsense.
Almost 7
Like,
years
is there an
later.
actual person? Like, I made a joke about how it's dumb that this person tried to join a vampire cult, but, man, like, I feel like that's more respectful than this guy doing a fucking goofy voice while he talks about this whole situation. Like, mine was a joke. This is a whole video where you're talking in this stupid fucking down-pitched thing. Why? Why does it need to be scary? Shouldn't it be scary enough that such a thing like this happens on its own? Do we really need you to, like, dramatize it in this fucking way?
Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their
Sounds like a
scream for
joke.
action against their
He
perpetrator.
makes it sound like a joke.
No, what you saw was cringe.
No, chat member, it is a real case, I would assume. This is just the way this guy edits his fucking videos. Also, yeah, we're just stuck on this for like 10 seconds. Because it's super dramatic and cool. This is just the way he edits his videos. I believe this is probably a real scenario. I don't think it's a fucking ARG. I'm pretty sure it's a real missing person. And he's treating this like it's a fucking spooky, like, FNAF video or something. It's absurd. Why are you doing it this way? This is so fucking dumb.
Gerard.
So, there's a possibility he will use accounts. Drama-oriented. He may attempt to engage drama-oriented media sources, leveraging their platform to spin a narrative in his favor. Oh, okay. What? Who are you? What the fuck is happening? Do I need to go into the home? What the fuck is happening? You just show me this fucking video of this vampire man growl at us, and then you're like, he may attempt to engage drama, or is this like disinfo? Like, hey, if anybody says anything about me, it's just this guy. Is that what this is? What the fuck? He has a history of spreading disinfo. Okay, sure. To deflect from allegations against him, right? Uh-huh. So you're trying to brainwash the concept of this video is you're trying to brainwash fucking Mr. Beast into what exactly? Like talking about this? Like spreading the word? We will look at your actions. So I think the idea here is if you don't tell the world about how if you don't tell the world about how this guy is a sex weirdo, then you're complicit. I think that's what he tried to do with Charlie, right? Was say that, like, because you won't watch my video, you're complicit in, like, what's happening or some stupid shit like that. I think that's what he's kind of getting at. Like, we will look at your actions. Like, threatening people to either look at this video or else. I think? Maybe? So he's trying to, like, push this weird thing about the fucking, this guy is gonna make like a disinformation campaign on the internet to silence the victims. The vampire man, right? Will do this.
Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
So, yeah, apparently, this is a real case. The fact that Slime Beast, the author of Abandoned by Disney, was able to make a comprehensive and educational video about this when he couldn't, really says something. Skinny puppy ass beat, yeah. This was a month ago. Tony J is trying to talk about this. I mean, I guess he's open to criticism, I guess. But that's... a lot of people are when they want attention. Like, I'm doing what he wants, right? He wants people to look at his videos on stream, right? Well, yeah, we're doing it. Why are you in a Satan shirt now? What is this? Look at this fucking ridiculous shit. Why are you making a fucking skinny puppy type beat on this video about an actual case? Why is this reminding me of the unicorn cult lady? Why are you making a fucking clown show of this? This person is like sex trafficked or something. What is wrong with you? The song is good. Threats of extinction. Like, do you believe this? I don't think it's better that I think it's vastly preferable that this is all just an act and this guy is super fucking up his own ass, and it's because if he believes all of this crazy shit, like sex trafficking is going to lead to extinction. Well, I don't know what to tell you, man. There's probably medicines for that. Like, children are the key! Wait, who's the enemy? The enemy of children are the enemy of all of us, right? I mean, this is exactly the same. Like, okay, it's maybe not as political in the same way, but it's exactly the same. It is identical to the Pizzagate people. It is identical. It's this bizarre thing where also is this the Witcher logo? But I don't think so, but it looks like he's got the Witcher medallion around his fucking neck. How did he even fucking make this stupid shit? This is so dumb. I'm sorry. It's like the Nostalgia Critic videos we watched yesterday. Like, yeah, you put a lot of effort into this, and it was like the worst possible outcome. Like, it's like the effort has gone in all of the worst possible places. Like, you put effort into making the worst decisions possible, you know? That's what happened. You didn't half-ass making it as bad as you could. But like, it's the same as the Pizzagate people. It's the same weird thing where this guy has decided to elect himself the fucking protector of children across all mankind. Like, this is just strange, dude. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
God's will is not written in man-made books. It is written in our DNA. Reproduce and protect our offspring.
You know, SMT6 is looking pretty good, though.
Guard our descendants. Welcome to God Cult. As your first command, I kindly ask you to share Spencer's story with the following. We want you.
So the idea here, I guess it's probably not intended to actually fucking brainwash people, but the idea was, hey, we want send it to your influencer. Hey, Mr. Beast, you gotta see this. Alright guys, what's up? Everybody's telling me to watch this crazy new video from Mama Max. And then, like, Mr. Beast is gonna react to this? Is Sniper Wolf gonna react to this? Like, Anthony Fantano was on that list. Why would Anthony Fantano... Like, what? I guess I'll fucking spread the word. Maybe he can, like, retweet it. This is like that shit where, like, apparently now every celebrity needs to have an opinion about everything. You know? Every celebrity needs to have something to say about every fucking thing in the entire fucking world that ever fucking happens, or is going to happen, or didn't happen, or could have happened. And we're all supposed to judge every opinion that they ever have about everything. So fucking Sniper Wolf is supposed to, with her fucking tiny pea brain, and Anthony Fantano, who just talks about music, and fucking Mr. Beast and XQC with his tiny fucking pea brain are all supposed to watch this video. And apparently, even though this has nothing at all to do with the style of content they make or the tone of content they make, they're supposed to, like, what? Not just retweet it, but I guess also, like, make a video about it and be like, I can just imagine the Anthony Fantano video. He shows up, he gives it a red flannel. And he's like, yeah, you know, trafficking kids, it's not good. And, yeah, I guess that's what, and Sniper Wolf too would be like, bro is trafficking kids. Bro is a vampire. No, that's him. That's Morbius. I guess. Do we want that? Do we really want Mr. Beast reacting to this? Like, imagine the dystopian fucking world in which this video actually, like, what it claims to want. To brainwash the influencers. It obviously doesn't want to brainwash them, but it wants them all to see it. It wants them all to talk about them. Well, I say obviously it doesn't want to brainwash them. I don't know. This guy seems fucking nuts, so maybe it does. It's brainwashed your... So he wants... Yeah, he wants, like, XQC to make a profit off of these people also. Because, like, that's the way it would happen, right? It would be Mr. Beast making, like, a profitable video about, like, guys, you gotta make sure that this guy, and like, what the fucking horrible, like, the horrible fucking, this guy, I mean, I'm sorry, this fucking guy is just some dude that this fucking Mama Max guy is telling us is apparently the guy. Maybe he is. Maybe he's guilty. Maybe he did it and he deserves to go to jail, but he sure hasn't been decided that way, one way or another, by a fucking trial, by a jury. Are we just supposed to have Corpse Husband decide that this guy's guilty and put out a fucking search party for him? Is that what this video is asking to happen? This is ridiculous. Dear PewDiePie. Oh, we're getting into it here. I guess we're about to find out.
Welcome to God Cult. As your first command, I kindly ask you to share Spencer's story.
Did you like it? Did you hate it? What did you rate it? Anthony Fantano. Human trafficking. Forever. Transition. Well, I guess that's after the transition.
We want you.
Wait, he got mad at Corpse Husband. So I guess, yeah, the people that, like, were told to talk about this, if they were like, no, this is weird, shut up, this isn't what I talk about, or I don't want to prop up your channel because you're doing this for attention, whatever reason they gave, he got mad at them, huh? Apparently he made a whole video mad at fucking PewDiePie. Not PewDiePie, Critical. He made a video about because Critical said no to talking about his fucking thing. I don't know that video still exists anywhere, but that would be fun to watch too. So, dear Felix, what is this? Show me the Dear Felix at PewDiePie, as a new parent, oh god, you're undoubtedly experiencing the transformative mechanisms that we describe here. If you find the time, we would be honored if you could share our important message with your audience. So why does it need to be a cult also? Why are you making this more creepy than it already is? Why are you making this a cult about you? Like, hey everybody, this child got abducted. Here, join my cult of personality about me! About stopping them. Stopping the child that guy. Stop him. Yeah. But follow me! And they're trying to leverage the fact that PewDiePie is a dad. That is really strange and creepy. I don't like that. I don't really care for him being like, hey, you're a dad, right? Yeah. Odd. Dear Lex Fridman, your voice is undeniably the most influential on this platform. Well, that's not true. I mean, he's up there, sure, yeah. It's evident that we share a common vision for the future of humanity. One that is deeply rooted in love. I mean, it's not like he's unaware that this is a strange, creepy fucking cult thing that he's doing. Like, why would you make, like, legitimately, why would he, is it just to, I mean, the only answer is just to draw attention. Which I guess is like he wants attention drawn to this situation, but again, that guy has not been fucking found guilty of anything or whatever, so like, I mean, I'm sure, you know, he seems like a lovely guy with his vampire fangs, but we really don't know one way or the other. So whatever you're trying to do where we, like, sick the court of public opinion and get Lex Fridman to talk about this fucking vampire guy, I don't know that that's gonna make it. I think that's dystopia right there. I don't know. Dear Jimmy, your philanthropic endeavors and impactful use of your platform have been both inspiring and aspirational for us. I believe that your influence could serve as a powerful catalyst in the war I've been fighting uphill here on YouTube. We're not asking for your money, just your voice. Well, his money's a lot better, though, and probably, I mean, he's got a lot of it. You might as well ask for some. Pull a Harry Dubois. Just walk up to a rich person sometime and go, you look pretty rich. Can I have some money? You might pass the skill check. They'll just give it to you because they value your boldness and they're also a relic of the disco age. You've welcomed a diverse range of guests. As a father yourself. Why are you doing this? I don't know if, is Max a father? Is that what's happened? Did he have a kid and this is like happened because of that? Because if he's not a dad himself, this is I mean, it's already weird if he is, but fuck, this is very strange. Not just the fact that he's like a single mid-20s guy who's doing this. Well, I don't know if he's single, but I don't believe he's a father. No, he's very much alone. Yeah, and I'm sure he craves children in his life. You know, he wants to raise one. I mean, I'm sure that's all I mean by that. But yeah, he's specifically targeting people and being like, you know,
As a father.
so you know that if they ever respond in any way that's not positive, that he'll be like, oh, well, you must be an abuser to your kids as a father. Wow, this guy sucks. Okay, Philly D. I don't need more of the music, thank you. We were pleasantly surprised and grateful to see you cover our movement. Pick a side, YouTube. Oh God. Yeah, he really got the ego to his head, didn't he? Like, he had Muda make a video about his hashtag thing, and he got all fucking his dick hards, as Muda used to say in his I remember he would always say that, get their little dick hards. I'm always like, you mean dicks hard? But no, he always said dick hards. I always like that. Yeah, he got his little dick hards after Muda made the video, and people like Philly D talked about pick a side YouTube, and then he was influenced to do this. It's funny that Mudahar is not mentioned in this list of influencers, by the way. Isn't that interesting? Because I don't think Mudahar has mentioned any of this up to now. And so either they're like not, maybe there was a falling out there or something, I don't know. But Philly D is involved. Somebody says Muda needs to tard wrangle Max. Ethan and Hila need to be involved as parents. You need to safeguard the children. Just unhinged. So Corpse Husband is here now. Anthony, the banger you're currently enjoying is Replicant's Army by Filmmaker. We believe your audience would appreciate this fiery composition. Would you consider exposing them? Get your fucking spelling correct, buddy. Wait, exposing them? You mean the person who made this song is the guy who is the guy? Is that what he's saying? Or exposing who? Exposing Filmmaker? Who's Filmmaker? Is that the artist? Is this just you asking Anthony Fantano to check out your fucking mixtape? What is wrong with this fucking video? Fucking hell! Filmmaker is awesome. I guess Filmmaker is an artist. Alright, well, cool. I'm sure they're a great artist. I wouldn't know, but sure. This is ridiculous. I mean, that's fucking ridiculous. This is like if I made a video where I'm talking about the fucking, like, genocide of the fucking, like, the Turkish genocide or something. Wait, it wasn't Turkish. It was the Armenian genocide. I make a video talking about the Armenian genocide and Hassan Abi's role in the whole situation. And then I'm just like, by the way, this Anthony Fantano, if you're watching, you're currently listening to a song by Fido. I didn't make it, but I really like the artist. So yeah, just consider exposing talking about the Armenian genocide sometime. And yeah, you know, that would be great. Thank you. Filmmaker is fire. Dear Corpse Husband. Wait, what? What? Dear Corpse Husband. A significant portion of your audience is at an age that makes them more vulnerable to predatory behavior. Unfortunately, many predators exploit your likeness to attract these young individuals. Would you kindly consider... What? Well, this is very odd. I mean, like, he had Mr. Beast on here earlier, and he didn't mention anything about Mr. Beast's young audience. But he specifically mentions this guy and his young audience. I think all these fucking people have a young audience. Okay, who's this lady?
This video is for Seema Davis. I would like to extend my most...
Is this one of the 2% of this video that's actually something that's not ridiculous?
...heartfelt apology that this is how you have to find all of this out.
Is this like from a victim
the fact
or
of the
something?
matter is, your son, Camden Gerard Davis, has been victimizing hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of minors.
Okay, right. Well, That's awful if that's true, but if that's true, like, get the police involved? Why are we trying to get corpse husband involved? If this is a situation where this guy has abused hundreds and hundreds of people, why are we trying to get Anthony Fantano to listen to the latest Filmmaker song in this fucking video? What the fuck is this shit?
By March of 2016,
tell the fucking authorities, you fucking freaks!
He convinced me and lured me over state lines. I ran away.
What? I'm very sorry to hear that you were involved in this, ma'am. I'm sorry to hear about all of this. This is a shame. Call the cops, get the police involved. If the police won't get involved, then fucking corpse husband is not gonna do anything. Like, I don't know. I mean, is it just a case where, like, the law has proven ineffective, maybe? So we really have just, now we're just resorting to get your favorite influencer to form a hate mob to stop this guy that no criminal trial has brought to bear. Like, he hasn't even been arrested for what he's been accused of here, let alone tried and acquitted or anything. Like, I could see if the guy went to fucking trial and was found not guilty and people were unsatisfied with that, and, you know, maybe they decided to take the law into their own hands a little bit in that kind of scenario. Like, all right, you know, sure. I mean, that's still kind of, you know, the technically the law, whatever. But I don't know. In this case, there's just an element of this that's very weird. That's very dystopian of like, yep, this guy did this thing. Apparently, the law, for whatever reason, the law cannot be involved. But apparently he did something and we all have to stop him. Corpse husband and Dream have to team up like a fucking Batman comic and put this guy behind bars, I guess.
When I did make it to Atlanta on the bus.
Yeah, he got Drew Gooden and Danny Gonzalez. And Sniper Wolf! Don't forget XQC was involved. He got all of them in on it. So yeah, no, I mean, the cops wouldn't do anything, but Sniper Wolf... Bro's abusing, and that guy's behind bars. Like, it's on site, you know.
Camden got an Uber, came and picked me up, and brought me back to your house in Lilburn, Georgia.
Okay.
He mentally abused me.
Wow, this sounds like a real scenario that unfortunately happened to you. It's a shame that this was not the first thing that was shown in this video and was buried behind 7 minutes of the most insane fucking self-indulgent garbage I've ever seen in my life.
Physically abused me.
It's really unfortunate that your video your video here was used in this manner.
Sexually abused me, and at even one point tried to kill me. Me and the other survivors, we are real.
Hey guy! So, I tried to stop human trafficking for 1 week. Yeah, that's a good video. Sponsored by HelloFresh.
Spencer is pursuing legal action against Camden and the law enforcement agencies that failed her.
Oh, they failed her. I see. Well, right. Well, we gotta get Kid Icarus involved. He'll stop him. He'll save the day. No, we really need. That's what we need to do. The net hasn't been cast wide enough is the thing. We're never going to stop them with just Dream and Corpse Husband because they're probably groomers anyway. What you need is someone like Doug Walker, AVGN, maybe like Darkside Phil. You could get Chris Chan involved. You could get like Russell Greer maybe even. That's a bit of a deep cut, but I think he'd be more than happy to. You know, maybe ADF. Like, I don't know if ADF is still alive and kicking. I don't know if they've ascended into a godlike genderless being. I don't know, but there's a lot more people that you know, Cyrax, you know, King Cobra. King Cobra would talk about this. I can absolutely...
Guys, there is this dude. His name is Camden. And he needs to stop abusing minors. That's fucked up, man. That's not what's up. You know, there you go. That'd stop it.
To support this effort, All donations received in October via our Patreon will be allocated for this legal process. All additional funding will be used to film this story as it unfolds. If you are a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis and would like to participate, please reach out to us.
Oh, okay. So, I've been told that there's a video here that he has on his channel that was the one. It is the one about Charlie. So, he just changed the thumbnail and stuff. Here he is, I guess.
Please help us find them. We are real.
My voice changer is not, though.
Thank you for watching.
Okay, yeah, it's a real shame that this whole situation is happening. It's a shame that the law has failed the victims, apparently. And it's a shame that you are now kind of seemingly exploiting them for this very bizarre purpose. So yeah, this is, I guess, we're gonna jump ahead. There's two more videos. There's the older ones here from, months ago, which were already kind of their thing. Is this his music?
I hear the prey, and we're the pred. I hear the prey, and we're the pred.
Uh-huh. Wow, that's embarrassing. Yeah, my music's better than his. Yeah, so, we're gonna skip this one for now. Maybe this one's long. Maybe we'll watch it another time. This one is the one about Charlie, though. Man, I guess I'm gonna be making my fucking apple maple pork roast at like 10 o'clock or something. Oh, fuck this. So yeah, this was the video that was about Charlie, I guess. Or something, and he, I guess, changed the title and thumbnail, like he changed the name of his channel from Mama Max to God Cult back to Mama Max. So, yeah, he did that. Please read before watching.
Trigger warnings, everyone! Trigger warnings! In this video that I purposefully made to be scary and off-putting. Trigger warnings! Loud noises! Trigger warnings! Flashing lights! Trigger warnings! Loud noises! There might be disturbing content! Trigger warning! Prudence!
Please be advised that this video is for educational, informational purposes only. It is provided with the intent of fair use and to document criminal behavior as part of an ongoing investigation. Right, criminal behavior. Yes, presiding officer corpse husband on the case. Right. Nothing in this video should be construed as an endorsement or approval of any illegal activities. Oh. What wait, what would you be condoning? I mean, vigilantism, I guess. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. Use of this video may include content that has been shared under fair use. You are welcome to use this video or any parts. As long as appropriate credit is given. It's Mama Max, everybody. Credit to the creators. Mama Max is the user who uploaded this video. All ad revenue generated in this video will be donated to support the survivors of Camden Gerard Davis. Well, what does that mean? I'm sorry, wait, no. What does that mean? I'm sorry. This whole thing is very strange. I'm sorry. What do you mean, the victims? You just gathered up a bunch of people who said that they were victims and said that they want free money? Like, victims... not legally, I guess. I mean, again, legally, nothing has happened in this scenario. And there's a charity for, like, that is very strange. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't say charity, but donated to support the survivors. I mean, which like, maybe a specific one or two of them that he talked to. I don't know, but okay.
My name is Max Stryker. I'm a filmmaker dedicated to empowering children.
Why don't you talk like this in your videos normally? He already has a fine voice. Why does he need to do the stupid fucking voice changer shit? What is the point of that? Is it genuinely to try to get the corpse husband demographic with that fucking ASMR, ooh, sexy deep voice boy shit? He already has a good voice for this.
This is a call to action disguised as a cancellation.
Oh my god. Okay.
It is my hope that it will bring the maximum amount of eyes and ears
Thank you,
to crucial
Tyler, by the
issues in
way,
our
for pointing out that this is the video.
society. Let this video be the example by which we, as influencers, can make digestible content.
Oh my god. What? You're trying to get Sniper Wolf involved in this? You already tried to get Sniper Wolf involved in this. In fact, I think that was during the whole Sniper Wolf situation with Jack's film, so why did you even do that? But now you're trying to make a point about how this has something to do with her and Azzyland or whatever drama.
And for our audience.
What the fuck?
While addressing much more important matters. Thank you.
Why are we canceling Charlie?
Hello, friends, it's me. Oh, who the heck are you clicking on my video?
Why are you Sniper Wolf now? Guys, why is he Sniper Wolf now? Go back to being the creepy man in the cult video. I don't,
Well, let me be the first to welcome you to my channel. Today's video...
Why are you... Okay, Oh, I had it on super speed. Why are you also fiddle-dee-dee Irish Scottish now?
...diverges from the usual content. While it's easy to get caught up...
Wait, is he usually fiddle-dee-dee? Is that his normal accent?
To crucial issues in our society.
No, it isn't. Why is he doing an accent? What is this?
Let me be the first to welcome you to my channel.
Is he trying to be like Jack Spadicy?
Today's video diverges from the usual content. While it's easy to get caught up in the latest internet sensations...
Is Jacksepticeye? What the fuck is this shit?
Pressing need to shine a light on a much deeper, darker, demonic topic.
Oh, hang on. I do see it here, Tyler. The video where a random guy summarizes the actual info Max couldn't be bothered to put into his video, and Charlie's response. Okay, interesting. Well, man, this is gonna be a long fucking stream, isn't it?
Lurking
already is.
Beneath the surface. Sniper Wolf. Darman Monday! What was that? Yeah.
So if I had to guess, I would say that the point that he's making is that he's much better than Sniper Wolf, which is true. I mean, you know, so is like actually Pawn Scum, but he's much better than Sniper Wolf specifically because his content is important, while a person like her, or maybe I guess Charlie probably also, are not important, and they just make stupid, like, Pog videos and react to things, I guess. I guess. I would assume that's the point he's making.
What?
My name is Spencer, and I am a survivor of Camden Gerard Davis, the leader of a destructive cult that has victimized hundreds of minors. This video is our screen grab.
So this is... Yeah, I don't know, because I'm just very... Because, again, the last video had this whole thing about how, oh, there will be a disinformation campaign that he makes to discredit all of this or something. And the fact that none of these people have had any success, apparently, none of them at all, none of them, hundreds of people are victims. Not one has been able to get the police involved successfully. I just don't know. I just don't know about this. I'm really starting to wonder where that trial is for this man who's, getting accused of quite a lot of things here and doesn't seem to be able to speak for himself at all about any of this.
On March 18th, 2016.
Yeah, we went from the, we transitioned from the fiddly-dee Irish bullshit to this, and to like actual victims supposedly, and then this, and yeah, like, is this a serious situation, or are you making a fucking joke? This is even worse than the last one.
A 16-year-old girl from Wiley, Texas, mysteriously disappeared, lured by the illusion of joining a supernatural family as a vampire on some random corner of the internet.
Yeah, the fucking voice changer is back. Yeah, are you a vampire? You know? Like, why do you need the voice changer? Are you like my inner... I know I mention it a lot, but are you like the Disco Elysium narrator? Because that's kind of you almost you sound like that, except that's just that guy's actual voice. You're almost on that level.
She actually found herself ensnared in a dangerous sex cult led by a child predator posing as a werewolf god.
I can't wait to see the video. He said Tyler says he summarized the video. Or he summarized the events rather. So like hopefully the event hopefully it's not that long. I would love to see what actual proof there is of any of this, or any, like, I would love to see a video that's about this, that's not just a colossal fucking wank. Holy shit.
And had recruited hundreds of young children, subjecting them to
We cannot possibly say the words that are in this video. We cannot possibly say what this video is about. YouTube might get mad at us, and I might not make money from this video, which is all going to the victims, obviously, absolutely.
Years later, Spencer and the other survivors shared their stories with me. This video serves as their scream for action against their perpetrator.
This is the only thing we've seen of this guy so far. Which, to be fair, is not looking good. To be fair, I have no trouble believing that this guy is some kind of freak. There's a possibility he will use anonymous accounts. You're doing this again. We're trying to... He may resort to legal threats as a method to suppress the story and silence his victims. Like, we're really setting this guy up as, like, the worst dude ever. This is like a social experiment. Like, this is... it would be amazing if this turned out to be like a social experiment. It turns out that nothing happened, and this fucking guy... I mean, I don't think it is, because there's another video that talks about it. Apparently it's a real case, but... It would be amazing, something like this. That's what this made me think of. Like, nothing actually happened, right? And this guy just did nothing. But it's all to see how we react to just this, the implication that this guy is horrible based on just, look, he growl, and here's some things that say he'll do some stuff that's bad, and then some people said that he did some stuff, and that's all you need. That's all you need. But I guess he actually did. It's just this is the most horribly edited, like, thing. I mean, again, effort in all the wrong places. He clearly put effort into these videos, but it's, like, completely in the wrong... completely misguided.
Camden Gerard Davis. Leviathans are coming for you.
Can we get to Charlie? No. Oh. What? Why are you involving Sniper Wolf in this? I just don't understand. Like, that's so strange and invasive to just... I mean, fuck Sniper Wolf, but... Like, it's so strange and invasive to just take some person who's like an e-celebrity and just be like attaching them to this situation in this way. Like, they're not attached in any way, but you're just like... It's like you take PewDiePie and you put him in a slideshow alongside horrific tragedy. Like, what the fuck is that? That just seems very strange. Oh my god, guys, look, Mama Max is real. Oh, so everybody's talking about Sniper Wolf and not his thing, and he's sad. Oh, that's what it's about. Oh, I see. Ladies and gentlemen, the seatbelts. Why didn't Charlie talk about me and the victims? My thing and the victims thing. Why didn't he talk about any of that? He just talked about Sniper Wolf, that fucker. I see now. Now it's all come clear. Now it's all clear. I see. Are we on Filmmaker again? That's awesome, bro. That's so cool. That's so great. I'm sure it's copyrighted or whatever.
behind the clicks and views of internet drama,
How do you make this and take yourself seriously?
there's a story
How do you record this and not laugh?
we're overlooking.
How do you make these faces and move your eyes like this and not break down laughing?
Millions of stories, in fact. Stories that scream for our immediate attention.
Probably because what you're doing is an actual serious issue and you've been like, I don't know, oh man, again, it's like there's the three options. He's either crazy, he's delusional and egotistical, or he is just doing this for attention and money. And none of those are good. And I want to say crazy makes me think that he is like actually like this isn't completely absurd, because the subject matter is serious. I mean, it's not a laughing matter. The children are being harmed and all of that, but also this is just ridiculous though. I just can't believe this.
It continued to be muffled by the cacophony
Yeah,
of the latest drama or trend.
Wait, somebody says, did you know Spencer is financially and emotionally dependent on Max? Wait, you mean the victim? Oh. Huh. You mean one of the victims is like his girlfriend or something? Uh-huh. Okay. And he's a YouTuber and he gives her a lot of money and emotional support. You know, I mean, I just don't know if that's true. I mean, I don't have any more proof of that than we do of any of what apparently this guy did. Maybe you're just making that up. I mean, I have no way of knowing that, chat member.
Take a moment
that's
to step
something.
back from the online spectacle and face the harrowing
I mean, that's what he said. That's what the chat member said. That's what the chat member said. I'm not saying allegedly. The chat member's alleging it. I'm not alleging it. That's what the chat member's alleging it. What's the chat member's name? Is it Tony J? Aren't you the guy that voiced Venom? Aren't you the guy that did the Venom voice? That might have been a different. I think it was Tony Todd. I think might have did Venom. I don't remember. But it's on his stream last night. I am alleging it. It's Tony J. He saw it live, but no proof. Okay, what happens in the stream last night?
human trafficking and destructive.
What do you mean the stream last night had all of that information? What do you mean?
Cults are not just issues in distant lands.
Okay. All right. You know, just to be safe, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna drop an allegedly. Why? Well, first and foremost, generally speaking. No! Why would you even have, if you have some kind of emotional and financial connection to the person that is one of the main victims, supposedly, of this person, why would you even have, I guess, transparency? He wanted to, like, disclose that, maybe? I don't know the context, and it's a long stream, so I'm probably not gonna fucking find it. But, okay, that's quite something. That's quite something, isn't it? This is a wild story.
And crime shows, they are among the most severe and rapidly growing problems
Allegedly.
happening right under our noses. The actions of Camden Gerard Davis, his heinous crimes, the lives he's shattered.
Yeah, I have no way of really knowing if this guy is even really a bad person. Like, at this point, it's starting to sound really incredibly sus that hundreds of people couldn't get the police involved to stop this guy. But you and your girlfriend, who's apparently a victim, are gonna get Corpse Husband and Critical to talk about it, and Sniper Wolf. Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, don't need to get the police involved anymore. The law has failed. We can just put that one to rest. I mean, the law does fail sometimes. That's a fact. But man, I don't know. How hard did you try? How many calls? Was it 2? Was it 3? Was it 5? How many calls to the police was it, Max? And all the people, all the various people involved in this. I mean, there's definitely issues with, like, the police. If it's, like, a rape thing or whatever, the police, sometimes they need a lot of evidence or whatever to get involved. But if there are hundreds of victims, I don't know, man. I think we know where the ad revenue, what charity the ad revenue is going towards, the victims or whatever.
The trauma he's inflicted. These did not appear in our daily news feed, yet they are glaring examples of the darker aspects of humanity.
Allegedly.
That we, as a society...
I mean, he's not dropping any allegedlys on this, so I mean... I don't know. It would be really interesting if he started throwing lawsuits around for people, like, talking about this scenario when he's saying that this guy will try to discredit people and send out lawsuits and stuff.
Often choose to ignore the gravity of his actions, the suffering of his victims.
Like, I almost want to make a parody of this video where it's like this, but I've got, like, Holocaust footage behind me. I don't think that would be a good idea, but, like, it's just this overhyped, overproduced, overdramatic, like ridiculous nonsense. This is a serious situation. If it is, I mean, if it's not highly questionable, if it's a serious situation like you're making it sound like it is, then why are you doing this in such a silly fucking manner?
Should stir us to our core, prompting outrage, action, and a demand for
not a good idea, but a funny concept.
Stories often receive a fraction of the attention granted to the latest internet scandal.
So again, he is genuinely. This is the cinematic Venom video. This is the cinematic Venom video where it's clearly that it's very, very clear the moment you read between the lines that this is all just being done for his own purposes because people didn't give him attention and now he's mad. Look at the little face he gives here.
Of the attention.
My video got no attention.
The latest internet scandal. The survivors who fell prey to Camden Gerard
Think about the survivors in my video.
Davis were once impressionable and malleable minds, unknowingly ensnared by the beguiling algorithms of the internet.
What? The internet? It's the internet's fault? It's not this one guy? I mean, I guess ultimately you want to take it on a fucking meta level.
That would lead them almost irretrievably into the clutches of exploitation for 7 long years.
Yeah, this guy gets lots of fucking views, you know? Like, the guy gets a good amount of fucking views. And here he's showing, like, child's drawings to pull at your heartstrings. Guys, they were literal children! The guy gets a lot of views. This video is from like a couple of days ago and he's getting over 100,000, nearly 200,000 views. The guy is not fucking hurting for views. The guy has 759,000 subscribers. Yeah, I'm sorry your video didn't make... Like, you know what, guy, I'm gonna tell you this, your fucking story, even if it's the truest shit in the world, not as big a deal as, like, the Gaza situation either, you know? But I don't see you talking about that, so, fucking, why don't you make your video talking about Israel and Palestine, and then PewDiePie can make his video talking about your fucking situation? How about that?
As their pleas echoed into the void, muted cries for help that were met with an indifferent world, too hyper-focused on some ephemeral stimulation.
I can see the link,
It was
Tony.
only through a twist of fate, an almost serendipitous connection through my sister, that their voices found a conduit in me. I took...
Oh boy, the fucking... Oh, it never ends. Wow, this one's gonna go to midnight, everyone.
to YouTube, turning their whispers into a broadcast that could reach the eyes and hearts of hundreds of...
So his sister is also involved. So, like, as far as we know, this is just some guy who broke up with some girl, like, and now, like, and now this is, like, this man is a monster, and it's like this whole thing. As far as we know, because we don't actually know anything about this fucking guy. We've seen one short little video of him growling at the camera, and then a bunch of like pictures of him, some of them with victims, you know, alleged victims, people that he apparently knew. You know, he was in a picture with one. But nothing has actually confirmed any of this. So far, anyway. Maybe there is fucking evidence, and we'll get to it, potentially. I'm gonna jump ahead to when we get to Charlie here. If we get to Charlie. Because this is supposed to be like a cancel video for Charlie. Or something. Okay, I think I see Charlie here. It's mostly children are at danger, protect the children. Won't someone please think of the children? And now Charlie.
Opportunity for influencers to use their platforms for something greater than just views and likes, to become agents of change in a world that desperately needs it.
There's an Australian member of the group that sent Camden a few $1,000s a year for years at this point, along with him getting money from other kids. If this... Wow! Why would this video be structured in such an awful way that makes this seem the most, like, suspicious shit? Because it sounds like there's real stuff going on here. And at this point, I'm, like, on this fucking other guy's side because this video is so horribly structured and makes it seem like it's basically just Max and some people that he knows potentially just, like, character assassinating some dude with no proof. But people in chat are like, no, yeah, there's stuff, and I'm like, holy shit, why is that not in this video? Why are we not learning about any of that? Holy shit, why did I learn about that from a chat message? Maybe we jumped over it, to be fair. But we watched most of the last fucking video, and enough of this video, that if the info was here, you'd think he'd fucking present it, but he sure isn't. Holy shit!
Thing necessary.
No background checks!
Of evil is for good men to do nothing.
This is the first YouTube superhero that protects children! Mama Max! I love it, yeah. Make sure you guys go to www.blackcougar.com for all of your Black Cougar related needs. There's a lot of... I spent hours on blackcougar.com last night. So just make sure you go to blackcougar.com to learn more. The only superhero YouTuber who protects children! England! You have got to take Mama Max across the pond! Hey, Charlie, I appreciate what? The main reason I'm extending this invitation isn't to get you back into the reaction game. Charlie, I just want to float by my spec scripts for the Seinfeld reboot. I think you might really like them. I've seen how you and your circle operate with a sense of responsibility and fairness. My upcoming video has elements that could be provocative. So this is him trying to get in contact with Charlie. Sorry for the wall, but this is important. The video itself is self-explanatory, but there's a specific reason why I came to you first. I've been consulting with top organizations in the field of cult psychology. Whether influencers like us inadvertently act as cult leaders. It's imperative for us to delve into this as it has far-reaching consequences for our audiences. You're all likely aware of harmful influencers. Sniper Wolf serves as a recent example. This is from last month on the 24th. I've reached out to you because I believe you are different. Okay, watch the video. Good influencers. Spread the word. This is... Yeah, spread my video, please. Everybody spread the word of my video. Not that other video that other guy made, but my video specifically. Exporting the 5-hour interview. A survivor of Camden, right, Spencer, who apparently is somebody that this guy, it's not his girlfriend apparently, but she's, quote, financially and emotionally dependent on Mama Max, according to the chat member who apparently got this info from a stream Mama Max just did like the other night. And here I thought Glink would be the one YouTube guy that I used to watch that goes crazy, man. So in regards to evidence, this is Spencer over here. The screenshots, right. There's a mirror cult. So he really just bothered Charlie a whole bunch about this. And your action could be life-saving, Charlie. As I'm sure you've noticed, there are some significant conversations unfolding in our group chat, but you've been relatively quiet. So Charlie is to blame for... Oh, God. Like, you're gonna guilt Charlie for not doing more about... This is like the Spider-Man thing. Like, why didn't Spider-Man... He must be terrible. Why didn't he save my son? Well, because he was busy saving someone else's fucking son. He can't be everywhere at once. And that's not even fucking applicable, because it's like... Well, Charlie does what he fucking can to raise awareness for things. He's not gonna do anything, really, and... Like... God, just putting this on him like he has some obligation. He is... He inherently has some moral obligation to talk about this fucking video that you made. Like, because you say so to him. You told him that it was super important that he talk about it. So how dare he not talk about it? Because you said it was. It could be life-saving, after all. So it's him that's the fucking monster, because he decided to not talk about something, like, for one reason or another, or he didn't see your messages, or he's busy, or it's just not his responsibility to put the fucking, this kind of burden on his shoulders, you know? Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Like, no celebrity person deserves to have this fucking put on them. Just like, you have a platform, so you have to talk about this! And if you don't, then you're bad! Fuck, man. Holy shit. You have no right. You are so entitled to tell somebody else to do this and then act like they're a bad person or something. Because they won't. Like, spamming these people with at everyone's, at fucking... Like, look at this. The video did not meet our expectations, and we likely did not make enough to start a full legal suit. Well, alright, then I guess that's that, then. You're a YouTuber. You did your video. If you couldn't do more than that, then I guess you're fucked, right? Like, you have a certain small degree of power as a YouTuber. You don't have more than that. You didn't get the lawsuit against this guy or whatever. You didn't get him in jail, so... You know, shucks. What a shame. As part of the process for the full film, we will be interviewing different cultural leaders on their perspective on destructive influencers. You fine gentlemen serve as powerful voices to multiple communities. So it shifted from take action and bring a word, bring attention to my thing. It shifted from that into... Please, 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 interview me and talk about cults or something, and cult mindsets, and destructive influencers, and, something. Like, it's just for attention, man. You just want these fucking popular streamer people to give you attention again. Because it's probably been a while since a streamer person looked at your videos on stream, since pick aside YouTube, and you probably want some more views. So you want some attention with this, and, you know, good for you. Charlie, yeah, well, the God Cult admits to knowing that they're programming people. So somebody in chat was like, yeah, well, you're programming from a cult, but this is from the God Cult. Well, that's... Mama Max is aware of that. That's all under the table. Charlie, I've noticed it's been some time since our last interaction, and while I'm aware that you have a full schedule, I wanted to reach out again. Yeah, just like shoving this onto him. Jesus Christ. Holy shit, leave him alone. I'm reaching out again because the voices of child survivors cannot be ignored. I hope you will not let us down. us? You are not one of these survivors at this point. Maybe you are of another situation, I don't know, but you're not one of the victims of this guy. Why are you saying us? Why are you attaching yourself emotionally to this fucking movement? Why are you saying us? He's showing us he's showing us his screen caps with Charlie like this is supposed to prove something. And all it's proving is that you bothered this guy. And have continued to bother him. I know it's at 1:30, but please give it a watch at your earliest convenience. Another fucking God cult video, which I guess has been removed. Me after Charlie doesn't answer my DMs. Me after Charlie continues to not answer my DMs. Charlie, think about the victims and answer my DMs! God damn it, Charlie, I blurred her face out! Answer my DMs! God damn it, Charlie, I've watched every video you've ever made! Why won't you answer my DMs? God damn it, Charlie, I know you had COVID apparently, according to the chat member, but answer my DMs!
I'm reaching out not to corner you.
I'm reaching out not to corner you. Corner you? How is it that you can continue to make everything you do weird and predatory? Like, your last video was about being a cult, and now you're like, I'm not trying to approach you, I'm not trying to corner you! Like, holy shit, dude. Holy fuck.
Growing concerns that has been eclipsed by your usual online interactions. I respect you as an individual. I believe you are fundamentally a good man. I would not be reaching out to you if I thought otherwise. However, our community, and by extension our society...
You know, maybe he should think, like, has he not at all stopped to... He's so narcissistic as to think that it has to be about him. Or it has to be about Charlie. It can't be about him. It has to be about Charlie. Charlie's talked about, like, he just showed Peluchin Entertainment up there, which was years ago at this point. People might not remember. This was some, like, Chilean kid, I think, who, like, I don't know, he, like, killed his cat on YouTube or something, or beat it up or something like that. And it was pretty bad, and it raised a stink, and people were upset. And Charlie talked about it. He was one of the people that talked about it, and so I guess this guy's making a point like, well, Charlie talked about that, so why didn't Charlie talk about my thing? And it's like, maybe you should just critically analyze for the time it takes you to edit one of these videos or something. Like, why he would have talked about that and not this. And if he does talk about this, maybe it won't be with your video. Maybe that would be, wouldn't that be amazing? Charlie comes out with a video tomorrow. It's talking about, like, the fucking other guy that did a video about all this. The other guy that actually talked about the case and brought up actual fucking evidence and not all this self-indulgent bullshit. That would be great if Charlie completely doesn't even acknowledge the Mama Max shit. But I don't think that would happen. But yeah, no, he can't possibly imagine why his video is not, you know, getting Charlie's attention. Well, when he would look at other stuff, he's like, I know you're fundamentally a good person, so it can't be my fault that you won't look at my video. It can't be anything that I've done. So why is it that you're not looking at my video then, or talking to me?
However, our community, and by extension our society, faces a critical imbalance in its focus.
And why didn't Doug make a joke about the hammer?
Priorities. We are living
That's
in
right.
an era where the exploitation of children, a subject of grave importance.
Oh my god, look at him talk with the sound off. Think critically. Yeah, to grab that one and pull it in there, yeah. And so one more thing. The ass was so fat, it's really big, juicy. Yeah, really succulent. Yeah, it was just like that. Okay.
A subject of grave importance is alarmingly overlooked, neglected by the spotlight that's instead...
This is the same exact mindset of the fucking Pizzagate people. Again, it's the same thing of like, well, why aren't you talking about Hillary and the Pizzagate? It's like, cause Anthony Fantano, who you tagged in your first video, makes videos about music, you freak.
Cast on topics like Sniper Wolf. While such content has its relevance, my intention in reaching out to you, especially through private channels like Discord, was to foster a private approach to address these serious matters. Unfortunately, your silence has left me with no choice but to resort to more public forms of communication. This in of itself...
Your silence has left me with no choice but to horribly embarrass myself. But I guess that's just normal for this guy's channel. We need to listen to his fucking rap video. That was embarrassing.
Is symptomatic.
You're the bread! We're the prey!
A larger problem. This lack of dialogue among creators is not just an internal community issue. It has...
Yeah, I think it would be... That was a good one. I think it would be good without his voice in general. Nuh-uh! Nuh-uh! Grab it! Yeah! Take me! Yeah! Power! Black power! That's fine, that's fine.
Just an internal community issue. It has far-reaching consequences.
Soylent Wendigoon.
Especially in our battle against the rampant spread of
I
disinformation.
think that was just Wendigoon.
The digital landscape we navigate is already rife with misleading...
Charlie, I love kids, Charlie! That's just the video. That's the video! That's the video! The video should have been retitled to just, Charlie, I love kids, Charlie! That's the video! That's all it is!
And half-truths. And until AI is perfected, the problem is only set to intensify with advancing technologies. This scenario is further exacerbated by the motivations of the most rich and powerful in the tech world.
And why didn't Smiling Friends talk about this cult either? I mean, those guys are also YouTubers. What the fuck?
Relentless pursuit of profit, occasionally at the expense of human welfare and
Wendigooner
considerations, is steering us toward a precarious future.
I don't know what the deal is with the hand gestures.
Uniquely to counteract these.
Listen, man, I have one hand. It is very uniquely off-putting for me that you're doing all these hand gestures, and many of them are like symmetrical, where you're doing the same gesture with both hands at the same time, and it's like, oh, isn't that cool, cunt? Isn't that a cool feature that you have about your body?
Troubling trends. Our role extends beyond content creation. We must actively engage
yeah, by the way, I forgot to do this earlier. Slug Boys, you now have this power. You're now a mod on the channel. Do you want to be a managing mod? Wait. I think standard is fine. I mean, change chat modes. Oh, that's fine. Yeah. New chat mod, Black Brains, by the way. I was meaning to do that like last stream or whatever, but I don't think I saw you last stream, so and then I forgot about it till now. So don't ban anybody without cause unless you want to. There you go. That's basically that's the rule I live by.
Our audience, particularly the young and impressionable. While this video addresses the responsibility...
By the way, if you haven't seen the Black Brains Super Brains Kingdom video, it features cameos from Chie Satonaka, Travis Touchdown, George Costanza 666. I mean, all your favorites are there. There's some great editing. They really take those users to task, and they really put those Persona 5 fans in their place. So go check that out on Brains channel there. Just look up Super Brains Kingdom.
Influencers. My future endeavors aim to challenge the larger forces at play. The wealthy and powerful architects of these very systems.
Bro, what is Blood waffling on about? What the fuck? What?
Only through collective action can we hope to instigate meaningful change and protect those most vulnerable to the revenue-driven decisions of these powerful entities.
I mean, yeah, there's a good place to take this. I mean, if it wasn't so clearly just you up your own ass about this whole shit. I love how this is basically that one brain puzzle from Baldur's Gate 3 when you're connecting the nodes to open the door. This is, yeah, the connection between social media algorithms and trafficking and stuff, that's a a real point you can make. Yeah, there's, you know, maybe that's an angle you could take. It's just that you've really lost your mind, man. And I mean, I don't know. I don't know that you're really taking that angle necessarily.
Fight against them must be a unanimous one, requiring strategic collaboration among all of us in the creative community. We must acknowledge the stark realities we're facing. The escalation of human trafficking, the insidious growth of destructive cults, and other heinous crimes that are being grievously underreported.
So that's about the state of it, Charlie. What do you have to say about that?
These issues should be at the forefront of our collective consciousness, yet they remain marginalized.
Again, fucking, you are not talking about the fucking children dying in Israel and Palestine and their conflict that's happening right now. Neither am I, because, again, I really don't need to have an opinion about that necessarily. Not everybody needs to weigh in on the fucking global crisis of the week, you know? Not everybody needs to. I think it's fine that sometimes you don't. But, you know, you haven't talked about that, and if you're so fucking high and mighty about talking about shit that's important, I feel like you could maybe weigh in about that, but I guess you don't want to do anything about that. You know, you don't have anything you could do about it, but you feel like you have some power, I guess, in this case. I don't know, man. I don't know. There's a lot of shit in the world that you're not talking about or doing anything about. That's such a dumb way of thinking. Like, all the things I'm not doing. Well, just, you know, take it one fucking day at a time, man. I don't know, man. Just, yeah, there's like war and shit happening everywhere every fucking day. Like, this is where you're drawing the line. I mean, I'm sorry if there actually are apparently a whole bunch of victims, people financially indebted to this fucking Camden guy, and like, you know, young people across the fucking world, like Australia, whatever. That's a fucking real shame, really sucks, but is it worse than, like, Israel-Palestine? I don't know. I don't know. I guess it's this guy thinks that he has some power here. But, I mean, his power extends to trying to raise a vigilante digital hate mob against somebody who doesn't actually have any legal thing going on with them. Like, I don't know. I just struggle to... Like, what... If he got what he wanted out of this, I don't know what would have even happened. I guess more people would have talked about the guy. If anything, it would have just led to a bigger problem with him getting fucking arrested. Like, look at Chris Chan. Chris Chan got out of fucking prison. He might have been in jail for what happened, but fucking dollars to donuts, the people that were in charge of fucking taking care of him were sick of getting pizzas every day, you know? And they were like, fuck it, just send him back out. What do we give a shit? This is not our problem. Whatever. And, like, yeah, I don't know. The police don't like to deal with a fucking YouTube digital media circus. Which I think is I think that's the next big animated series people are going to be watching.
Charlie, you are a voice heard by millions.
Supposedly he did go out to the proper channels. Apparently the victims tried, the hundreds of victims all tried to go to the police. Across the entire world, apparently. Tried to go to the police, and not a single one of them was able to get any kind of case raised against this guy. Which is, again, sus, but apparently the info that is out there is pretty sus, not in his favor, so... Yeah, I don't really know what to fucking believe.
Doubt hoping for a private response at the very least. Your platform has the power to drive significant change.
God, even the hand gestures are embarrassing. How do you do that?
Yet many voices remain unheard.
Like, I mean, without Heiling Hitler, I guess.
Amid the digital clamor. You've built a platform that resonates with a vast audience. A platform that has the incredible potential not just to entertain, but to empower.
It's like all the same hand gestures, too. They're like all the same ones. He's like Trump. He's like Trump, who only had like the 2 or 3 hand gestures. He had the one that was like the little OK sign, and then he had the one where he like waved the OK sign around really quickly. And then he had, and then the popular one with the politicians is the thing with the thumb, where they're not allowed to do like a raised pounding fist because that looks too militaristic. So they do this thing where they hold like their thumb like it's a fucking joystick on their hand, and they like hold that and they pump that. He's doing like the same 2 or 3 canned Yakuza NPC animations while he talks. It's great.
Your voice can reach corners of the internet that many of us cannot, making you not just an influencer, but a potential catalyst.
Claw, how do you feel about January 6th? Well, as somebody who has to have an opinion about everything, as all humans do, I personally feel that when the aliens came down and abducted those people, it was really uncalled for, but frankly, I was definitely on the side of the people. And never forget what I just said in that moment.
Much needed awareness and action, as you have already done before. With this remarkable influence comes a significant responsibility. The choices you make in content creation, the stories you choose to amplify, have a ripple effect that extends far beyond the boundaries of your channel. When issues like the ones we're trying to highlight are overlooked in favor
I really prefer January 7th.
of more sensational yet less
January 7th, it's much like the Method Man album 421, The Day After. Yeah.
impactful content. It represents a missed opportunity. I understand the demands of your platform and the constant pressure to remain relevant and engaging in an ever-changing digital landscape. But we
see somebody in chat says something, and I can only read it. I can only read it in the voice of Pim. Charlie, it is only through the 2 of us that we can summon the party van. I can't really do the voice of Pim, but I'm certainly hearing it in the voice of Pim.
Influencers like you have the unique power to bridge this gap, to use your reach and influence to bring important topics to the forefront. Our intention in reaching out was not to criticize, but to collaborate, to combine our efforts in shedding light on stories that are often ignored. We're not asking you to change the efforts in shedding light, but to collaborate.
Collaborate.
To
Some shit with Cade is going really sour, like worse than it was. Yeah, what is happening? Basically, we want to know your opinion on Cade, things he's personally told or done to you, if you think he's fake or real, etc. Anything about fake or real? I think he's really fake, not trustworthy. Everything he's tried to pull off as proof was always a video, never IRL. He really wanted to fuck me, saying we had to have a kid together. You're not the only one. Okay. Right, well, Cade... I don't remember who that was in this scenario, but alright, sure.
To combine our efforts in shedding light on stories that are
again, it's like you made this whole thing. You made this whole fucking thing. And you made this whole fucking thing, and you're trying to say that you're doing this for the victims, and it's all for the victims. I want to collaborate for the victims, yada yada. But then why is it that I'm still so confused about what's happening? You know? Like, we've watched a good amount of this shit now. Why am I still so fucking baffled about what's going on? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what's happening. Like, there's a guy named Cade. He brought that up briefly. I did skip over some of it, but we watched the whole last video. I mean... there's a whole bunch of shit that's apparently been left out, too. So, I'm gonna call it on this one. Again, Charlie's bad because he didn't talk about every story ever. But there is a video here. Let me see. Apparently there's a 5-hour video that has every bit of info on this case. But instead of summarizing it from start in a way that people can actually understand what the fuck is going on, he's doing all this. At the most, I think he left links to it in the description and briefly mentions the existence of the interview. So there, yeah, the 5-hour interview he mentions, that feels like that's the point, that's like the main thing you should be showing people. Like, it's always this way. It's like with the same thing with fucking Doug Walker. Like, all the people fucking want is to see you talk to the fucking camera about the movie that you saw. Or whatever. They don't need all the stupid fucking skits with your fucking idiot fucking coworkers in stupid costumes with terrible fucking camera work and lighting and everything. We don't need all of that. And the same fucking thing for this. All that this needed to be was the video with the fucking victim just talking and like proof of it and stuff and you know, shit like that. But instead you made it this whole fucking crazy thing. This crazy fucking thing that I'm just so confused about at this point. But, continues, Tyler over here with some info. Apparently, he tried to expose Corpse over saying retarded in one of Max's vids. I saw a short Papa Gut re-upload, but there isn't complete context, and the original video he reacted to is gone. Okay, so he's also... Okay, that's wild. So yeah... I love this. I love this. It is. It's 3 minutes long. It's 3 minutes long. It's from this guy's Slime Beast, and it's called "What the Fuck Is Mama Max Talking About?" Beautiful video. Beautiful title. Thank you. 3 minutes long. After seeing several videos and posts from Mama Max regarding a vampire werewolf cult and its victims, I decided to go through the available information and simplify it for others. Okay, we still don't need the music. I like Agnes Obel, but this is unnecessary. I will be clear and honest and upfront. I think a poor job has been done getting... Yes. Yes. To say the fucking least. I do not think the cult aspect was the right thing to put at the forefront. Here is an incredibly simplified and thus more digestible description of the events. In 2016, a 16-year-old met an 18-year-old online, Camden's age based on routine people search lookup, being reposted from the videos and interviews created by others and should not be seen as a declarative statement of guilt on the part of any party. Right. So this is all based on the info from these Mama Max videos, I guess. Let's turn this off. Spencer, 16, seen here, ran away from home to live with Camden, the 18-year-old. Spencer's presence in Camden's family home was a secret, giving him full control over what she was allowed to do. During this time, Spencer was mentally, emotionally, physically, and sexually abused multiple times. Sleep with other men he met online. That in and of itself should be the first thing brought up. At least from my perspective. The crimes committed are clear. Yeah, pretty easy to... Now the cult aspect... Pretty easy to see what happened there. Camden claimed to be a werewolf god, among other things. He convinced Spencer and others that they too were vampires and werewolves. Hunted by outside forces. Claimed he could send their dead loved ones to hell if he so chose. Well, where did he get access to all these stupid motherfuckers? I'm sorry, but like... God, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be. I shouldn't make jokes, but man, just I'm sorry. Vampire cults, really? That's the one you fell for, really? The vampire cult. I just, damn. I'm sorry, but I guess it takes all kinds. I'm just making jokes here. It's nothing personnel. Through these methods. And more, he further attempted to control his targets. Right. Okay. He would then have his followers try to recruit the others online, some as young as 11. Okay. It is unclear if every would-be recruit was to be brought in for sexual purposes or not. Spencer eventually left Camden's influence and moved home to her family. Personal opinion time. Alright, it's from Slime Beast. Most importantly, if accurate, Camden definitely belongs in prison. This should be obvious, yes. Presenting this case in the manner Mama Max has presented it, focusing on the cult aspect, focusing on other content creators and himself, has really buried the lead of what crimes actually happened. Yes! Buried the lead! The Mama Max story! Yes, this, it should immediately be made clear that an 18-year-old preyed on younger teens, enticing them via the internet. However, I only found his age by looking around for myself. Well, I mean, I think it was implied that he was an adult, at least by being a predator, but, like, yeah, I mean, that angle was still not pushed at all. No. This is a great summary video from Slime Beast here. Keep in mind, most viewers won't bother watching through all of the associated videos or doing their own research. Yeah. I mean, if all his fucking video was this, it would have been something. I mean, it would have been too short, but hopefully this reaches these folks. Yeah. That's a good summary of things, I guess. Really sounds like some real shit has been committed, but again, according to this, I mean, it sounds like it's just from, like, you know, statements from people. I mean, you know, believe all victims and all of that, but it's like, again, why have hundreds of people not been able to get the police involved if there's, like, shouldn't there be messages or anything from this guy? I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't know how it works. I'm sure sounds like some bad stuff happened, but regardless, Mama Max has done the worst possible job of exposing this to people. Just a comedic fucking farce. We're approaching 10 o'clock. I've got one last video here. And this is actually Charlie talking about this fucking thing. Moist Critical responds to Mama Max drama. It's a minute 15. It's a minute 15. Let me see here.
What's up, everybody? It's Critical. Stop ignoring Mama Max. Yeah, so here, you want me to talk about it a little bit? That rubbed me the wrong way. We talked like a month ago about like what he was working on in his investigation. And then apparently when I had COVID, he messaged me a couple times and I never saw it. And now he's taken that as me ghosting him and ignoring his very important mission. And it really rubs me the wrong way. Instead of just he's jumping to the most extreme possible explanation for me not seeing it, which is really fucking cringe. That did make me upset. There. Yeah, that really rubbed me the wrong way. I had COVID, and I barely used Discord in the first place. It was a miracle I ever even saw his message to begin with. And then I spent 12 days not doing anything online, in bed. And during that time, apparently it changed his whole framing of the video in order to make it like a Trojan horse of cancel Critical, because he didn't respond to my messages and ghosted me. So yeah, wow. That did rub me the wrong way. Good intentions, but I did not like that.
Good intentions. Well, it's nice that you say that. Benefit of the doubt and all that. Yeah, I guess that's it. Right, well, that'll do it. That's the fucking scenario with that. Mama Max has gone insane, I guess, and whatever information he's trying to get out there is not being well communicated to people, and it sounds ultimately like it's somewhat he said, she said. Again, hundreds of victims are being named. I mean, not named, but it's said that there are hundreds. So, like, where are they all? And where are the police if there are hundreds of people? I don't know, but, I mean, all we really have to go on is the stuff from his videos, it sounds like, which is suspect. But, if there's stuff there, it doesn't sound good, and, yeah, it's, not, well, hopefully it's something that has actually brought some attention to, if, you know, as needed, if needed. But yeah, that's an awful couple of videos there from that guy. Before we go, okay, one last video before we go. I want to listen to this. Alright, Brains, you here? You guys ready for the rap god? Is this like, is this like what he thinks like rap songs do, like before the song starts, when it's like, hey yo, yo, turn the music up, turn me down, this one's for the money. Is he doing that, that sort of thing, the Jay-Z? It kind of sounds like he's like mumbling a bit. I mean, I've actually made music before that had this kind of effect on my voice, so this is kind of, at least the instrumental was better. Don't try to pray, 'cause you're the prey. Oh man, the bars right there. Okay, good, we got lyrics, Does it say what this is? No, this is still on indeterminate grumbling at the beginning. And then you have your own captions up underneath the video captions. Now you're the I'm gonna make you so fucking famous, Zach. Whoever this guy is, I guess. Like, this is what I mean. Like, if this video is about someone, who's Zach? Is this directed at someone? I don't know. It's just called Mama Max Pray. Is this just you doing a horrible rap song? Or is it about an actual child abuser? What the fuck is wrong with you, dude? It's a spiritual lyrical miracle. In hell with me. Wait, why is he in hell with you? Why are you in hell? What did you do? If that guy went to hell, why are you also in hell? Are you the devil? Doesn't that make you worse than this guy? Why are you in hell with him? Okay. This debt with head, my... Oh, this is just unbelievable. My little play, thing till the end. Wow, just when you thought it couldn't get worse, the lyrics, and then the video too, him like, kind of just standing there a little bit. There's like not even a beat on this. I mean, it's like, it sounds like a rap song, kind of, but it's not a rap, it's just da 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 da, ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba, ba 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 ba, and there's not like a tempo or anything. Oh, here we go. Oh no, what's this part now? Oh, it's not good. Subtitle error detected. Okay, now it actually is a rap. We need to, okay, oh, fuck. We need to hear this. We need to hear the rap. Okay. No, wait, did I jump ahead? We're the pred. These demons. Okay, this is not on beat. This is so bad. Holy shit. This is so... I have such a smile on my face of how bad this is. I don't... I love terrible things, obviously. I mean, I'm a big fan of things that are awful. So, like, this brings me such joy as I recognize that every part of this is as bad as it can be. you know, when you read a really good book and it's like, wow, everything about that was good. That's like the reverse of this, It's like, every part of this that could have been bad was bad. That's great. That's a real accomplishment. My ears, they bleed. Oh my god, that's awful. That is awful. Why did you... I don't know how such evil sins can be allowed. Spiritual, lyrical, miracle, spiritual, hero, go. You know what? There actually was a line in a Massive Attack song, too. This is the miracle of a dub plate, dub selection, whether you're black or white or half caste in your complexion. Something about jam me in a ciracle. He runs out of like rhymes for miracle, and I think spiritual was also in there. And he goes like, it's kind of spiritual, so jam me in a ciracle, and it's just the word circle, and it doesn't even make sense. I was just thinking about that, but yeah, no, the oh, it's not on beat, and another subtitle error. Why are there so many subtitle errors? Fix your subtitles, Max. Jesus, Japaneses!
Even now, my ears they bleed. I don't know how such evil sins can be allowed. So I can be alone.
What are these lyrics, though? What the fuck is this? To exist, let a kiss. Laying still, seeing nil. Oh my god, it's like the songs I wrote when I was the same age that I wrote the sitcom that was better than those people's Frasier scripts. Am I talented? What the fuck? Like, I keep seeing things where I'm like, wow, it's just like shit that I made when I was fucking 10. Like, this is so bad. This is genuinely like... So the weird gap here, and there's like nothing even there, nothing even happens, there's just a weird like pause for no reason, and then it's so fast and there's no rhythm to it, and it's laying still, seeing nil, like he's dead, I guess. Is this like gravity eyelids? Ceiling spill, unhealing fill. I'm sorry. Okay, you didn't say those words. Those are not words that you said. You cannot say ceiling spill at that speed. You can't. You're not bus driver. You're not able to do that. I don't even think he could say those words specific. Those are hard words to say quickly. That is not something you actually said there. Okay, those words just fade into nothing. Cuck impulse? This really is Pizzagate. Holy fuck. Holy cuck. Ball. Aesop rocks, sweating nervously. Yeah, I mean, shit, ODB's gonna come back after this one. A lot of dead rappers have been quiet since this one dropped, but they're not gonna take this challenge lying dead. This is motion sickness. Well, it's some kind of sickness. Maybe it's ocean madness from that one Futurama episode. I don't know, but this video is so bad though. I mean, there is like it's like almost like a seizure warning thing. There probably was a fucking trigger warning at the beginning, because of course there is. But like a subtitle error detected, by the way. Mama Max, subtitle error detected. The untold true story. That's the biography of the subtitle error. It was supposed to have a different subtitle. It was supposed to be called Buried the Lead, the Mama Max true story, but they fucked it up, so it was called Subtitle Error Detected, the Mama Max true story. They fucked up. Yeah, but no, this video is fucking terrible. It's just flashing lights and him like bouncing around, and he doesn't have any, I mean, he can't fucking dance or whatever he's trying to do any better than he can rap. I assume he made the song to like the instrumental. It's also fucking, well, it's fine, I guess. It's the most inconsequential part of this. I mean, if he made it, it's fine, I guess. It's okay. Yeah, like, where's the rhythm or music?
Yeah, music has three fundamental building blocks. It's rhythm, it's melody, and it's harmony. And rap has none of those.
excruciation on its way, and yes, it'll hurt. It's like the fucking it's like the fucking Slayer songs about like cutting people over. Not even Slayer, but like that one time when we read Dark Lyrics for a little bit, and like 50 people left the stream within a couple of minutes. And I just started reading, like, I was playing like soft jazz, and I was like, cutting open the vaginal orifice, I suffocate. Like, just these insane metal lyrics. This is like that if it was set to like a, well, no, if it was less musical.
With words do not describe the pain like yours, she's on sweet, yes. It'll hurt. Just have to make a minimalistic scene that slams their secret.
Oh, that's so fucking bad. Look, all of that is so bad. That is so bad. Excruciating, saying, yes, it'll hurt. And then we just have this, it's just static of words, apparently. You take their word for it that this is what he's fucking saying to serve you naked men on this list in this what?
The slams their secret flesh falls from your hands, raping, trust, burning brands, faded residency began invading them, forbidden lands, their jaded heads will not forget, abated breaths will not forgive, as hatred cleft our hearts for many wasted direction on good earth, forefooting with little boys and girls, disturbing the children we have heard, so stirring your innards with knuckled curls and
it almost had like a thing going for a second, kind of rhythmically, but it didn't. Then it just didn't. Instead, it was almost did, and then it didn't. Winds of Mordor. Winds of Mordor. Are you making a song about sex criminals? Or are you making a song about Lord of the Rings? The answer cannot be both. I'm sorry, you can't use the Winds of Mordor to doom your just say hell! Oblivion, whatever! Mordor! What a fucking dark...
response from the entire world to get in mind for gunfire of holy war, but the Yip's first they become.
One does not simply drop bars in Mordor.
Like you're the prey, and we're the prey. I'm trying to pray. You're already dead. Out with me. For what you did.
So are you also in Mordor? I guess that opens up the possibility that Mama Max is Frodo or Sam in this scenario, I guess. You know, I guess that's all right. You know, I guess that would be okay. I mean, or Gollum. I'm gonna go with he's Gollum. You know what? If we're in Mordor in this scenario, he's Gollum. Yeah, he's Gollum. Yeah, I'm good with that. Yeah, sweet. Yeah.
See what you made.
See what you made. Well, I mean, whatever he did, the worst thing he did was force you to make this terrible song. Apparently, this is. I guess this is like a call out to some of you are asking me to get back into rapping. You mean this isn't your first attempt? Oh boy. This is something I made in my free time. Uh-huh. Oh, there's a new survivor speaking out. That's neat. Well. Uh-huh.
You're the prey. We're the pred.
Somebody pointed out earlier that pred is like sex terminology. I think they said it was vor terms. Isn't that also like Omega verse or some shit? I feel like pred specifically is like yeah. I think that's definitely vor, yeah. Who is Craig? I don't know. I would assume that he didn't even mix and master it. What a shame. You mean all you did was produced? Does that mean you didn't even make the fucking music too? Does that mean that the whole thing that you did was the horrible rap? It's fine. It's fine. Oh god. Yeah, I would assume Craig is one of the fucking predators that he's talking about. Except that, again, the whole thing is about him and doesn't even link in the description to any of the fucking people that he's apparently talking about. So, great job, Mama Max. Good job with the song, I guess. I guess if that was a message to those people. I'm sure they got it. I don't know who they were, and it didn't spread the word about anything they did. And it really just spread the word that you're the worst rapper I've heard since, like, T-Dub. But, sure, good stuff. I hope there's more coming. Hope you make a song about the toxic gossip train, or whatever. We got, super chats dating back 6 hours, people. I'm gonna be putting that on here. And, let me see here. Let me see. Well, let's throw on some P5T again. Play the song. Play the song. There you go. Yeah. No, you know what? We'll jump to disc 2 because we've done some disc 1. All right. Let me see here. Thank you, everybody. We're doing super chats and stuff now. Yeah, T-Dub was better than that. That's true. Max is live now. Well, good luck to him, I guess. 2 months member, Brendan SRT. What are you doing, Step Doctor? You're gonna make me woke. Wow, Pump. What are we gonna do in the TARDIS? $5 from RDA all the way. Papa Claw, why is the old man yelling at us? I do not know. $30 from Milksteak. Thank you very much. It says, yay for Doctor Who talk. Woo! Thanks, Dork. Well, thank you very, very much. You're welcome for Doctor Who talk. I mean, I'm always down for Doctor Who talk. I've been really enjoying it lately. I just watched the one with Capaldi where they're in like a spooky haunted house with Bill and her companion people at like university or whatever. And it's a spooky haunted house it's the house that eats people. That's all I'm gonna say. But it was a pretty good one. It's a pretty good one. I don't really like the ones that lean into horror as much as I like the pure sci-fi ones or weird concepts, but that was a little more horror. It was okay. It was okay. I like it's probably my least favorite of what is it, series 10 or whatever, series 11. Whatever, the one with Bill. It's my least favorite so far with that of that season series. God damn it! Anyways, $5 from Wiggly Fungus. Didn't they have to give out coupons in some countries to get more people to watch Rings of Power? Well, they should have. They should have given out coupons to get more people to write it better. $5 from Wiggly Fungus. Currently, the only example I can think of media based on another that has a race swap that was actually good is the Castlevania cartoon with Isaac. Yeah, that was a very good version. I mean, I fucking have no interest whatsoever. As someone who, one of my favorite Castlevania games is the Curse of Darkness game, the one that nobody likes on PS2, where Isaac comes from and Hector. Yeah, I did not give a shit about Isaac in that game, and I am so much happier with what they did with those characters in the TV show. I can't believe that they were involved in that at all. Like, fucking having Castlevania, having Curse of Darkness stuff in the TV show was wild, but yeah, no, Isaac was great, and yeah, they did stuff with him too, where he was like a former slave, and he escaped from his master and everything. He was a completely different character, other than the role that he played and his name. But yeah, much better than the leather-browned anime jabroni from the fucking original. I had no interest in him. Maybe some yaoi people did. I don't know though, I mean, like, there's times when it's like, I don't know, what's her name from fucking, the Spider-Man MCU movies, MJ and that, she's fine, Zendaya, technically that's MJ, and she's fine, you know, I mean, I don't know, I can't think of I can't think of many versions of that happening. Situations where that happened, where it was actually done to a good effect specifically, and not just, okay, it's just a person playing a character, and it's not specifically a negative weird thing where it like draws attention, like, I don't know, like the female Ghostbusters or whatever, where the whole thing was just that they were female. Yeah, Isaac is a good example. I can't think of, because he was one where it made him being like an African former slave actually part of his character, and it made him do some really interesting things with that too, like he went to fucking Egypt or whatever, and like, yeah, I fucking love Isaac in that show. He was great. He was like the best part of that show. I need to watch more of the, because the Castlevania Nocturne, the second show, kind of does the opposite. Where they, I mean, I guess they do the same thing too, but it's like not as interesting. It really was off-putting. In like the second or third episode, they dedicate like half of the fucking episode to some side character who I didn't even remember was in the game, but I guess she was. Annette, I think was her name. And like the love interest of Annette. And like I didn't give a shit, and they didn't make me give a shit. And I was just bored, and then they promised with the end of the episode that like a big focus of the season was gonna be like her and the love interest, and her, like the love interest dies, and I don't know, I just didn't care. It was like the Isaac thing, because they made her like a slave on a plantation and had a whole thing, and it was like just a considerably less interesting effect. I guess because maybe because Curse of Darkness is one of my favorite Castlevania games. Let me see. $2 from Jester's Gesture. Can't we all just be bronouns? I'm sadly not in the culture war. 753 from Exiled Postman. Why do you think he's like this? Is it mom issues or dad issues? Oh, you know, why can't it be just like sister issues, you know? Why is it always gotta be mom issues, dad issues? Why can't it ever be like, you know, my friend gave me issues, you know? Not even bully, friend. £5 from Post-Apocalyptica. The Star Beast was a breath of fresh air and a return to form. Catherine and David felt right at home. Ending was kind of clunky, but overall still fun. Exactly. The ending was not my favorite, but even then, they saved it really quick by saying that they're gonna go see Wilf. They're gonna go see Wilf. How can you fucking monsters be mad? They're gonna go see Wilf, you freaks. Wilf is coming back, and it's like his last role. The actor died, so one of the most beloved Doctor Who characters of all time is coming back. You sick fiends, he's coming back, and you're gonna fucking complain about that too, people. You fucking people. You know, he's a white man and everything. You gotta look forward to that at least. Come on. Come on, you freaks. 844 from Exiled Postman. It's an obvious gift, but man, when they have the same opinion over and over and over again, don't their fans just get bored of hearing it? I guess you meant obvious grift. Yeah, I mean, you would think, but it's an echo chamber, I guess. You like hearing anger. I mean, I've been part of that too. I mean, even within the time when I've been on YouTube, I probably was, that was when I was watching Nerdrotic at some point. I was watching a few of his videos, and you know, yeah, I was susceptible to it because, yeah, some of the media is bad and some of it is woke and some of the points they make are right. And before you know it, you watch a video where Nerdrotic talks about the plandemic. And if you're not like me, you might just take that one as all in stride too. You know, just because they're right about some of the media stuff, just because they're right some of the time does not mean they're right all the time. And just because they're right some of the time does not mean that they're not incorrect. Somewhat, yeah, well, like you say, it's an obvious grift. Somewhat dubiously incorrect. And yeah, 294 from Exiled Postman. Grift, thanks autocorrect. Well, there you go. $5 from It's Soulsy. Damn, haven't watched a stream in a while. What up, Clawfella? Well, we got another day or two for... Wait, how many days are in November? Yeah, I got another couple days for more Nostalgia Critic November. So that's what's up. That's what's up, tubes! Other than that, it's gone too long. The stream's been too long. And I need to eat food. I have a roast to make at 10 at night. £2 from It's Bread Bin. Black guy literally just exists. This is woke! Well, I mean, we didn't see any of that necessarily, but again, when Ncuti Gatwa takes over for 15th Doctor, yeah, well, it's gonna happen. I mean, it probably already happened back when he was announced, but... Modern woke politics! Cast a black man as Doctor Who! Now, I'm not racist, but... You know, I can already imagine the video, you know? Like, I'm sure there's content for years for him. 300 ISK from Baneblade. Dax is a better female doctor than Jodie Whittaker. You mean like Jadzia Dax, trans icon? If there's a Dax in Doctor Who, I don't remember. But I would say Dr. Donna is a better female doctor. You know? There was a doctor who showed up in like a... I think it was in like... I forget which Peter Davison serial, but there was a lady whose name was Doctor, and she was like doing some stuff. She was a pretty good female doctor. Martha Jones! Now there was a good female doctor. 300 ISK from Baneblade. Florida isn't real, right? It's all a joke, right? Well, you know, most of the people there are. 671 from Exiled Postman. I'm sorry, but why would any self-respecting punk rock DIY person want God, this stream has been long. Want Hollywood scriptwriters to have any of their corporate input on their ideas? Well, you know, you want... Because Frasier, right? Why would punk people want to make Frasier? That's the real question. Zen has been a member for 1 month, thank you. The reason they want them to read the script so bad is because they've spent hundreds of dollars on black ink, yeah. You gotta get that Frasier-style script. Liquid Dinosaur, Certified Sicko, welcome to the membership, thank you. And then Count Archvile for 2 months. I've never even watched Frasier. Well, you should, it's a good show. 5CHF from Super Mario Hack. Jason Gomez apparently got kicked from SOK, but this guy kept getting excused for long. Well, no, I think he also got kicked before. Maybe this is new. I mean, that video just came out, so maybe. 10 bucks from Crosby M. Loving the stream, Claw. Been listening while I'm playing some Skyrim. Poor Cicero! Well, that's fine. Skyrim's fine. You know, hopefully you, hopefully someday you play Morrowind or something. I hope you've been enjoying. 5 bucks from Reverent Cudgel. Sorry, I didn't... Yeah, I read this one. Money Plane. Good old Money Plane. 5 bucks from Wise Lowell Production, Sonic Lowell Productions. As a wise and much better crab once said, I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't know which crab that would have been, but, you know, yeah. 577 from Exiled Postman. It's like when the cops arrest you and tell you to be silent, but then you start talking about all the other crimes no one even knew about. Yeah, they didn't even find that body, man! Yeah, no, that's the best strategy. 5 bucks from Inky S. Mama Max's God Cult or Jake Paul's God Church. Which way, Western man? Buy that merch! Buy that merch! I gotta stay true. 2 bucks from Jester's Gesture. Bad Analog Horror was last month, Mama Max. Yeah, come on, brother, get with the times. Well, the video did come out last month, so it was still a spooky Halloween video about child predators. 5 bucks from Jester's Gesture. Dead Six needs to see this and tell people to stop the trafficking.
Guys, trafficking children is bad.
Oh man, that could be a really good new, like, Cosmo Cray Cray 69 video. What's up, YouTube? Trafficking children is whack. My friend Mega Man also agrees. Like, a user rant about child trafficking. 5 bucks from Reverent Cudgel. This is dog water. It's so bad it makes me doubt the victims even though I don't want to. And if anyone else talked about it, I would probably believe it. Yeah, that sums it all up, basically. I mean, also the fact that apparently he's, like, paying this woman money and she's supposedly emotionally, like, reliant on him in some way. Like, yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot about the Mama Max, allegedly. Just a lot about the whole Mama Max video thing that's very, strange. And I don't want to have to question the victims, because it does sound like if something happened there, it's definitely not a good situation. The guy said something, well, it was said that the guy said something about people as young as 11. So, yeah, not good. Not good. I would hope that the police would get involved, but instead we have Mama Max. You know, I wanted a lawyer, but I got Mama Max instead. Ah, jeez, this trial's gonna take forever. Fuck. $5 from Daniel Huras. I have no idea why he couldn't just make a video about this girl's story. Why does he instead urge creators to speak up on a story we know nothing on? Yeah, why would Charlie make the fucking video? He knows the video you made was so horribly communicated and weird and batshit insane and focused on the wrong things. Like, why would anybody fucking... That's... Yeah, no, I mean, he can't stop and look at it and just be like, well, I made a bad video. And, like, maybe just reformat it or something. He can't admit that he was, like, wrong, I guess. And so he, you know, is just doubling down on, like, it must be you that's the problem for not watching it! No, it's the video. He might have seen it. He might have seen it. The video's insane. Well, we know Charlie's reason. But the other fucking people, your video's insane. I mean, I'm sorry. It's just crazy, you know? $5 from Victor Hugo Martinez, dropping by here to say I recommended your channel a few days ago to a VTuber called Cha 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 Your V Mom. And she finds your content pretty cool. Sorry, there's two Cha Chas. Cha Cha Your V Mom. Well, I'm glad that she enjoys, you know, I hope she's not gonna stay silent about the child trafficking, you know, because we need her voice in this. $2 from Autistic Wolf. Got a new, somehow better job. Here, take my $$ sign. Didn't you just get a good job? Man, are you like murdering people to get these jobs? This is suspicious, man. Well, thank you. Surely you can afford more than that now. I'm just thank you. Congrats on the job. Maybe it was somebody else who got. There was somebody who was like, yeah, I just got a really good job. I thought that might have been you, but yeah, I guess maybe you did. You got an even better job. Derpy McDerpster with $5 and a Doctor Who symbol avatar. Well, you might have missed the Doctor Who segment of the stream. There's no message, but thank you. You might have missed the Doctor Who segment, but you know, it was a pretty good episode. Outside of the stuff that wasn't. $5 from Ghost of Myrna. Once again, you've spoiled me with a long and hilarious stream, and on my birthday. Thanks, Claw. Appreciate it. And then we got an emoji that didn't show up for me. Sorry. Well, you're welcome. I hope you had a good time, good birthday stream, you know, a happy birthday and all of that. Happy birthday to there was another birthday person earlier. I didn't see who it was, but somebody, I was like glancing at the chat and somebody was like, yeah, happy birthday. And I didn't see whose birthday it was, but yeah, birthdays all around. Happy stream to people. I hope you guys had fun. We went long. I gotta eat. I don't know, fucking probably just sleep or something, really. I'll see you guys again probably tomorrow. We'll do some more trash. How about that? Does trash sound good? I think trash sounds good. I'm down for trash. I don't know if you guys are down for trash, but I am. So yeah, take it easy, folks, and penis.